Okay, it's time. We're actually doing it. About to be a DM for the first time.
And we're on camera now.
Hello. Yes, you are on
Hey.
camera now.
Oh
Hello.
yeah.
How's everybody? Oh, something I did not think
Hey.
about until just now is my OBS still has my individual stream transitions on the scenes. So that's
I
a
just
thing.
tend to see it. I tend to see it happen as I check the stream.
So that happened.
That's amazing.
I'll turn that off right now. For future traditions, we'll just put a regular fade. In case you needed any more introduction or reason to believe this is my first time DMing, there you go, chat. This is my first time DMing. That's a thing. That's happened now. Woo. But hello, everybody. Welcome to the Feystivities one-shot, as it is written and titled, or as we are calling it today, the Gaystivities one-shot. This is a one-shot adventure set in the Feywild, which is a traditional realm in canon Dungeons and Dragons, and this adventure stems from a Kickstarter campaign for an amazing dice company called Ice Cream Dice. Highly recommend you, if you haven't already, check them out. Check out their Twitter, their website. They make dope dice, and I own like 10 sets of them. They did a Pride.
All of them.
Yeah, Belle does too. They did a Pride themed Kickstarter a while ago, and one of the backing rewards was you got a copy of this one shot adventure to play. It is written by a DM named Jillian Zaski, or at theplottingdm on Twitter. And obviously, since it was for a Pride campaign, a Pride Kickstarter, there's a heavy LGBT focus to the one shot. So almost all the characters are LGBT, and you'll be seeing just that kind of theme throughout the one shot, and it should be a good time. We are hoping to follow most of your usual Dungeons and Dragons rules. Again, longtime player, first time DM, so asking y'all to bear with me in the chat if I make a mistake. We don't need rules lawyers. I'll probably catch myself later and beat myself up about it later. We're just here to have a good time and play this relatively fluffy, lighthearted one-shot. So before we get into it, we'll go around and let everybody introduce themselves. Just real quick about me. I'm normally one of the players in the main campaign on this channel, Dungeon Select, and also a Twitch streamer on my own channel. And yeah, also, big thing note, every one of our players, everyone at this table identifies as LGBTQ plus in some way. So that's really exciting, because again, it's a Pride one-shot. It just seemed perfect, and we always see lots of things about representation in the tabletop gaming space. So we made that representation ourselves. We were like, screw it. So yeah, that was a little bit about me. And then no one else, you don't have to disclose what you identify as if you don't want to, but I identify as bisexual. If it wasn't ragingly obvious from the attempt at a bisexual pride flag in fairy wing form on my eyeballs. All right, we'll go in like overlay order. So our soon-to-be lizard folk fighter, Hal, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Hal. He, him pronouns, and you can basically just not really find me anywhere except on Discord sometimes, and theoretically Twitter.
All right, Belle, you next.
I'm Belle. I usually play in Dungeon Select. I'm a lesbian, and that's about it.
Pronouns?
That's all you need to know. Oh yeah, I'm she/her.
I'll do mine at the end. I should have done that too. All right. Next we'll have our druid for the day. Christy, you're up.
Cool. So my name is cbkclow. I am a cast member of Play Dicely, another D&D actual play show. And you can find me on Twitter, cbkclow, and on Instagram as well, just at ChristyClow. Oh, and sorry, I'm bisexual, and I go by she/her pronouns.
Cool. And last but not least, our artificer, Johnny.
I'm Johnny, or Johnymous. I use he, him pronouns. I'm not really a content creator, but I'm in so many Discords and Twitch chats all of the time that you'll probably see me in one of them at some point.
This is true.
Yeah, and I am Grey Ace.
Yeah. I ideally wanted a mix of not everyone to be necessarily like a content creator, but just a combination of creators from other campaigns, other D&D world, but also just members of the Level Select Discord, which is a Discord that Belle and I are a part of and streamers for. So that's how kind of the main Discord where a lot of us knew each other, but then also the Dicely Discord and stuff like that. So yeah, got a good mix, and I'm excited. And thanks in advance for everyone for choosing to be a part of this when, again, you have not only a brand new DM, but I decided to add the pressure on myself to stream it for the first time as well, because why the heck not? And by the way, I didn't say at the beginning, my pronouns are she, her as well. All right.
Oh, and since everyone else mentioned sexuality, I am bisexual, possibly pansexual, questioning that still.
That, again, there's so much kind of like fluidity between those two labels anyway, it really doesn't matter. Like, I just personally use bi because that was like the one I was introduced to first and what felt like more a correct fit before I learned what being pansexual was. And now it's like, well, I'm just so used to, and I just feel so attached to that label. It's just what I use. But a lot of people, they're basically interchangeable. Okay. Are we ready to go? Oh, and I will not be playing any background music while we play, just so everyone in chat, just so you know, because, again, I just don't want to worry about, DMCA copyright situation, and I'm just going to have a lot to manage being a new DM for the first time, and I was like, let's take at least one thing off my plate of trying to be a DJ. Feel free to put on your own playlists in the background and listen to whatever you feel like fits the mood of what's going on.
Especially the epic battle music.
Battle music for the entire thing. We're just gonna be fighting our way
the
out
whole thing.
The Feywild. Yep.
Okay. All right. We're gonna get started. So we're going into this even though it's a one shot because I wanted the players to at least feel a little bit of attachment to their characters, but also maybe give us some stuff to work with to make the one shot a bit meatier. We are working on the assumption that this group of adventurers have been traveling together for a little while before this one shot takes place. They know each other a little bit. They've started to make a bit of a name and reputation for themselves. They're not, like Vox Machina or the Mighty Nine yet. They're not some big known throughout the realms in the world, but they are starting to get there. And this growing notoriety has caught the attention of some individuals in the Feywild. And the assumption we were working with, the adventure hook, was they were relaxing just in the regular material plane. In between adventures, they just finished maybe a job, gotten paid, so they were relaxing for a little bit, spending some of their hard-earned gold, and they were leaving the tavern they were staying in for the day, and out of nowhere, just a variety of colors seemed to shimmer in the air before them, this little rainbow, if you will, which opened up into a portal. And they decided to step through it because who doesn't just jump through random portals that appear in front of you when it's a rainbow, right? Like, who wouldn't do that? And they find themselves transported to the Feywild as soon as they go through that portal. And before I tell you what you see going through that portal, why don't you describe what you guys look like to each other and our viewers? We'll go in the same order with introductions. So, Aganth, you are first. And tell me if I mispronounce any of your names right away so we don't do it during the one shot.
Aganth is correct.
Cool.
Okay, so did I just go into it?
Yeah, go. So what is your character? What do you look like? What do we as the viewers see?
All right, so Aganth is, everyone sees a lizard folk with yellow orangish scales all across his body. There's a little bit of a kind of like fading away green on like the elbow joints, the like finger joints here and there, and a little bit of red on the shoulders and knees as well. Gleaming yellow eyes, like really bright yellow colored eyes and pupils and whatnot. Not wearing a whole lot, like some leather straps for a harness and a belt, loincloth, some metal bits here and there. Other than that, mostly just a lot of scales showing. And he's got like his equipment and stuff on him, a bow, a backpack, some little things here and there. A couple of bracelets made out of like some kind of like dirty sort of bone, not very well cleaned.
Cool.
That's it for the most part on him. That's how he looks.
All right. So adventure number 1, Dare, what do you look like?
Dare is a deep purple tiefling, with horns that flow back over her head, towards points that just go over where her height ends. She has black hair that's tied back in a very simple braid, and she wears a black leather breastplate over the top of a white shirt with kind of balloon sleeves, and a normal pair of like a standard pair of trousers. And she is carrying a rapier on one side and a whole selection of daggers all along the rest of her other side of her ribs. And that's what
Lovely.
that looks like.
And Prosper, what do you look like?
Is
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I thought you were muted for a second because there was like a delay, so I was about to be like, oh no, the first one of the stream, but you're good.
They are a Asimar druid, Circle of the Stars. So they have kind of like a little bit darker skin with silvery purple blush and like purple eyeshadow. And their eyes are kind of like silvery, sort of, so very kind of like unsettling a little bit. They're wearing purpley scale mail, and they have a crystal that they use for their spell casting, and black hair as well.
Lovely. And I'm probably gonna say this wrong. Sorrel?
Probably. Zyril.
Cyril, okay. What do you look like?
So I'm Zyril Suithrasis, or you can call me Z for short. About roughly 5.5 feet. Tends to wear traveler's clothes with studded leather armor. Very pale, like frecklish skin. Like you can tell this person tinkers a lot and doesn't see that much of the sunlight. They have short, tousled auburn hair, and across their chest is just a bandolier of glass vials.
The good word, bandolier. All right, so those are our 4 adventurers that have stepped through this portal. And upon stepping through this rainbow portal, you realize you are in the Feywild, a realm of magic and the extraordinary is where you found yourselves. After a short walk through grasses taller than you, listening to bird calls at sound of symphonies, and smelling the sweetest honeysuckle on the wind, you find yourselves at a fabled fey glade known as Summer Glen. The glade is encircled by summer flowers as tall as trees, and you see multicolored fireflies dance among soft-lit paper lanterns throughout. Sprites flit back and forth between tables and lanterns, placing trays of fresh-baked sweets and linen cloths, decorating for the Midsummer party, which is held here each year. Standing at the entrance to the glade is a fae with lightly tanned skin, twisting a lock of their auburn hair anxiously as they watch the sprites. For those that can see the stream, the fae in question is right beneath me in that image, so that is the fae you can see. As you approach, they jump slightly as they turn to face you, adjusting their expression from worry to welcome. Ah, well met, mortal travelers. Yes, so good to see you here at Summer Glen for the annual party. Please come in. What do you do?
Sarah walks forward, kind of hands in pockets.
Yeah, I'll glide forward
sort of-
and just kind of nod around and everything, like, ooh, looks good.
I'm looking at all the really tall flowers, mildly uncomfortable, but just okay. They come forward here along with the others.
Yeah, you know that thing where someone is like walking towards something, but their attention is clearly on something else? I'm just very much eyeing up those sweets on the table. It's like, ooh,
Yeah.
what are those? What are those?
And just to give you, again, a bit, as you step into this glade, kind of through that wall of flowers. So the glade itself, it's like a circle. It's about 120 feet in diameter, so from like end to end of the flower walls. And there is a wooden dancing platform right in center, like a dance floor. That's a square, 20 feet by 20 feet. And there's round tables of chairs spread around it, and that's what the sprites are currently decorating. You can see about 10 of the sprites, which I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what they're supposed to look like. In my head, they're all like lots of little versions of like Tinkerbell and Krista from Fern Gully. They're all like just small little fairies that are around, varying in size. Some of them are like the size of your hand. Some of them may get up to like 2 feet tall, but they're all just like cute little fairies swaying around. And all the light seems to be coming from, again, those fireflies everywhere, as well as the paper lanterns. Other than that, you don't really see a direct source. Like, there isn't, like, sunlight or something overhead, but it's in no way dark. Like, it still feels very bright. There's just this kind of low-level ambient light that just seems present, and it's just there all the time. It's warm temperature, like, you know, an average day. And other than that, honeysuckle, you can also smell the pastries a lot, and that's the main other kind of smell you're getting through the air. So, yeah, go ahead.
Can we see the sky at all?
Yeah, you can still see like the sky above you, but you don't see like a sun or anything there. And it's mostly it's a lot of canopy. You see like the sky through like breaks, like holes in the flowers and the trees and stuff. So for all you know, maybe the sun is just behind the canopy or something. And there's this very palpable sense of like excitement in the air. All the sprites seem very, very excited. So as you enter, that auburn-haired Fey you mentioned who like welcomed you in comes over and he's like, hello, my name's Vestra. And now let me guess. I know this. I've got this. You points to Aganth. He's like, you must be Zyril, Z for short. You points at Prosper. You must be Dare. And then Aganth pointing at Dare. And who was the fourth? Last but not least, who have I forgotten? Oh, Prosper. They look very flustered, and they're trying to impress you right now by seeming that they know who you are.
Yes, that's perfectly correct. It's nice to meet you. I'm Prosper.
Oh, lovely. And they shake your hand. My name's Vestra. Actually, is it Vesta or Vestra? Hold up. Go to my NPC section, because that would be me to get the name wrong right away. Vestra with an R. Yes. Great. Thank you so much for coming here today. I know it's probably not every day that you just see a random portal appear in the material plane, but as you can see, I'm a little bit overwhelmed here. There's so much to do. The party's only in a few days, and I've just heard you're a very capable group, so I was thinking maybe capable and curious, and I was hoping that would be enough to bring you here and maybe help me prepare the best Midsummer ever.
You've heard of us?
Oh, yeah, just because we're in the Feywild doesn't mean we're, completely separate from the other planes. We catch word, we get the whispers here and now, we know what's going on. Words of some of your exploits have come through, and I figured not only do I need just more hands to help with party planning, but there have been just some extra challenges this year, and I just needed people who seemed very capable, the kind of people that you're like, oh, I can just kind of point them at anything and they'll figure it out. I don't need to worry about it, because there's a lot going on, and there's only so many of me, and like the sprites are lovely, but it's just, many hands make light work and all that.
What kind of problems are you having? The ice sculptures melting?
Ice sculptures, that's what I forgot. And you whip out a pad and a quill and like note down ice sculptures. No, not yet. Party's a little ways away anyway, so that would be a bit too early. Actually, there's a few just like smaller favors I need, but primarily there's been some issues with the guest list this year. A very, very notable person was kind of left off the list and hasn't received her invitation yet. And I know she's going to take it very, very personally, but maybe if I had some fabled adventurers hand deliver her invitation, she may look past the slight, and she might be still willing to grace our party with her presence, Catch it. It seems like a good idea, right? Like, it'll totally work.
Depends on who you're sending the invite to.
Yeah, who is it exactly?
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. He gets his notes. Her name is Yana. You know what? I've been kind of just getting ahead of myself here. Let me just give you a little bit of background info, because I'm sure you've never attended a Midsummer party before. Okay.
I don't know. Have I?
You maybe.
I did originate in the Feywild.
Yeah, you maybe have heard. I don't know if you've definitely attended Midsummer celebrations, but like the Summer Glen party, maybe not, because that one has a bit more of a elite guest list. It's like there are some celebrations that are just for the like everyone in the Feywild, and every town, every little like group of Fey will be doing something to celebrate, but the specific party, this is like the Met Gala for Midsummer of the Feywild, basically.
The highfalutin party.
Right? So he goes, as you may or may not know, the Midsummer party here in Summer Glen it's the event of the season, right? And I have a lot of preparation left to complete. And here's the last invitation, though, that needs to go out. And he hands you a very, very fancy-looking envelope, calligraphy, very fancy wax seal. Sorry, I keep messing up Vestra's pronouns. Vestra is they, them pronouns. So they continue. The Fey Lady Iana is our guest of honor this year, and one of the sprites in charge of delivering invitations takes a pointed look at one of the smallest sprites, like the most Tinkerbell-sized sprite there. Seemed to forget her invitation. I'm sure she'll have a few requests regarding the event as well. She's always been a very fussy, like only goes to events that meet her standards. So would you mind delivering this to her and maybe just helping her with those requests? Because that's also why I kind of maybe thought I should send a few people, because I know she'll have a list of demands, and it might be a lot if I just sent one sprite to go. And the envelope also, as you look at it, has a lavender colored wax seal, the V on it. Hold out the letter and just looks at
I'll take
the four
it.
of you.
I'll
All right.
take it.
Goes, I really want this party to go well. This could ruin the whole thing if she doesn't show up. I promise if you help me out, you'll be more than welcome at Midsummer parties for as long as you live. Standing invite, no questions asked. What do you say?
That might be useful.
Yeah, I
In the
want to be
future.
part of these future parties. It sounds really fun.
Yes, excellent. Okay.
I hold much curiosity, so yes.
Great. That is what I was banking on. Okay. So the Lady Iana, she lives in this cottage that is in the middle of a lake. It's about a few hours walk that way. Points in like an eastward direction. And her house is sitting on a massive lily pad. Like you can't miss it. I think she's the only one who lives on a lily pad in like for at least a few days ride. So pretty easy to spot. I really need to get back to helping figure out these table settings. We're still having some issues with the china. If you want, you can talk to a few of the sprites if you need any more info. But, yeah, just invitation. Flatter her. She loves flattery. Also very much likes shiny things. So that if you need anything to help, maybe useful. I have to go back to figuring this out. And if you need anything, just come back here if you need assistance or advice. And she's a little bit prickly. Iana, doesn't really get out too much, but she's a big marshmallow on the inside. Just don't take her snarkiness as she dislikes you, because she's like that with everyone. And Vestra goes back to finding the nearest table, and it looks like there's lots of place settings, like cutlery, different plates, different china, and Vestra's trying to decide like which plate with which goblet with what color napkins. Like they're working on place settings for the event. Yeah. So what do you do? Would you like to head out the cottage? Would you like to do something in the glen before you head out? Choices all yours.
I try and swipe one of those cakes.
The cakes? Okay.
A cake or a pastry, something.
Okay. Roll
carryable.
me a sleight of hand check, please.
I'm just gonna watch this, kind of like, what are you doing?
Let's see. Sleight of hand. That is a 7.
Oh, okay. If it was double digits, I was gonna roll a perception check for the sprites, but nah. As soon as you do, that one sprite, the smallest one, the one that Vestra kind of like shaded a bit for not delivering the invitation, comes over and goes, "Excuse me, you have to put that back."
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't speak that language.
They were speaking in common, and they heard you speak common, so they just sit there and glare. And the Tinkerbell thing, where they start to change color, they start to look like they're getting kind of red, and just cross their arms, just keep looking at you, and raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
And just say, "Oh, we're trying to get this person to come to the party because they're really important, and we're famished, and I'm just worried that we're not going to make it to the cottage, if we don't have something to eat first. So
Roll a persuasion or deception check, your choice. Do not tell me which one. Because maybe you are starving. I don't know if you had breakfast this morning. Oh.
Oof, I rolled a 4.
They're just gonna be like, I don't think so. I can smell your breakfast from this morning on you. Put that back. The pastries are carefully accounted for, and we need every single one of them. Do you know how many people are coming today?
No.
Like 5?
Oh,
Try at least like 50. Put that back.
Can
I
I
try.
can I point directly past and be like, "What's that?" To try and who's that behind you? I think one of the guests has arrived early.
Nope. Nope, she's not having
Nope.
it. Not even gonna.
No.
Nope. Actually, no.
No.
Here.
Um,
No, you could roll me. You could roll me a performance check with disadvantage, to see
Okay.
if you can really act like you've seen something exciting to make her turn around.
Yeah. Can I help? Can I aid with that by looking that direction, acting like I do see someone there to get rid of the disadvantage?
Sure. So just give me the higher of your 2 rolls then. To
Okay,
oh
the
no wait
higher
no
of the
wait wait
2
no
rolls.
no wait, because then that would be like giving you advantage.
Okay,
Never mind.
The first
Re-
roll was a natural 20, and the second roll was a 17.
Damn. Okay. Fine. She's gonna be like, what? No uninvited guests, and just worry and
Okay.
and look over and fly away in that direction. The assistant's coming in clutch. But
Quick. I'm gonna grab the cake too. Let's go.
all right. So are you? When you say let's go, are you heading the direction Vestra pointed, like going to the cottage, or are you just picking a random direction?
With direction to the cottage, I would hope at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there
there any of
shiny
those-
things lying about in the glen right now?
Right now, a lot of the decorations aren't
Yeah.
out yet. The shiniest things are the different sets of cutlery on the tables, because there's like your kind of standard looking silver. There's some gold sets out, because Vestra hasn't decided yet. At least they appear, like the color is gold. You don't know if they're like solid gold. There's like a copper set. So there's just various metals of cutlery is probably the shiniest thing that you would see.
I want to try and swipe a gold knife off the table
All right.
as like we're going past it.
As you're running, like, okay.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand check.
Where's my sleight of hand? It's super high because I'm really good at that. 26.
I was gonna say you're a rogue, so I'm hoping this is no
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, you're good. You swipe a knife.
Okay, cool. And just keep going.
All right.
One
So-
more dagger.
Yeah. Add to
Another
the
one to
list.
add to my collection.
All right. So you start after you like run and you sure you're like clear, and you look back and there's no sprites like following you, so you got away with your cakes. The cakes you got are they're like, I want to say a specific brand, but I'm pretty sure none of you, only Christy would probably know what these are. But have you ever seen like the muffins at Costco, Christy? Just the sheer obnoxious size of them.
Yeah, we have
No,
a
I'm
Costco
letting
near
you
here.
down
Yeah.
because I haven't been to Costco.
Well, they're muffins, but they're
about
really
the size of your head.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
basically
they're
the
huge.
size of your face, but they're a muffin, but they're not. They're like ludicrously small cakes or giant muffins. So that's about the size. They're literally about yay big, and they have like a cinnamony smell to them. It looks almost like a cinnamon bun with like the icing and the glaze and a little cherry on top, but it's also somehow a cake form. But yeah, that's
Delicious.
so you're headed to the cottage.
As
So
you're
really
eating it,
need a cake
that's
that
just-
large.
You know, I hope it's worth it. I've heard a lot of tales about not eating things in the Feywild.
So, did you want part of mine or? no?
Absolutely not. I would rather not suddenly grow 3 more heads for no reason.
I think it
just-
would look good, personally.
As long
I
as
just
it's worth
fully
it, it says it's
stuff
fine.
mine into my face. Just hum.
it tastes
Don't surprise
delicious.
me when you're in servitude
delicious.
to some fake creature.
All right. In that case, you head in the direction. You just kind of keep traveling in a straight line. The terrain, there's nothing that would really impede you. It's just kind of like mossy forest that you're walking through. And eventually you start to see more like dragonflies in the air, and you start to hear the sound of like just a little bit of trickling water, so you think you're getting close. Eventually start to also hear the sounds of like some croaking frogs, and you're like, okay, must be getting really close. Eventually, you approach. It's hard to say whether it's a pond or a lake. It feels like really big to be called a pond, but it's also maybe not quite lake worthy yet. It's somewhere in between. Although there are part of what is like making the scale of it really confusing for your eyes is the lily pads in it are huge. Like these are lily pads that entire homes could fit on floating, so they take up a rather absurd amount of the surface area of the water. There's only so much of the water exposed. And you see the house in the middle, very cutesy little cottage sitting right as Vestra described. You also see 2 large frogs with shimmering skin and multiple eyes resting on 2 of those lily pads. A picture should be on the stream of what those frogs look like. And
Oh no.
I will have to wait for my stream to catch up.
yeah.
It looks like the
Same here.
Hypnotoad from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
So yep.
I'll walk up to them and I'll bow to each and say, "Hello. We would like to make our way to the cottage on the pond. Can we do that?"
The frogs just seem to croak back at you. It has a slightly more musical quality to it than like your average frog. But that's all. They just kind of like that sounded more like a bird than a frog. I'm not gonna do that again. But frog croak, slow blink, not much other reaction.
I'm gonna try walking forward towards so that I can see what reaction they have. Just keep an eye on them.
You're walking towards the frog?
Yeah.
The frogs are not right at the shore. Hold on, find the drain. The way it works, so the pond is 100 feet in diameter. So it's about the pond itself is just a bit smaller than all of Summer Glen that you just left was, like the party area. And it's a perfect circle. It's a little weird. Each lily pad itself is like 10 feet in diameter, so pretty big. The one that the cottage is on is a 30-foot diameter in the middle. The cottage, by the way, has like gemstones and herbs just like hanging in strings all over it, all across it. And the first frog is still like about 20 feet from the edge of the pond. Like they're not right at the edge. So you were kind of like half shouting to them before when you're talking to them. So, and I'd say right now you're about 10 feet from the edge of the pond. So you're going to close that 10 feet and you're going like to where the water starts.
Water edge. Yeah.
Before only
I'll follow
one.
alongside.
Okay. Before only one of the frogs, the one that Prosper was talking to, was looking at you. But as soon as you touch the edge, the second frog's head like whips, and now both frogs are looking at you. But they have not moved from their lily pads yet.
I don't think I like being stared at by frogs.
Why ever not? How far is it to the like the first lily pad from where I am now on the water edge?
20 feet.
Okay.
Because the way it works is the cottage lily pad is about, I think, 35. I just turned to a different page. Hold on. Going back. So many pages. The cottage, meaning the distance from the edge of it. Oh, no. So the cottage is about 50 feet. So it's like kind of is smack in the middle of this whole thing. It's 100 foot in diameter. So it'd be like 50-ish, like 45, 50-ish feet from you. And then we have one lily pad at like 20, 25 feet. And then another around like 40 feet that the frog's on. And then there's a few just kind of scattered about, but those are the 2. So it'd be like circle, edge you, and then like frog, house.
Okay. Prosper, you want to try talking to them again?
I could, I guess. Would I have to jump to get to the next closest lily pad? Or
You'd
can
have
I
to get in the water.
Okay, I'll dip my toe in, and then if I don't die immediately, I'll swim over.
Like to the lily pad with the frog? The first one?
I guess so, yeah.
All right. The whole time, like your attention the whole time is purely on the frog. Do you ever look at the cottage at all? Or do you make a straight beeline to the frog?
If you said the cottage is covered in gemstones.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd probably glance over at the cottage a few times. I'm like, oh, what are those about?
Okay.
Shiny.
Hmm.
Shiny.
As soon as you look at the cottage, so you're swimming, and as soon as you take a look at it, all of a sudden, a bunch of flickering, shiny lights seem to start dancing in front of your face, kind of like flashbanging you, like blinding you for a second, and you have to kind of stop your movement for a second and just focus on treading water and trying to see around it. And the lights eventually move away from your eyes and kind of hover around that frog, and the frog is watching you.
Did you guys see that too?
Did we?
Oh yeah, you all saw the lights.
Okay, okay.
They weren't blinding to you. They were only like blinding to Prosper because they were right there. They were right in front of their face. You guys, they just looked like, oh, some fun little twinkly lights just appeared in the lake as Prosper was swimming.
You good?
The lights weren't just something Prosper saw; they were like up there.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
definitely there for everyone.
Okay.
It was really pretty, but almost like a little bit too much, I think. It was like
A little bit extra.
Yeah, it kind of felt like how I feel when I kind of zone out and look at constellations, but really close this time. So that was weird.
Okay. Can I want to move like around the edge of the water and see if they like keep watching me.
Right now they do not. They are focused on Prosper because Prosper at this point, unless you want to do something else, is like kind of treading water where that happens.
I'm gonna stealth, so I'm like, well, third way around. So like if it's a clock face, and like 12 is right opposite where Prosper is, I'm at like a 10.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Okay, if it's like if the lake is like a clock face.
It is, yeah. It is a perfect circle.
Yeah.
That's a very good. So the lake is a clock, yeah.
And if Prosper's at 6, I'm gonna be at about 10.
Okay. Here, like using the clock analogy, where Prosper is right now, yeah, 6 is right. So then you're at like 10 o'clock now. You've moved here. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're starting to get kind of like alongside / behind the cottage.
Yeah.
Obscuring your view of the frogs. Okay.
And then if they haven't noticed me, I want to kind of stealth and go in the water.
I was like, make a stealth check for me.
Okay.
And then I get to do my first roll.
I'm really good at stealth. Wait, that was cool.
Famous last words.
23.
Okay, no. Frogs rolled a 16. The frogs do not notice as you slip into the water. So that stealth check was to get around and make it in the water.
In the water, yeah. I'm gonna like swim towards the cottage.
All right, make a second stealth check for me because now you're trying to swim quietly and without disturbing the water too much.
Could I have an idea of something that... Oh, never mind.
No, you can go for it. I didn't hear her roll.
Yeah, sorry.
I have an idea of something that might help. Can I just like pick up a stone and aiming towards the other side of the clock face, just try and skim the stone across the water?
Sure. Want me to roll something to make sure you don't hit the frog because there's a frog in that direction. Mm-hmm. Make a straight dexterity check for me.
Roll 21, by the way.
Okay. Straight dexterity, that is a 16.
Okay. Unfortunately, I just made it against the frog's armor class. You are throwing the direction of the second frog. You do hit the frog, the second one, not the one that was closer to Prosper. So frog is not having it.
Oh no.
Frog starts swimming at you, like jumps off its lily pad and is swimming towards the shore. But it did work because it's now not even thinking about Dare, and then the other frog is still kind of like focused on Prosper. So
Task failed successfully.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Pretty much. So you are, I'd say now, Dare, you're about, if it was 50 feet from the, what's your, you don't have a swim speed. What's your movement speed?
My movement speed is 30 feet.
All right.
walking.
And because you have like a nautical background, I'll say you're a pretty solid swimmer. So I'll make your swim speed about the same. So you still have 20 more feet. Actually, you know what? At this point, let's roll initiative because you hit the
Ooh.
frog.
Did I do
no.
any damage?
Yeah, you did. It was just a rock. I'll say you did. What's your dexterity
Why did I
modifier? Or no, what's your
+2.
what's your strength modifier? Sorry.
A strength modifier.
Yeah.
Oof. That's a -1.
Okay, so you can't do less than 1 damage. So you do 1 damage to the frog.
great.
Everyone,
You heal the frog with a rock.
you heal the frog with your rock. Okay, everyone, roll initiative for me.
First great roll of the night.
Hold on, I have to roll for both the frogs. What's their initiative mod?
Okay, that'll work.
I mean, I'm probably, if you're going like this, I'm still probably higher than you because my dex is so outrageous.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
anyone with 20 plus? No. Okay.
Oh no.
15 to 20. Oh dear. Okay. 10 to 15.
Mistakes may have been made.
10 to 15.
13.
How much?
11.
Okay, we
13.
have a 13, so that's Prosper, and there was an 11.
Yeah, 11.
Oh no.
Hold on.
Oh, no.
So 13, and then 11 was Eginth. Okay. Dare and Z, what did you guys roll?
8.
8?
Oh.
4. Okay, so Dare.
Which number did you roll?
I rolled a natural 2 with a +2.
Okay. I'm drawing
I
a
rolled a
real
2
quick
too.
circle for me right now. I'm making the world's most crap battle map. Give me 2 seconds. And then Prosper is like here right now. That other frog was here,
You have angered
but
the
is
hypnotoad.
now
I have
here.
angered the hypnotoad.
you have.
Great.
And then this is Dare is here, and then we have Eginth and Z. Okay, so Prosper, you are up first. What would you like to do? So the frog that was now swimming towards Zero is kind of like just past you, a bit like level, if I'm roughly gauging these distances correctly, but if not, just go with it, because it's my world. So you have the one frog, it's like only a few feet in front of you on a lily pad, still just watching you, with some little lights floating around him. And then another frog just swam past you and is swimming towards your party member.
Like, if I reached out, could I grab it?
You need to swim, I'd say another 5 feet, and then, oh wait, the swimming frog? Not the lily pad frog.
No, the one that's, like, going past me.
I will say you can make a acrobatics or athletics check, your choice, to try and grab the frog.
Yeah, I probably should do neither of those things, because I have a -1 to both of them. Okay, I'm gonna instead... Oh yeah, I don't have dex or strength.
Oh no.
Who needs those? They're not important. Instead, I'm gonna wild shape myself into a frog.
Nice. You do not look like these, because these are technically, like, these are called Fey frogs. You can become like a giant bullfrog, or you can become the same size and scale as them, but you don't have the multiple eyes and that iridescent skin that makes them look like clearly magical. But you can become a giant frog, absolutely.
Am I allowed to, like, color it the way I want?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I'll be, like, kind of, like, purple with, like, little silver spots. I'm just like, what's up? And I'll try croaking at them, like, we're all hanging out together here.
Yeah, this is fine. I love that the DM told you could not be a hypnotoad.
You're not allowed to have
Nope.
multiple eyes.
No.
No, you're not
No.
allowed to have multiple eyes. Can't look like
Right.
them, cause I say so.
Too powerful for you.
Hmm. Oh, this is hard. 'Cause I kind of want to be like, you're a frog now, but they're not a frog. They are a favorite, and it specifically says they do not speak any humanoid language, and I know a way you can speak with them. Don't think this is it.
Oh, I didn't think I was actually going to be able to talk to them.
Oh, you're just croaking at it, just to like confuse it.
I think
I'm a frog.
I think Prosper maybe thinks it could work. I know as a player,
Alright.
it's not going to do anything.
Okay, so you're croaking at the frog as it swims by. I'd say maybe like 2 of its eyes kind of swivel and look at you, but the rest of its eyes are still focused on Cyril, and it's not looking like it's gonna change its path based on that.
That makes it so much more terrifying. Just
I have no idea if their eyes have that
Oh,
capability,
no.
but they do now.
They do now, and that's
You
what
have-
about it. It is a
you have
magic
said
code.
it, so it is canon.
Yep.
Cool. I guess I'll just hop up onto the lily pad then, and that's it.
So you'll go to the lily pad with the non-swimming frog and just
Yeah.
get up there with it. Okay. I will. Yeah, you can do that. So that's some of your movement. Your action was wild shape an action or bonus action for you. It's as your druidic circle.
It's an action.
It's an action. Okay, so you still have a bonus action if you would like to do anything.
No, I think I'm okay. I don't really have much, so.
Okay. Yeah, well, the frog does not seem to mind sharing his lily pad with you. He's like, all right, he even scooches over a little bit and makes some room.
You
That's
must
your
have
turn.
said something really nice and exciting.
All right, swimming frog's turn. Going
Oh,
right
no.
for Aganth. All right, their movements, they've got that. Okay, it's gonna come on shore. It's gonna swim over to the water, and then the last little bit, it'll leap out and land right in front of you. And then,
In front of me or in front of Aganth?
sorry, in front of Cyril. Yeah, sorry. Wrong name. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I'm gonna do it.
Oh no.
Gotta do something.
Oh, first
It's
character
bad.
death. Less
Okay.
than an hour in.
It's action.
Hope you've got a backup.
My dude,
God,
it was
character.
fun.
Hold on, I'm just reading make sure I can do this correctly. Oh, hold on. Never mind. It's not gonna do that. I read the spell wrong. You're lucky. Instead, what it's gonna do is gonna go ahead and try and bite you, because it's like, you hurt me, I hurt you.
Yay.
I don't think it's gonna hit you though. That's a 12.
That does not hit.
All right. He goes to just, with his like frog mouth, and he's still a bit, it's a big old frog. He's not super fast. Faster in the water, not on land. So you just kind of and do a quick meh out of the way. It doesn't get to do that because it did that. Okay. Okay. So that's its turn. It's gonna swim up to you and try and bite. And now it's on land and try to bite you, and it failed. All right, Aganth, it is your turn.
Okay. I don't necessarily like that it tried to bite my buddy. Very not nice frog.
Tends to be a turn off.
I want to try to. I want to move next to Zero.
Mhm.
Like, can I do that? Like, how far away am I?
Oh, I already had you guys basically next to each other because you all kind of just approach
Oh,
each
we're
other.
next to each other
Yeah, you're
initially.
good.
Okay.
So you don't need to use any of your movement for that.
Okay. In that case, yeah, let's just kind of test the waters with this a little bit.
No pun
Use
intended.
my action to make 2.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make 2 bite attacks against the frog.
2 bite attacks. Bite it back. All right. Roll for attack.
I think I could do that. Fighters have extra attack. I can do that for my bite, right?
At level 5, you have multi attack. Yeah, you can get 2, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know much about lizard folk. I don't know
I
what it
have
says
extra
about their
attack.
bite, but you definitely have 2 attacks as part of your attack action.
All right, in that case, I'm just gonna try to bite it twice. Oh, that's not hitting at all. That's a natural 2.
Yeah, nope, sorry. Roll your second one, though, because you say you're trying to go twice. You're trying to do a chomp chomp instead of a single chomp.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to go.
Go for it.
22.
That one hits. For sure.
Oh, darn you. Darn you, dice. That'll be 3 damage.
Okay. So that's his hit points now. Okay. Frog not looking happy about that. Looks a bit mad.
Just
do
kind
you
of
have
hissed at him.
do you have a bonus action or any movement you would like to do, or do you want to stay right here defending your buddy?
Look at my bonus actions real quick. No, I'm just gonna like hold up my shield here and just kind of like on guard and wait.
Okay. Cool. Next it is the frog on the lily pad with Prosper's turn. And I'm gonna make it roll. Actually, do they don't get passive perception, and that makes they do have passive perception. Okay. When she gets her headphones back in, I will have Belle roll something for me. Belle, can you roll me another stealth check? And I'll just make this one will apply to when it's your turn as well, depending on what you want to do.
Okay, cool. That was cocked. It landed on my computer cable again. That looks okay. 18? Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
You're good.
18.
So this frog still does not notice Dare swimming behind. Seems to think it's the frog in the lily pad. It doesn't seem to be doing what the frog doesn't want y'all to do, but it did see its friend just get bitten. So now it's gonna come over and join the party and now try and get back at Aganth for what just happened. So it's gonna move on over and try and bite you. That is a 23 to hit.
That might hit. Yeah, maybe.
All right. So it is opening his big old mouth, trying to bite you. I need dice. Why don't I roll like? Can I roll this damage when I'm a player, please? Because that's dope. Okay. So its bite as the mouth closes on you, you're like, I did not think a frog had teeth, but this one has teeth. You take 14 points of piercing damage, and its mouth doesn't let go. It doesn't bite and then retreat. You're just in its mouth now. It's just holding on to you. So you are considered grappled. Actually, wait, what size is your character? I can look this up. I have your character sheet. Hold on. 'Cause I don't know how are lizard folk like bulky ass dudes. That's what
They're medium.
They're medium?
Yeah,
okay, then you're
He's
fine.
tall, but not like.
Okay, then in that case, because it successfully bit you, it is also going to try and... No, not try. It succeeds, because if the bite attack against a medium or smaller target is successful, it is swallowed. So the frog swallows you.
Oh.
You're not just in its mouth, you in its tummy. So this means, in terms of conditions affecting your character, you are blinded and restrained. Yeah.
Oh no.
And you will eventually start taking some acid damage. But the good news, the frog can only swallow one creature at a time. So you've saved your friend from being swallowed from this guy. All right.
From that frog.
That's that frog's turn.
Another mission failed successfully.
Yep. Dare, your turn. So you are about 20 feet away from the cottage in the water.
Okay.
And you've already rolled a stealth check for me, so.
Yeah. I'm going to move up the last 20 feet.
Okay. So you're at the back of the cottage. There is a window back here. There's no door. The only door you would have seen is still around the front.
Okay. And there are lights still spinning around the house?
Not around the house. The lights
Okay,
were
cool.
around all the lights have gone. As soon as that other frog jumped off the lily pad and went over
It's
to
gone.
this like fracas happening, all the twinkly lights disappeared. There's a little bit of light reflecting because there are these strings of crystals and gems like strung up all around the house. think like wind chimes, but on steroids and everywhere, just all over the place. So there's some light reflecting off of those, but it's just natural light.
In my head, I'm just imagining like a lesbian cottagecore lesbian couple
Yes.
dream home.
It is a pair of lesbians that live here, so like 100%. Because
Yeah,
Lady Yana has a wife named Lady Phyla.
Gaydar works even in fucking the Feywild.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna climb up onto the lily pad and then like think so I'm looking through the window.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. So looking through the window, you see 2 what appear to be female fae sitting at a table, just having like some tea together, looking real cute. So you see Lady Yana, the one that Vestra mentioned to you, the one who is the recipient of this invitation. She looks like a slender fae with lavender skin and long silver hair, wearing lots of jewelry. She matches her house. So much so that she makes a clacking noise when she moves. Because there's just that much crystal hanging around. Sitting next to her is her wife, Lady Phyla, short, pudgy fae woman with tan skin and short, cropped auburn hair. And they just seem to be having a conversation, oblivious to what's happening outside. And in terms of what the cottage looks like, just think, like you said, just cottagecore lesbian aesthetic. Just real cutesy place to curl up with, like, book, cup of tea, maybe do some art, do some bird watching in the Feywild. Just, like, nice little cottage.
I'm gonna clear my throat as I stand up so they can see me through the window.
Yep.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Could you possibly call off your guard frogs? They are attacking my friends.
They will just, like, blink, and Lady Yana turns to Phyla and is like, I thought we talked about no more uninvited guests, dear. And roll a persuasion check for me.
Oh, nice. That is 19.
Okay.
I have a +3.
Lady Yana still is like, you're a random bitch at my window. But Lady Phyla is like, well, you seem nice for some strange reason. You just seem to, guard frog seem nice. So so that's the shorter, pudgier one of the two with like the auburn hair. She gets up, puts her tea down, goes outside, sees what's happening, and sees, and I can't do the accent. Picture, in my head, her voice sounds like Professor McGonagall. So just for for context, so you know.
Oh, dearie.
yeah, basically. And you just see her, and she just yells out, Angus, put the nice creature down. And the frog just spits out Agath and turns to look at Phyla. And Agath, you were like, you're about, I'd say maybe take like 2 points of acid damage, because you didn't have to do the full. If you'd been in there at the frog's turn, it would have been 3d10, but you were in there for a little bit, so the stomach acid was starting to hit, so 2 points of acid damage. And she looks at the rest of them, and she looks at Cyril and looks at Agath, is like, and just shouts to you, come inside, we'll get you cleaned up. And then looks at Prosper and is like, Yana, did we get a third? And I don't remember having 3. And looks very confused.
If we're out of initiative, can I hop over?
Yeah, you're out of initiative now.
Yeah, I'll hop over to the cottage is lily pad, and then I'll drop my frog form.
And she just oh goodness, like as you do that.
Hello.
I
Is
will.
Angus near me still? Oh,
Yeah, now the frog's just sitting there, and it just looks at you. It was like, their only goal was, we will protect the cottage. People can't come near the cottage. They had no intention of being like aggressive unless you looked like you were trying to get there without permission. But now that they've been given like the stand down, they're like, yeah, you're fine. They're just chilling.
Or if you accidentally hit them with a rock.
That too, because you threw a rock at it. Like, I don't know what you
I
want.
imagine Dad just like staring at Ileana, like through the window.
Yeah,
and just like eye contact.
Yeah, Iana's just unbroken eye contact, not blinking, just giving you like a death glare as one eyebrow raises ever so slowly, like awaiting an explanation from you.
I'll go to the front door and see that, and I will start moving around and knock on the door.
I would like to give Agath an elixir of healing. Because that looked like it hurt.
Yeah, a little. It definitely stung. Thank you. How much does that heal?
It's 2d4 plus my intelligence modifier. So, I just
You roll
rolled.
a d.
I just rolled an 8. If that helps.
Okay, so 8.
All right, so say you all take your time to get here, like the other Aginth and
I just wanted to thank the nice frog for letting me go.
okay, the frog will just like croak back at you and jump in the water back to its lily pad. You'll see Phyla just kind of wave her hand, and one of the empty lily pads will float over to Aginth and Cyril, and you guys can step on it if you would like.
Oh, it's like a boat.
I'd actually prefer to swim.
All right, so you just ignore it and swim. Cyril, do you step
I'm
on
gonna
the
get
lily
on the
pad?
boat.
All right, the lily pad then just gently floats over to their lily pad, so it gives you some dry transport. And then when Aginth gets her, Phyla just looks and goes, "That was kind of rude," and then goes inside.
Like whoever's nearest me, I'm gonna ask. Was that rude?
What, swimming when she offered you a trip?
Maybe
Yeah.
Yes,
a,
is that rude?
a little bit. Yeah. I think just.
I mean, if I'd sent someone one of my ships, I would have been pissed if they just decided they were gonna swim.
Apologies.
So you all go inside,
Find out.
and you see Phyla putting on a new pot of tea, and Iana's just sitting at the table, kind of just like doing the thing where, where's the wrist? Like, with one hand, it's like tapping her fingers
will-
impatiently. And
I
then
will
before
pull-
you even speak, she
Okay.
goes, so I'm assuming there's a reason for strangers are in our home, Phyla?
Yes. I have an invitation for you, and I will hand her the invitation from
Where-
inside my leather armor.
I was like, where were you storing your invitation? So it's in like the
Like-
leather breastplate?
Yeah. It would
Alright.
literally be a case of kapow.
Okay.
That's it.
I will say between the strong enough like leather and it being a slightly magical that it did not get all waterlogged and soggy, so you're fine. You had maybe like a few of the corners are a little bit damp, but she looks dubious. She looks at it, but then she sees the lavender envelope and she recognizes the seal and she goes, "Oh, thank God," and takes it and just immediately opens it and looks in. And then Phyla just goes, "See, I told you it was just an oversight. All that worry for nothing." And then Phyla turns to look at you all. I was like, "She has been so cranky since she thought she was omitted from the guest list." And Iana looks like a little bit annoyed at that, but is now just like clearly she just put in such a good mood from the thing she was worried about not being an actual problem. She's fine. So she's like, "Well,
Yes.
sit down. Tell me then
Okay.
how are you the ones delivering my invitation?"
Vestra has heard about us from travels on the material plane and thought we would be the best ones suited to hand deliver your invitation.
Material plane, that explains a lot. Since most
Yes.
of you, with a quick glance at Cyril, don't really, you don't see a lot of you guys around here.
Yeah, it's a little weird being here.
You've seen me around here a lot?
No, but I've seen
I think-
people that look like you.
Yeah, I think just because you've got some Fey in you, probably.
Where?
I was like, "Oh, you're one of those literal types, aren't you?" Phyla hands out tea at this point, and Yana starts reading through the invitation and looks up. "So I'm assuming this means you all will be at the party tonight as well?"
Yes, and any more we want to go to.
Well, that remains to be seen, because while I very much appreciate the invitation finally arriving, I do have a few more requests that you will need to pass on to Vestra if you would like me to attend, because I mean, I want to go, but I can't just show up after that kind of an oversight, you know? Like there's a bit of an insult there, and I need a little bit of recompense, you know?
Yeah, they mentioned you might say that. They're currently sorting out cutlery, and I'll pull out the little knife that I stole earlier, just like flick it between my fingers.
They actually sent us to fulfill any requests
Yeah.
that you might have. So if you would like to tell us, we can
Oh,
take
perfect.
care of it.
And she pulls out a list that she's already had prepared because she's that bitch.
Can I take it and like look through it?
Yep. So on the list, first one is labeled music, and she has a few sentences scrolled like, I've heard the bard Haluesen is writing a new masterpiece, and I want to be one of the first to hear it. He must play it at the party if I am to attend.
Okay.
Haluesen is spelled Coraxen, if you are curious. Mentions that there's a stone outcropping nearby, colloquially known as the Bard Rock Cafe, that he frequents, and you can find him there. There's also a list to party favors, and says the favors last year were a little bit on the tacky side, a little bit cliche, just a bit droll. Could we maybe do with some better ones this year? Nice little gift baskets, maybe, just something a bit extra, something a bit out of the ordinary. And then mentions that there's various craftsmen in a nearby town called Amaranth that you can search for. Also says anything colorful or floral tends to be a big hit, even though it is a little bit on the nose. And then last but not least, 3, cake. She has requested a specific cake from a specific baker, as she tried it a few years ago and is her favorite cake she's ever had. The baker is known as Marzipan, who lives with her partners Fondant and Tweel in a gingerbread cottage in a nearby meadow, also kind of like on the way or adjacent to you. Like if you go there, you can also hit up Amaranth in the same day. Everything's pretty close by. And then as you're reading, Iana's like, oh, that last one about the cake, I can place the order now and it should be ready when you get there, but I need to know you're gonna do it first. I don't want to send the order to the baker and then make her waste her time,
Of course we'll pick it up.
All right. You see her just kind of like wave her hand and look up in the air and just says, Marzipan, darling, the cake, the one I love, I'm sending some friends to pick one up. Thank you. And then looks back at you and get like the faraway look in her eyes kind of goes away. So she casts the sending spell to do that. And then says, well, great. Then, if you're willing to help, thank you so much for helping address this oversight, by the way. Nice to meet you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so rude. And Phyla just gives her this knowing look like you do it all the time. What were your names? What were your names again?
I'm Dare.
I'm Prosper.
You can call me Z.
Okay, well, lovely to meet you all. Go ahead and finish your tea. I'm sure some of you looks at the ones that might be a bit damp, probably a little bit chilly. But it might take you some time to get on that list, and the party is tonight. So I wouldn't take too long. And Phyla is just like you. Oh, she's always shooing our guests out of the house. So impatient. And then she just gives her like a little playful smack on the arm. Like, don't disparage me around guests.
Can I like pour my tea into one of the empty flasks and just drink it from the flask?
Sure. They both give you like a bit of
Wake
a
up.
yeah, they both give you a bit of a look as you do, but they don't say anything about it. They're just content to let you do that.
Surely that makes it feel like you're just holding the hot liquid, right? Because of the metal.
Yeah? I mean, it's yeah. It's
Just
nice and
wondering.
warm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did they tell us like which one would be the closest to go to first? If there was like a good order to do
they're all pretty equidistant. They're all kind of clustered together. So it's up to you what order you want to do them in.
Well, what do you think, guys? I feel like maybe cake for last, because I don't think we should be carrying it around with us.
Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for
I was
disaster.
thinking the same thing.
Carrying around a cake.
Especially if we get hungry.
Well,
You are not
hopefully we
carrying
can-
the cake.
Yeah, maybe Dare can carry it instead.
Yeah.
As you say that, Phyla is like, oh, actually, we can give you something to help with that. She will put on the table, no, a small little, what looks like just a little, almost like, what's the way I'm describe this? I want to say like a clutch, like a purse, but it's like, but still a bit large for a clutch, like one of those. It's like, this still seems a bit impractical and would have been better with a strap on it, but some dumb designer just didn't put one anyway. Says, now this is actually a very nifty little device. Anything you put in the inside is actually bigger than the outside. And it also has a bit of a cooling effect. We use it when we go on picnics and stuff all the time, just to keep food fresh, you know. So it should help with transporting the cake. Although I do think last is probably a solid bet, because she needs time. You know, Marzipan needs time to make the cake, of course.
That's extremely helpful. Thank you.
Oh, but it will only work for food. I don't know why. You put anything else in there, it's gone forever.
Oh.
You won't be able to get it back out. We don't know where it goes.
Good to know.
Hey Z, you want to go on a trip?
No, but I do want to try this. Can I pull out a crossbow bolt and just drop it into the bag?
Yeah.
And then can I reach in and try and pull it back out?
Yeah, nothing happens.
I love that. Where did you get that?
Oh, it was a gift. A gift. And Yana says that it was a gift, and Phyla looks a little bit like, just gets like a bit weird for a second. And
can I insight check to try?
Well, no, I was about to say Prosper and Z, with your passive insight, will know enough that you get the sense between the look that Phyla is giving is a look you've seen before, and it's a look when someone talks about an ex and the current partner is not too pleased about it. So to the two of you, it seems clear that you'll just end that conversation there if you know what's good for you.
Fascinating. What a wonderful gift.
I'm gonna just kind of like elbow Z in the ribs. Well, we should be going, I think, to the Bard Rock Cafe, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't want to be...
I'm looking at Z with my hands on my hips, like, really?
I wouldn't want us to be late for the party, so let's go. And I'm gonna try and like shove Z out the door.
And Phyla will come with you and provide lily pad transport again, so you don't have to get wet.
This time I will get on the lily pad.
She appreciates that. She gives you like a little nod. Says thanks.
I give you a thumbs up as well. Like...
So points in a direction and says, so the cafe is that way. And then you'll want to walk that direction. Like you came east to get here, so I'll say, so due north for maybe about like 30 minutes, and then if you want to go to the cafe, just keep walking north another 30 minutes. But if you would like to go to Amaranth first, then you will kind of take an eastward turn there.
Okay.
Oh, and then the baker, Marzipan's house is also just kind of just outside Amaranth. They're like similar-ish locale.
Thank you.
The cafe and Amaranth aren't too far away, are they?
Oh, no. All about 1 hour travel time max.
Anyway.
And thank you so much for coming. Honestly, she whispers, was like, she has been so moody, and I'm just so relieved that finally we can have this invitation business behind us, and especially because we heard there might have been some other notable names left off the list, and she was not happy to be grouped in such company, let me tell you. But anyways, I won't keep you. You have lots to do. Hiana's a very demanding person.
We'll see you at the party.
Thank you again.
Cake in hand.
Excellent. Well, have a lovely day. See you later. Bye-bye. And the lily pad starts to float away.
Okay. I will walk in the direction they said.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
So you walk north. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Christy.
They are a very interesting couple. I wonder... I feel like maybe their signs aren't compatible, you know? And I guess they're making it work, but it seems tense.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know how you make one compatible. I never get what you mean when you say that.
Oh, you don't do it yourself. It's already predestined for you. So I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, the most I use stars for are navigation. That's about it.
I use them for navigating the soul, so it's the same.
I suppose that's very similar. I wonder if one proficiency blends into another.
Probably.
I wonder if I could make a star.
My God, please, would you? That would be the best thing in the whole world.
You are all as brilliant as ever.
I hope this bard actually makes good music.
I would very much like to hear
God.
what he is capable of.
This is going to be the worst if it's bad. We'll have ruined everything. At least it won't be our fault.
But if it does not go well, I pull out my shawm and I could practice.
Remind me what
Fair
type of
enough.
instrument a shalm is again.
Like a flute.
Yeah,
kind of
it's a woodwind
Double
instrument.
reed, long flute sort of thing.
Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so you're walking northward in that direction. So then do you go to, when you get to the point that Phyla described as like the branching of the path, do you want to go to the cafe first, or do you want to go to the town of Amaranth for the party favors?
Cafe first?
Yeah, I feel like cafe first because again, like if we carry the favors around, maybe they might get squished or something.
Good point.
Oh, won't it take them time to make the favors? Do we need to send message ahead?
How complicated could it be?
Are we making them? Like we're supposed to buy everything?
No.
No. Okay, good. Whew.
No, that would be
Can I
insane.
look around for some flowers and just mock create a kind of wedding favor and be like, look.
Oh wait, I'll druid craft it so it has like some sparkles and stuff too. Like, I think it's pretty good. I don't know if
How many times can you do that?
Well, how many flowers are near us?
I mean, there tends to be just like the place is lousy with flowers. They are everywhere.
I can make one of them sparkle. So I think maybe we'll leave it up to the artisans, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay, well, but, you know, if they want one for, like, the head table.
We're on it.
Yeah.
Is there a head table at this kind of thing?
You didn't see anything that suggested a head table when you left Summer Glen. They were still in the process of putting things together, so there could be when you get back, but you don't know.
I mean, if there's a
question
head
on my
table,
mind
we should
here.
be at it.
What's your question?
We're supposed to be bringing favors. How does one take a favor somewhere? Isn't that an action, a thing you do? How does one take favors somewhere? I'm not used to
No.
this land.
It's like
Well, if it's anything like a
keepsake.
kiss, then I'm just gonna pull out a
No.
thimble and just be like, well, it's just something easy to transport.
I think maybe you have to open your mind a bit more and imagine like a favor being kind of more like cerebral, I guess. Like it's just kind of it's just out there a little bit.
I mean, there's favor as in what we're doing for Iana and Beatrice as well. And then there's a favor as in a party favor, which is like something you get given.
Oh, right.
Fascinating.
How do I know more about this than you
I'm
guys?
gonna pull out a notebook and just scribble
The best
that
party
in the
favor
notebook.
I ever got was a bone. And that wasn't even a party, that was a battle. So
But as soon as I scribble that in the notebook, like nothing comes on the paper, so I'm just scribbling and nothing's happening.
I try to look at your notebook and it's like
It's
okay,
just blank.
This makes sense.
it's just blank.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay.
My gratitude for the explanation.
All right.
You're welcome.
So you're having this conversation while you're walking. You eventually start to hear just some subtle like lute and harp music. So you're like, all right, I think we're getting pretty close.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's like average. It's not bad, but it's not like, oh, this is such stunning music. It's just like kind of your like the generic acoustic shit that plays in like a coffee shop when you go in pre-pandemic. That kind of thing is what you hear.
Is it like the music from the cantina from Star Wars? It's
Oh,
cantina music.
Not
Goes
quite. So as you follow the sounds, keep walking that direction, and you come to the rock outcropping that they mentioned. The outcropping is bathed in the soft light of dawn when you arrive, because it's still, again, you've noticed that you're like, it's been a few hours. Like, it's afternoon now, but still very much a morning-like appearance where you're going, so you get the sense that time works differently in the Feywild. So also the parties tonight thing, while still urgent, you maybe feel a little more comfortable, that you have a bit more breathing room now to get all this stuff done. The soft rumble of conversation is also heard as you approach, backed by the gentle strumming of a guitar coming from atop the stone. And the stone has been carved into, like, almost like the facade of the front of a building, like the front of a coffee shop, but it's just a rock. You can't actually go inside it, but it's made to look as if there's like a fake door, a little fake roof kind of thing. And sprites, fae, and other magical creatures, such as rabbits with dragonfly wings, foxes with shimmering rainbow coats, owls wearing vests and spectacles, and more, sit upon
These
the
sound
grass.
like great taxidermy objects.
Yep. They all sit upon the grass, enjoying pastries and beverages. You can see a humanoid man with magnificent deer-like antlers sitting atop the rock, playing guitar. And that is Karaxin. And he looks like this. His image is on the stream.
Ooh.
I will check that in 3 minutes when it finally updates.
Just a humanoid deer, basically. Humanoid
Nice.
deer man is what he is.
Aww.
So
Okay.
yeah, he's pretty cute. He's pretty cute. So he's sitting on top of the rock that's been carved, like playing, and other people listening. So you see, there were, as you get there were some musicians leaving. So like the harp and the lute I said you heard were like stopping, and he's like tuning his guitar, and it's just started to play. And even though he's just like kind of tuning warm up, it still sounds pretty nice. Like, you know, he's warming up, yet you also feel like even this is a performance. So you get the sense he's pretty talented. And yeah, the outcropping is perpetually bathed in the soft light of dawn, kind of thing. And you see, there's one, just like humanoid looking, but fae, like the pointed ears, that kind of like iridescent tint to their skin, going around seeming to be serving like pastries, coffee, kind of taking orders. And then they just walk like into the rock and disappear, but they don't go in. So and they come out with like the food and stuff. So it seems like wherever this food's coming from, it's either there's some teleporting happening or it's on another plane magical, because that is just a rock. There's not an actual building you can go into. It's very trippy. So yeah, that is what you see upon getting to the cafe.
I'm assuming the rock is like right in front of everyone, so if
Yeah.
I was to go up and try and touch it, it would be really obvious.
Yeah, like the patrons might look and be like, oh, they're new here. They don't get it. And it's like,
I won't
Instead
do
of-
that then.
Instead of doing that, I want to throw like a ball bearing at it and see what happens.
it hits the rock and just bounces off. And there's no
I wanna-
visual anomaly.
Okay. I want to wait until the server is like about to go through and like disappear, and then throw a ball bearing so it like matches up.
Okay. You do, and as the server appears to, you throw it over their shoulder so it doesn't like hit them. But it still appears to just hit like the rock, and you see it bounce to the ground, like it doesn't go anywhere.
Interesting.
And the server also like sees it and looks like, where did that come? What the?
I
Oh, whatever.
immediately look non-suspicious.
Yeah, and just goes about their business. The patrons that you see specifically, so there's one table with 2 sprites sitting there, just having like Feywild version of Frappuccinos. There is one table that has one of those rainbow foxes I mentioned. The adult fox is like rainbow, but they have 3 little fox babies with them. One's red, one's blue, one's yellow. There's another table, a rabbit with dragonfly wings. Basically think like the animated Peter Rabbit that came out a few years ago, but add dragonfly wings to him. And he is sitting and talking to an owl wearing a vest and a monocle, who sounds like Owl from Winnie the Pooh, and his vest has sequins on it.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then Karaxin is up at the top of the rock getting ready to perform.
Is there an open table that we could sit at too?
Yeah, there's an open table.
Oh, cool. I will
We
sit.
probably shouldn't interrupt him, so let's listen first and hope that he's good.
Yeah, good idea. Scope out the competition first. Smart.
I see the sense in this.
All right, so you sit down at a table. As he's starting to finish the warm up, that same server comes over and just asks, "Would you like anything before the show begins?"
Do you have rum?
Yeah, I mean we
Can I have
have
some rum?
everything.
Okay, cool. I would like some of that, please.
Okay.
And I have something purple.
Ooh, okay. Something purple. I'll see
Match
what
the
I can
aesthetic.
do. Okay. And for you, looks at Aganth.
Why is the rum gone?
Are there any common meats here?
Meat like MEAT, or mead like MEAD. Okay. I mean,
MEAT.
we're mostly like pastries and baked goods. We mostly sweet, not a lot of savory. But I could see what I could do.
A small vanilla cake will work.
Okay, perfect. And for you, looks at Z.
Can I point at one of the Fey Paccinos and be like, can I have one of those but as strong as possible, please?
That's its new name. Oh my god, absolutely.
Hey, Pacino.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Okay, I will be right back.
After Z does that, Aganth is like, one of those for me as well.
Okay. Would you like yours as strong as theirs?
Yes?
Do it.
Okay. They turn
But
around.
If whatever I ordered was a drink, then I'll take a cake. But if what I ordered was a pastry, then I'll take a drink as well. The Feywild,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
Grab them iced.
Sure. So they leave. And they come back. What they bring you. So, Dare, you don't get like a small glass of rum or like a shot, because everything. So you get like a standard ass drinking glass of water, but it's full of rum, and just straight rum. That's what you get.
You're gonna get tipped.
To Prosper, there's both a drink and a beverage, and your Fey Pacino looks. Do you remember the unicorn frappuccino at Starbucks that was there for a while?
Yeah.
It looks like that, and when you drink it, it just tastes like cotton candy. Cotton candy, but like grape flavored cotton candy. And then there's just a donut with some grape jelly filling on the inside. So it's purple on the inside, and they put some powdered sugar on the top that's purple for you.
It's
And
beautiful, thank you.
and then the two Fey Paccinos that are regular, they're coffee, but they literally taste like, they look like a Starbucks Frappuccino, but they taste like straight coffee. Just the whipped icy texture, and you don't really know how they did it, but it just tastes like the blackest, strongest coffee you've ever had. But then there's like this tiny hint of vanilla aftertaste. And then they brought like a vanilla cake for the table as well. Just like a basic yellow vanilla cake kind of thing. Just some vanilla, like
nice.
buttercream frosting or something. And as they drop off the food, they just sit there with their little like tray it came on, looking at you like expectantly.
How much?
Hold on, let me check our rates today. And let me roll a d4 here.
Oh no. They're gonna want something sentimental, aren't they? That's some typical Fae bullshit right there. wait.
Our rate today is 1 poem. Unless it's bad.
Poem?
Then it has to be 2 poems. So 1 good poem or 2 bad poems, please.
Aganth is gonna look at all the others like, what is a poem?
Oh no.
Let's
Uh,
guys,
Dara's
go
gonna
around
like.
and we'll each
Dara's
say a
gonna
line.
like recite the dirtiest limerick you've ever heard, which I can't say on stream. So That's what happened.
I mean, says who? But no, okay. So you say one very dirty limerick, and they're writing it down as you say, like they have a pad of paper and they're transcribing whatever the poem is, and the server looks at you and is like, I may have to ask the manager about that. I don't know if this counts as the one good, or you might need I don't know if they say it's a bad poem, you may need to give us another one. I'll be back.
I have so many.
I'll be back after the performance. And
Okay.
leaves. And as they leave, you hear like a elaborate strum on the guitar that seems to announce Caraxen is ready. Everyone looks up, and he begins to perform. And it is but like less of like kind of like pop rock and more like acoustic folk. But in terms of how it sounds, did anyone ever see when Ed Sheeran performed at the Brit Awards like 4 or 5 years ago? It was just him and like a loop pedal, and I can't remember the song, but basically starts very simple, him and his guitar, and you don't know how he's doing it, but like as the song goes on, it sounds like there's more and more guitars. It still just sounds like someone playing a guitar, but there's this impossible amount of notes being played. You're like, there has to be other musicians, and you look around, but there's no one else playing, and it's like he's using a magic equivalent of a loop pedal to keep making his playing sound more and more complex, and has a beautiful, beautiful voice. Very, very rich, velvety voice. Almost like jazzy, but not quite, because he's doing like folksy stuff. And yeah, it seems to be, rather than multiple songs or a set list, it's like one song that while he's playing, it's like you feel like you've been there for hours. And it's like maybe time just kind of gets all weird while he plays. But then when the song stops, you look and you've had like a single sip of your drinks, like you've barely touched your shit. So for all you know, that went by in the blink of an eye. But it also felt like you've now been here for like the whole day listening to music. And when he finishes, wild applause. Everyone is very excited. All the other patrons. And he says, thank you, everyone, as usual. You're great. I love you. You're beautiful. I'll be down in a second. And puts his guitar like on his back and seems to come down the rock like to hang out with the patrons and get feedback on the show. And he also puts out a little pouch that people seem to be throwing not money into, but just random items. Like someone you see someone put in a ribbon. One of the fox babies puts like a mushroom in there. Like people just seem to be tipping whatever is of value to them and using that to pay him. And he's just coming around talking to the tables.
Dara's gonna like cup around her mouth and just yell, Caraxen!
Yell what? Oh, Caraxen, he said.
Just, yeah.
He turns to look, and he looks like head tilt you for a minute, and then you see him like, one second, to the table he was talking to. He was talking to the owl and the rabbit with the wings, and he comes over to you. I was like, well, hello. It seems we have some new audience members here today. First time at the Bard Rock?
In the Feywild.
Oh,
Absolutely.
wow.
You were really good.
Thank you. It comes and goes, you know. It was a good day. And he's doing that thing where he's like pretending he's modest, but you can tell he's like, yeah, I fucking know. And like searching for compliments.
Yeah, I was gonna ask to insight check that, but I'm guessing I don't need to.
No, like you don't even. No one needs to. It's painfully obvious what he's doing.
Oh yeah. We're here at because Iana wants you to perform at the what's it called? Midsummer party. Yeah.
Oh, of course, that's coming up, isn't it? And again, feigning like he doesn't know, but he knows. He's been counting the days. Yana asked me to perform. Did Vestra not request my performance?
It was one of Yana's requests for her to even attend.
And Vestra gave us the task of doing whatever Yana wanted because they trust Yana so much. So by proxy, Vestra really wants you to be there as well.
Oh, that's fair. Yana does have immaculate taste. Have you seen the gems on that woman? Gorgeous.
You're so pretty. I want them all.
Yeah. Oh, just for a little bit more, now that Karaxon's closer, by the way, and you have the image, but what you see, so aside from his just masculine presenting deer humanoid appearance, he has light green eyes, and the from far away, it looked like he had skin, like from far away. What you only saw were really the antlers and the deer ears, but up close you see now he actually has like fur. So further away, he appeared more human. Up close, he appears more deer-like, basically. Other than the very, very human eyes in a very like deer-looking face, it's like very kind of weird, but also like seems to work and is enthralling at the same time.
It's the deer Snapchat filter.
Yes, straight up. Oh my goodness. All right. So he's like, well, I mean, I hadn't thought about playing at the party. Again, dripping with very badly feigned surprise. But goes, it would be the perfect place to debut my new piece. Did Yana tell you I was working on something? Is that why she requested me? Yeah.
That is why.
Yes.
Of course. She always knows. She just finger on the pulse. She knows what's happening in the Feywild. Here's the problem. And he like leans in to whisper like this big secret. He's like, the song that I wrote, that really, I can't perform anything else but this song. I can't just bring my old stuff to Midsummer. It's freaking Midsummer, you know. Well, you don't, you're foreigners, but you know. So I wrote this beautiful piece. It's going to be my pièce de résistance. I may have misplaced the sheet music. And I know, someone like you, that performance, how do you not have your pieces memorized? I mean, all my other repertoire, I do, trust me, immaculate performer. But this one's new. I only just really put pen to paper, but I know it would be the hit of the party. I just kind of need some help finding where I put that dang music.
We can do that for sure.
Okay.
Alright, then. Can I pull out my pipe and just start blowing bubbles and just be like, but maybe not for free.
And poke see, it's like, it's not for free, it's so that they can perform at the party.
Ponderous indeed.
We're already being paid for this. Like 2 people ago.
Well, there you go. See, and he looks at Dare and Prosper, and he's like, I like you too. I like your vibe. Okay, well, if you're going to help, I'm afraid I don't have much to go on. All I know is I wrote the music during off hours like a week ago. You can see where he performed. There was like a stool he was sitting on and like a smaller stool that had like a glass for water for him to drink from, and it has like a few quills in like a jar, and it has like this crystalline looking like rock on there. He's like, I left the music there under that paperweight. It was a bit foolish, I know, but I mean, it's the Bard Rock Cafe. Whatever happens here, nothing. This is a quiet, sleepy little town. I did not think anyone would have the audacity to take my music, and I'm not saying that's what happened. All I know is I left to go get a drink, and I came back, and the papers were gone. I don't know where they went. There's a chance I may have left. I may not have secured them as well as I should, but who knows? I mean, it's a heavy competition to take my spot as the most illustrious performer in the Feywild. I'm sure lots of people would be willing to get their hands on that music.
So we're looking for a thief.
Yeah, is there anyone in particular that really doesn't like you or like wants to take over?
Or likes you a little too much.
Oh.
When you say that, everyone except Aganth notices he looks flustered, like there's a bit of like that really quick double blink, like a excuse me, what? And shrinks in size a little bit, almost like he just hunches inward. Is like, of course not. I don't have a problem with anyone. No. That's why I said it's only just a general. I don't want to insinuate such a thing that someone would stoop to someone and be a thief. I'm just saying keep all options open, you know? But the inside check though also, so you say that mentioning a person, but you do know he is being honest when he says that he doesn't think it was a thief, but he also just wanted you. So the vibe you got from the inside was he doesn't think it was stolen, but there is someone he is not. So there's someone he's in conflict with. You get the vibe.
I believe him entirely.
Yeah, whereas you're just like, no, everyone loves this guy. What do you mean?
Oh yeah. You know, if you're not honest with us, there is no way we can get this music back for you.
He looks like just. I am offended that you could not hear music as genuine and raw and soul searching as you just heard from me and think that I am a dishonest person. How dare you? I assure
Music
you.
isn't always a reflection of its player.
Well, only when they're a poor musician. Any musician worth their weight in gold or crowns, their music has to be a reflection of them. You have to put yourself, your soul into the piece. Otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, you're just saying words to a funky time.
Oh, Aganth is a musician.
Oh, you are? Oh, can I hear something?
Yes. I believe so. Yes, yes, you can. I'm gonna take out the shawm and just kind of do a little practice sort of motions on it for a minute while I try to think about how all the notes work and everything. And then I'm
He's
just gonna
looking
try to
at
play...
your instrument, fascinated, because he's never seen a shawm before, so looks very curious.
Who has?
And I'm just gonna try to play just a small tune that I've learned recently, just like a little, just like a soft a melody as a shawm can do, basically.
Okay, roll me a performance check.
All right. 6.
You see him doing his best to keep a straight face and looking, but there's like like when people with perfect pitch hear when someone is sharp or flat and they can't help but like do that quick like, that was wrong. So you see him doing that like a few times, and you finish. He was like, that was very nice. It's very, very different to music here. It was very intriguing. Yeah, good job. What'd you say?
Now,
he's still practicing.
Oh.
So.
Agans knows that I know that my music's not that good because I know I'm still learning, but I hear him saying this and I believe him. Like I actually have something, like I'm getting there.
All right. Well, I mean, that sheet music isn't gonna find itself, unless you have other ideas. Maybe I'll be looking around, but I still have some tables to talk to. You know, I have another performance in another 2 hours. I'll do my best, but I'll be around. If you find it, just let me know.
Okay. We'll let you know when we've got it.
I think I'll go up to where his stool is, and just start there to look around.
His stool, okay. You do not. Roll a. Actually, where's your thing? Yeah, roll an investigation check for me.
I will be right back.
Yeah.
So bad. 7.
All right. I mean, there's some grass. There is a stool. There was all the objects that he said were on it. It just seems there's nothing that sticks out to you that indicates any foul play or anyone other than him has been here.
Did he say how long ago it had gone missing?
I believe he said a week. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, it's been missing for about a week.
I approach the server that served us and ask what the payment was on that day.
Oh, okay. The payment to them. Oh yeah, because okay. Let me see if I recall. Roll my
if today's was a poem, they might have taken
a
song on that day.
The payment of that day was just an object of sentimental value.
know if that would really apply because unless, like Dare said, someone was obsessed with him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I
So-
mean, I don't want to gossip, but
Please do. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
gossip.
I mean, it was the talk of the cafe, so it was hard not to. But about a week ago, Corexon had a pretty big fight with his boyfriend, and I think they broke up. And there's rumor that his boyfriend even stole his music. But like, that's so vindictive, right? Like, who would do that?
Where do they live?
Yeah, where does the boyfriend live?
Oh, he's a server here. He hasn't been to work though since the incident because I mean, for obvious reasons. I don't think I think though his next shift isn't till tomorrow, which I overheard earlier you talking. That might be a bit late because you guys need
Yeah,
him
that doesn't
tonight,
help.
right? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
You
I
don't
mean,
know
Where does
maybe
he live?
maybe you
Yeah,
could
where does
try.
he live?
He lives in Amaranth, I believe. But I mean, maybe you
Oh.
could try talking to Caraxon again. Because maybe sometimes he like when you bring it up, he gets very closed mouthed. He's still very sensitive about the breakup, you know. So if you maybe just ask a bit more questions, but like avoiding that, maybe he'll remember something useful.
Okay. Wait. Once we leave the server, I'm gonna ask everyone. I think I could try something. I have my my tarot card deck. Maybe I could do a reading for him, but kind of like try and encourage him to like make up with his boyfriend or something, and or at the very least like tell us something about
Do you
it.
think you can be that persuasive?
I think so.
I think so
guess
too. You should absolutely try it.
Oh, okay.
If he may listen, give it a shot.
I mean, maybe just be warned. I'm sure a lot of other patrons here, a lot of people here are really into tarot cards. You might get a lot of requests for readings. By all means, go ahead and do. I'm just saying you might be prepared for yeah, some extra attention. I don't know if you're on a time crunch, but they would love it.
Well, so we'll see what happens. I'll go up to Crax and be like, so we're looking still, but I realized that we forgot to tip you for your amazing performance, and so I thought maybe I could do that. I'm a fortune teller, and I would love to do
Really?
a card reading for you.
Oh my god, yes, that is one of the most unique tips I've actually had in a while. Like for my performance, I love that. Let's do it. And gestures to an empty table for you to like do the reading on. Get your cards out.
I'm gonna Google tarot cards really quick because I don't know.
I have multiple decks sitting in front of me if you want me to just pull cards and then show you the art, and you as the
I don't wanna do
player
that.
can decide what the art means.
Yes, wonderful. I will
Nice.
say I'm gonna do like a 3-card pull, and I'm gonna like do like a sleight of hand to make sure that the last one is like the lover's card. That's my intention. But the first two you can grab randomly.
I love it. Okay. I use my most Feywildy looking tarot card deck here.
Ooh, excellent.
Okay. So yeah, I won't draw the third one because the last two will be the lovers. Let's just do the last one. So random deck split. I'm just gonna turn the ring light off on my camera so you don't get glare in the cards. I'm gonna look really pink for a second. So the first card you draw for him is the Empress. My Empress card looks like this. I know it's a bit blurry, but pretty lady sitting in a throne on a field. There's like a tower in the background, full moon. And then I can post pictures in the Discord chat for you in a sec. And then the second card that you draw is the Tower, which looks like that.
Ooh. Okay.
So you have the Empress, the Tower, and then your third card will be the Lovers.
Beautiful. All right. I've already got it.
Great. Go for it.
I'll flip I'll flip the first one over so it's the Empress. Like, oh my goodness. I mean, this makes so much sense for you because obviously, I mean, this is the person whose name I've forgotten. 1 second. Obviously this is Yana. Her influence, her eye pointed towards you and bringing you into this party is going to open up so many doors. I mean, you're already incredibly well known, but just imagine yourself being like just surrounded by riches and fans and like everything you could ever possibly desire. That is what she's gonna do for you. She's gonna basically be like a patron, and she's just gonna shower you with.
Well, then I have to play at this party. Then I have to impress her clearly. So you need to help me find that music.
We're going to. Don't worry. Everything has its time, and everything is aligned the way it's supposed to be. So, and then I will flip over the next one, which was the tower, right?
Yeah, tower.
And be like, wow, this is crazy, right? You see that the tower was in the back of the first one, and now here it is. It's up at the forefront.
Oh, wow. And he looks like enthralled. He's buying it, hook, line, and sinker.
This is incredible. I see you moving into a new space, and you could take that many ways. It could be a real place, but I think it could also be you stepping into a new level of fame as well. It's interesting though, right now the space feels a little bit empty, and I'm not really sure.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised. Look at that tower, and points to the artwork,
Yeah.
which again, for reference, because I know my camera was really blurry, it was like a very open tower on the artwork, like just pillars, like it wasn't walled in. And he goes, I mean, look how breezy and drafty that place must be. Like it's been exposed to the elements. And then he kind of hesitates and he goes, drafty. It was really windy that day. And he looks a bit lost in thought for a second.
Yes, and you know, the winds of change will come when they're supposed to, but sometimes they blow things astray. So this could also be a sign that maybe that they're going to blow in the other direction now, and things will sort themselves out.
Or not to discredit, you're doing wonderful, my darling, but it was I'm just, it's coming back to me now. It was very windy the day I wrote that. That's why I had the paperweights up there. I put the paperweight down to keep the sheet music from blowing away. But maybe I didn't put it very, maybe it got moved, and then maybe they just blew away. Maybe they're still in the area. I'll have to look into that.
Well,
I'm so sorry.
yeah,
There's still a card left. I'm so sorry. I interrupted you. By all means.
I'm feeling like perhaps this next card might tell us maybe who was being blown by the wind and who maybe had something to do with the sheet music. I don't know why. It's just sometimes that's just what I get. And then I'll flip over the lovers. Oh, no, that's very interesting. And I'm just going to smile at him and wait.
He looks like he's trying to not react, but in not reacting, he like is, and he looks a bit just like sad and anger are warring behind his eyes kind of thing. But he's trying very hard to just be like blank face and not doing a good job.
Well, of course, I guess not every card pull is perfect, so maybe this doesn't apply to you, but it's very curious. I see that the winds of change are blowing you perhaps back to someone who is meant to be there and support you as you move into this new phase of your life, but it seems like things got a little bit stormy, and maybe there was a bit of a rough patch, but I think the way I'm showing how things are supposed to move forward, I think it's going to get better.
I like the better part. Overall, this was fascinating. It just seems like the resounding thread here is I need to perform at this party tonight, and I need that song. It is my magnum opus as a musician. I cannot perform with anything less, especially if Lady Yana might be this patron for me, as the cards say.
Yeah, but it's weird though, because I think that whatever this last card is referencing, I think that might be where the sheet music is. So does it mean anything to you?
Well, fine. He looks around and he's like, I mean, I had a bad breakup like a week ago. Okay, and you know what? I didn't want to tell anyone because it makes me look like a petulant child. You know, we were fighting because he said that I cared more about my work than about him, and I needed to be less invested in the music and more invested in us. And I, of course, was like, how can you say that? Like, you should want to be my biggest supporter. Like, what my success is your success. Yeah, and you know how it goes. You know how it goes. And it didn't go well. He said he couldn't, be second fiddle to my career anymore, and he broke up with me, and I got just so freaking pissed off. I kicked over the stool that had the music on it. Okay, it's my fault. I did it, and it was windy, like I said. It blew away. I was hoping to pretend that I could pretend it was just the wind. It wasn't, but I tried to catch it. I got one piece, and he pulls out. He has one piece. He has like the middle, like the bridge of the song, but not like any of the verses or chorus. But like I can't rewrite the whole song. Like lightning doesn't strike twice. You know, I've tried for a week to rewrite it. I couldn't do it. I do know what direction it went. Like the wind, they went that way, and he points. You'll notice like the cafe's on like a hill, and it's like down the hill. It's a bit like darker. There's some trees, and he points that way, and says they blew that way, and I went to look a little bit, but I was freshly dumped. You know, you're not the most observant. You're kind of wrapped up in yourself when that's happening. So I probably just didn't do a great job. So if I had to guess, it's down there somewhere.
Okay, we'll take a look. And for what it's worth, I think maybe what he wanted was for you to be his biggest supporter too. Just something to think about.
He does it.
My cards.
You're good. You're very good. He's like,
I'm
okay.
gonna, scoop the cards up and hide them and start moving so that no one else can stop me.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to do more.
I'm immediately following after her, and I pat her on the back and that was excellent, good job.
All right. So he's like, well, I have my next set soon, but if you want to maybe go investigate that area down there, and just let me know if you find anything after my next set. I have to go. Thank you so much for your help. And he goes back up to the top of the outcropping. And he's like, yeah. Knowing.
Yeah, I was gonna ask to see the page of music he still had, if that's still possible.
He will not let it out of his hand, but if you ask before he goes, he'll let you look at it for a second.
Can I touch it?
You can touch it, yeah.
Bit of an attempt at a weird use of a spell here. Can I attempt to cast mending on the sheet music to try and recreate the rest of the sheet music?
You can. You can try.
Okay, do you want me to roll for a...
You don't really roll a mending, but just describe what you do you tell anyone what you're doing, or are you just hand on the page just trying to silently do magic kind of thing?
I'm just silently trying to do magic.
All right. Well, you do, and nothing happens but what this tells you is this page is not broken. This page is not ripped or torn, so nothing happens to this page. And you're hoping that maybe this means the rest of the pages are also intact, but they weren't necessarily a singular object, so you're not sure. Your hunch is it was a long shot anyway. Worth a try.
Definitely a long shot.
Yeah.
That is not at all how that spell
Yeah,
works.
I know. It's the Feywild. What level is mending's a cantrip, right?
It's a cantrip, yeah.
Okay, never mind. Cool. Then yeah, and after you do that, he's like, "Are you done? I need to. Does he do this a lot? Is this a thing where you're from?" It's like he's trying to absorb the music.
Yeah, he's kind of weird.
All right,
I just sip a little bit more of the cold tea from my flask.
Okay,
it's
well,
the rum in my hand.
Well, let me know.
I haven't let go of that mug.
Yeah, let me know what you find, and
my tea is good.
Yeah. All right.
I finished it off.
So you go ahead and go down in the direction, down the hill towards where you said. All right. Yeah. It's just a slightly thicker, more wooded version of the forest, less open, but it's just at first glance it just seems like forest. So what do you do?
I'm gonna look around, see if there's sheet music snagged on any branches or whatever.
I wanted to look around it.
All right.
All of it too.
Roll a perception check.
Do we both roll?
Yeah, both roll.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Good.
15.
Okay, 15.
13.
13. Okay. Dare, you do spot at the foot of a tree in the distance, one page of paper is snagged on a piece of bark. You also know the page that he showed you, the bridge, was numbered page 3. You find this page, and it is numbered page 4. But it looks like it matches the music, but it is just the one page.
I got 1. We need 2 more.
We're now playing
but it says
Slenderman.
4. That's not 1, that's 4.
I need more rum to deal with this.
He's not incorrect.
And the way this was like snagged on the tree, hold on, just to give you a visual aid. In case this helps, I'm gonna. Okay, so if this is the paper, I realize this is much. The paper should not be bigger than the tree, but bear with me. It was like, I can't rip it off. There we go. It was kind of like this. There was like a sticky out piece of bark on the one side of the tree, and it was like this, as if it had fallen vertically from onto it.
Okay.
Does it look like that would require some force to do? Or is it something where it could... Because paper normally floats very gently.
Yeah.
So was it forcefully put onto the tree?
Or something happened that it got stuck there. It was a little weird.
I'm then gonna use that trajectory to kind of re-estimate where I should be looking.
Roll me a survival check.
Okay. Alright.
Oh,
11.
by the way, also, Christy, you have DM inspiration for your tarot card reading to use in future.
Thank you.
Nice.
You rolled an 11.
Mm-hmm.
You try and, like, figure out how this got stuck there, because it does look really, really weird. Unfortunately, it's... your thing is now, like, oh, maybe someone has to have, like, put this there. But, like, and so you start looking around for, like, tracks or things like that to suggest creatures or things around. But you don't really find anything on the ground. You find a sizable feather a few feet from the tree on the ground. But that's about it. You don't find anything that would suggest what did that to the paper.
I'm gonna try and scale the tree that I found the paper on.
Alright. Acrobatics? Unless you have a climbing speed noted on your character sheet.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I have no idea
No,
what that would be.
you don't. You don't. Tieflings don't. There's like my Tabaxi character does, just because they're that good at climbing. So.
What was it? Acrobatics.
Acrobatics, yeah. Or actually, your choice: acrobatics or athletics. You could also just like Hulk muscle it and just like the people on Ninja Warrior, the salmon bars, and just use sheer force to pull yourself up the tree. Or you could just be like dexterous from branch to branch kind of thing.
I have proficiency in both, but I'm going to do it dexterously because I have a +6 to that.
Well, then do that.
23.
All right, you get there, and then all of a sudden you see the branches. There's something kind of like obscuring a few branches, and you look. There's lots of twigs, larger branches. You find more of those feathers. You realize you are looking at a very large nest in the tree. And then hold up. What's your passive perception? I have it written down. Okay. Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Your passive's not high enough.
Perception. I have proficiency, so 15.
All right. You do notice what look like there might be. You might a corner of a piece of paper sticking out of one of the twigs, stuck amidst the nest materials. But you guess you'd have to get to the other side of the nest to really see it.
Okay. I'm gonna pull out my pittons and like use them to climb up the tree more so I can look down at the nest.
All right. So you get to the top of the nest. You see the nest is occupied by a sleeping owl bear. Very heavy sleeper, lightly snoring. And you do see it is using 2 pieces of paper as a pillow.
This is my shit, guys. I love this. Okay, I'm gonna stealth and kind of drop lower myself into the nest.
All right, give me a stealth check.
Ah, nice. Stealth is +6.
All right. So that total is
19.
okay. You're good. You lightly drop into the nest, almost as if you had feathers yourself, and
Whoa.
you walk over
I don't.
to its head, because it's
Yeah,
like
I'm
the
gonna,
paper is like under its head.
Yeah, I'm gonna like crouch and like I'm gonna like kind of tug on it and see if anything happens.
Roll
Like on the
me
paper.
a sleight of hand
Not too.
check.
Okay. Nice. I have a +9 to that, so 24.
All right, you manage. The DC was 18 according to the one shot. You managed to extricate the pieces of paper. It snores a little bit louder for a second. You're worried, but then it stays asleep. It seems like this is a pretty heavy, sleepy owlbear, at least for now.
Nice. I will.
And the pages are labeled 1 and 2 and have music on them.
Okay, cool. I will.
I wonder what Dare is
retrieve
doing
my
up there, Ragan.
kittens and like go down.
All right, you go down.
Yeah.
You make it. I'm not gonna make you roll for
Wait,
the
what?
descent. You're
Where-
fine.
Where now? I've been looking on the ground for the papers this whole time. So when you say that, I'm like, wait, what? Where?
Roll. You know what?
At this
Here,
point, she
roll
just
me.
lands next to you.
Aganth, roll me an investigation check. No, roll me a nature check.
Oh, nature.
Nature.
Okay.
Fuck it. Why not?
Oh wow, that's great.
Have an idea.
Ain't that wonderful?
How much? Sorry. I think
I got
Discord got it. A
I
6.
got a 6.
Okay. Yeah. You just find, other than grass, there's some like flowers around, but there's been lots of flowers. Find some mushrooms, but you don't find anything that looks like extra cool, and nothing that looks like paper or sheet music. And then while you're done, when you finish searching, you hear Dare land on the ground beside you.
Were there any red or orange flowers?
There's literally every color of flowers everywhere all the time.
I'm just gonna pick up a couple of them and try to like put them on like the harnesses on like one of my shoulders.
Yeah.
Aww.
They match your skin very
We're at a
nicely.
special occasion. I might as well look nice. Exactly.
All right. Well, you have found. It seems like you
yeah.
found the music.
When everyone's like gathered around, she'll just kind of like hold the paper in one hand and do a very dramatic bow. Like, I have them. I got them. I had to steal them from an owlbear. Apparently, they make good nesting material.
Your
should
skills
test
are
that
great as
someday.
ever, acrobat.
Hold up, Johnny, then Christy.
Acrobat.
Johnny, then Christy, then Hal, because we had a Discord delay and then everyone at once.
I should test that
Oh.
someday.
I was just saying that was really impressive.
Yeah, and I was just saying your skills are great as ever, acrobat.
Acrobat. I'm not an acrobat today.
Fooled us.
Let's go.
All right,
Let's
back
go
up,
give this
back
back.
up the hill. As you get up
Moment
there,
ruined.
Karaxin is finishing his second set. He sees you, and it seems like he maybe stops a little bit early, but you only have a hunch because he still manages to make sure the piece flows and feels like a very natural and eloquent finish. It doesn't feel like he's cut it off early, but you just know because he catches eye with you and kind of does like, oh yeah, and he's coming down. Well, did you find it?
Yep. We have all 3 lost pages.
Oh, thank God! And he like holds them like you found his missing child like to his chest, and it's just like, oh, this is such a load off my mind. I was worried I would never be able to rewrite this song. Oh, thank you. I will see you at the party tonight. I know where it is. I've got an outfit. I'm good. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Do you have a date
Excellent.
though for it?
Are you offered?
No, sorry, no.
Worth a
I
shot.
thought maybe. Okay, I thought maybe could be a good reconciliation moment. Just a thought.
Maybe you're onto something there. He'll hear how stunning this piece is, how just absolutely
no.
world shattering it is, and he can't do anything but come back to me. I mean, to be honest, everyone at the party might kind of want to, just come back to my place after, if you know what I'm saying. The song's that good, so maybe I got to be careful here. But
So maybe you
good
shouldn't.
idea.
No, that wasn't. Okay.
Can I just put
Let
my
it
hand
lie. Come on.
And put my hand
Let
on
it
their
lie.
shoulder and be like, sometimes you just have to let it go.
Yeah, totally. No, that's yeah, I get it.
All right, well, I'll see you at the party then. I have to go prepare. And he goes off into the woods, and but like leaves. Like he takes his stuff, his belongings, his guitar, and like his bits. And seems like he's going off to wherever it is that he lives.
Let's go to what's it called? Amaranth.
Amaranth, yeah. Before we do, just out of character DM speak, does anyone need like a stretch break, bio break, or anything, or do you want to keep going? Okay. We'll
Yes,
do
please.
we'll do like a 5-10 minute break here then before, and just that'll be like
Okay.
your travel time. And when we come back, unless there's something you want to talk about while you travel, we'll be just at the village of Amaranth. It also means while we're in the BRB screen, I can send you the map without messing up the cameras.
Yeah.
It works perfectly.
Are we gonna see another Club 483 transition?
Hopefully
between
not.
now?
I think I've made it just a generic fade transition at this point. We'll find out in a minute. Here we go. BRB. Hey, look at me, not putting my own crap on the Dungeon
nice.
Select channel.
Nice.
All right,
10 out of 10.
everyone in chat, this is also a good chance for you to do stretch break, bio break, drink, whatever you got to do, and we'll see y'all in 5 to 10 minutes.
Bye.
Alrighty. Let's get back to it.
For the best.
We're back. Hello.
You're welcome.
Thank you. No, seriously.
Okay. Da-da. Sweet. So, we are back, and you guys are now just approaching the town in the Feywild of Amaranth. I have a picture. I've sent it to the players. I'm not going to put it on the stream just because I did not make this image. All the other images I've been showing are a part of this one shot. So like I have actually like paid money and legally acquired it. This is just an image I took off Google, so I don't want to put it up here and pretend that it's mine. Just for my purposes and your purposes, have a bit of an idea of where you are. But this is what the village of Amaranth, for those of you watching on stream, looks like. The village of Amaranth is small and idyllic, and you see various fae going about their days as you make your way to the village square, which for you guys is labeled on the map. It's hard to read. I didn't label it very well because it was with a normal pen, but where the numbers like 2, 3, 4, and 7 are, like there's like a square. Yeah, there's like a square with a fountain in it. That's where you guys are. So you see a group of market stalls set up around a fountain with various fae going about their business. With the instructions from Yana in mind, you see 3 stalls which may provide you with party favors matching her requirements. A store selling enamel flowers called Blissful Florist, a store with hand-woven flower crowns called Coronations, and the last stall featuring small hand-carved creatures painted with bright floral designs called Whimsies. One of these shops is bound to work. So, and then there's also obviously more to the town, but we'll say you guys approached from, because I originally had you going north, and then I said you had to leave and go east to get here. So you guys approached from the left-hand side of this image, that like path, and we'll say you just followed it into town, and you found your way to like the square. The rest of the town was pretty quiet. You can tell it's like market day, so you just kind of followed like the noise and the direction of people were going to find the square where it was.
Okay,
You
cool.
also notice there's like a bulletin board by the fountain in this square. So what do you do, or where do you go first?
I'm really intrigued for the flower crown situation. And I'm gonna tell everyone, like, if they don't want that for the favors, I might get one to wear to the party. Because I don't want to feel like
That would look really
sloppy.
good on you.
Thank you.
I have a thought.
All right, so you are headed towards the stall called Coronations, then, the flower crown. All right, Coronations is run by two sprites. These ones are taller than the ones you saw. So these are probably like these ones are like trim size for Belle. They're like 2'6". So they're like human child size, but full grown for them. Their names,
Size.
their names are Cal and May. Cal is a dark-skinned sprite with a shaved head and floral tattoos. And May is a sprite with tan skin and long blue hair. And they seem to just be, one of them, Cal is like weaving a crown in progress, and May seems to be, like talking to a customer who is inquiring about a crown. And you notice there's a sign. The crowns on display have a vary price anywhere from 2 to 10, and then a symbol you don't recognize next to the number.
Do I recognize the symbol?
Yes. You recognize it as the symbol of currency in the Feywild, a currency known as Fey crowns.
I'm gonna go back through the square, and I want to pickpocket as many people looking for the coin that was on the sign. That's basically what I want to do.
Well, do you know it's a coin? Because like that was Cyril knew.
I mean, I assume it's a coin because it's like
It's pretty, yeah.
money.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. Then roll me a was that sleight of hand check? I would guess to like just pickpocket.
Yeah. Where are my sheet? Okay. Ta-da! Ooh, yes. What is 14 plus 9, so 23?
Okay. Yeah. You go ahead and pickpocket
I
just
love expertise.
a nearby Fey. This Fey, instead of antlers, it's like again the pointed like elven ears, very humanoid looking other than the ears, except they seem to have a long like tail coming out. And now roll me a d6.
5.
You gain 5 Fey crowns from
Okay,
your
cool. I'll
pickpocket.
go back in the shop.
Did the others, and then I'll say, actually, no, it's fine, it's fine. So yeah, you go back to the others at the shop then. The customer that May was dealing with seems to have left, so Cal is still weaving the crown, but May, seems to be unoccupied at the moment.
Go up to her.
Him. So they're
Him?
both their pronouns, Cal and May, are both he, him.
Great.
Let me just
I'll
double
go up to
check.
him. And say hello.
Oh, hello. Are you customers? Are you looking to make a purchase today?
Well, possibly. We are looking to get some party favors for the Midsummer event. Yana said
Really?
that? Yeah.
You see like puzzling look, obviously like you know the name Yana, so he believes you, but most of you do not look like you should know the name Yana or be in charge of this task. So some visible confusion goes, oh, well, it is very appreciated. Lady Yana would request a patronage, or like thinks our favors are worthy of Midsummer. Excellent. Well, I mean, take a look. There's some on display there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will probably need to make some more because obviously like this is a pretty big party. But whatever you like, we can spend the rest of the day making more, and we can deliver them tonight.
Okay.
You say what? Sorry, Discord cut out. Anyone else hearing anything, or is it just me? Is mine being silent?
I guess I'll turn to the group and be like, do we want like favors from each stall or just one?
I think each is a good idea.
Mm.
Okay.
Hedge our bets.
Yeah.
We should at least check.
Yes. Good idea.
But you wanted to buy a crown for yourself, right?
Did. Yeah.
Are you having this conversation right, like, in front of them, or are you trying to, like, talk quietly?
No, I think I kind of turned away.
No, you kind of moved away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Cal, the one who was, like, weaving a crown, ears perk up and kind of looks at you, and overhearing your conversation. Let me double check their character sheet. Yeah. Yeah, Cal's like, I mean, we could offer a discount. And then May looks at Cal, kind of like, what are you doing? And then you hear Cal whisper, like, they're gonna buy something else. Any of the prices you see listed there, if it's for Midsummer, half off. As long as you, of course, speak highly of us.
Oh, of course. I will hand Prosper the 5 coins. Go wild.
Thank you so much. Cool. What $10 crowns are there?
Well, you see, everyone there, the most elaborate crown they have on display is 10 Fey crowns, and that's per one. So at half off, you could use the 5 and buy the fanciest one there. The cheapest is 2, so half off would be 1. And what makes them more expensive is more like the simple ones. It's like one type of flower and then like leaves and greenery, maybe something like thistle or swallow. And the more elaborate ones have more types of flowers in them. So there's more colors, more whatever.
Yeah, I will get the most fancy one because we can afford it. So I want to look nice.
All right, he'll take like pleasure doing business with you. Here you go, and purposely picks out a purple and silver one, thinking this would look lovely on you. There might be some other color, but like the main dominant colors are purple and silver. And then it's like, so that's for you. How many more would you want to purchase for the festival?
That's a good question. Are we paying for or is it being billed to like Festra or to
Yeah,
Yana?
it's being billed to Vestra. Yeah. They're just messengers.
I'm sure you are, but I mean, gotta make a living. You know, do you have? Did he give you a letter? Did he give you something just so we know? You know, just because you would not believe what some people try. Let me tell you.
No, I think I would.
No.
Oh.
I don't think they did.
No, we gave the letter Vestra gave us to Yana. I can draw the seal, but that's about it.
Oh, this leaves us in a bit of a pickle. I'm not trying to be rude, like, and insinuate anything, but it's our business, you know.
I understand.
I mean,
must be done.
May will point out, if you're looking to earn some money, there's an odd jobs board over there. People looking for help all the time. Let me quickly check something. Sorry. Because I have an idea.
I was gonna kind of look the direction they pointed, be like, a board?
May will whisper, like, wait till Cal's going back to weaving, and Cal specifically is not looking, and whatever one of you's closest, whisper, I mean, like, we could probably come to some sort of deal. You guys seem pretty genuine to me, but it would have to be just us on the side, you know, like, we can't. Cal's a bit more of a stickler for that. Maybe either trade, and then I can convince him that it's of a value equivalent to the crowns you're looking, the flower crowns, you're looking to purchase, or maybe we could come to some other. All right, I'm open to suggestions. I want to help you.
What kind of thing would you be looking to trade?
I
Is
mean,
there anything you need?
May. What did it say May looked like? I'm sorry, I keep flipping back to their character thing. I keep getting ideas. I need to know if I'm allowed to do it. So May has tan skin and long blue hair. Cal with the shaved head and tattoos. May's talking right now. May's like, well, looks back at Cal. I mean, Cal always has been kind of like the head turner between us, if you know what I mean. I mean, you know what I mean. Look at him. It's pretty sexy. And it would be kind of nice to maybe change my look a little bit. Maybe like do something special. And looks at Prosper. Your eye color is fascinating and unlike anything I've seen here. Would you be willing to part with it?
Give you my eyes?
No, not your eyes. You need those. Girl, no.
Okay.
Like, just the color. It's just a bit of magic. It would just, you would not have it anymore. Like, your eyes would change to a different color, and I would have that lovely, beautiful silver. But
do I get to pick the new color, or do I get yours?
I mean, it's hard to say. The magic's a tricky thing. I'm a bit rusty. It was just a thought. No, I will not be at all offended if you say no.
You don't have to. We can easily take a job from the board.
Or maybe you would be interested in a game of cards.
Absolutely not. I'm sorry, I'm not a gambler. I never have been. I don't like leaving things to chance. It's just very, very hard for me to just like accept something. And Cal would kill me if he found out I just like gambled away that potential income, for these crowns. I mean, you see how long it takes him to make these? Look, the stunning work.
Why don't you give us the price for the crowns, and then we will think about it.
Okay, well, what quality of crown? Would you want them all to be as nice as yours? Or maybe like we could go mid-tier?
Mid-tier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So normally be 5
Yes,
Fey crowns. There's probably like 50 or so guests there. 50 times 5. That'd normally be 250, but we'll give you the half off because Cal said. So like 125 Fey crowns for 50 crowns.
All right. Well, let us think about it, and
Of course, we'll be here.
Okay, we'll come back.
Okay. Step outside.
Are we gonna walk away now?
Yeah. Maybe let's look at the board.
Yeah, let's look at the board and see what jobs there are.
We could always check out the other shops, yeah.
And we can look at the other.
We can also
shops,
do that.
too. Yeah.
All right. Do you want to go to the Blissful Florist or to Whimsy's?
I am very interested in that Whimsy's place, actually.
All right.
That's
the one.
amazing.
That's the one that carves the little wooden figures. So Whimsy is run by a foxfolk creature by the name of Lex. And you see of the figures carved, there's both a mixture of like mundane animals as well as magical animals. And Feywild creatures, they range from 1 to 5 Fey crowns. And Lex has soft orange and white fur, and he has one strand of fur, a longer one behind his left ear, tied in a braid.
Like a Padawan braid.
Just like this, it's just like it's not super like long because it's fox fur, but it's just like when like people with long beards have like that one kind of beard braid. It's like that, but behind his ear, with like a bead in it.
Cute.
The way I'm interpreting it, that's how it is. And he sees you walk over and is like, well, hello, welcome to my establishment. Can I help you find anything in particular?
We've been sent for party favors for the Midsummer party by Ayana.
Oh, wow, I I never thought she'd really be interested or in these as parties. It's much more of a niche market type of customer I normally dabble in. That's very interesting.
But it's so very up and coming, and Yana recognizes that.
Well, that's fantastic.
Talent
Happy
is
to hear
talent.
it. All right. Well, then how many guests are at this party? How many are we looking to purchase? I've never been to the party, so I don't really have the best idea.
We approximately 50.
Okay. 50. You know what? This is a big deal for me. I'll let you have whatever size figurine you want at like the lower end price. So that'd be one. So that'd be 50 Fey crowns for 50 figures, and you have to tell me like maybe what you're looking for. I'll just go to my store and pick whatever my nicest ones are, because you gotta have the nicest ones for this kind of fancy schmancy of a gig, you know.
I know Yana is very fond of frogs. If
I have
her
heard
frogs
this.
or anything to go by.
I have heard this. You in fact noticed that one of the 5 crown is a fey frog, much like her guard frogs carved there. Oh, how about like this one? What if I could make? I have a few more of these. I could just get some more of these.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic.
Perfect. Well then, 50 fey crowns. You have yourself a deal.
Okay, cool. We are gonna have to do one of the jobs on the board, but we will be back.
Oh.
Plus, obviously, there's the offers from the other stores that we need to check out as well. Like, obviously, we came to yours first because we believed yours would be the best, but we still have to check out the others.
Deception check, my friend.
How it should be.
That's a 10.
Nah, he's like,
Even more how it should be.
He gives you a look down. It's kind of like, he's like, I admire your moxie, but he's also a bit annoyed. He's like, I saw you at coronations. You're one of those guys, huh? You know what?
Oh.
Make you a deal. And then you notice he kind of does this pose, and you see his like arm flex, and there's like, oh, there are some muscles there I did not know were there before. You were not paying attention. And he's like, if you could beat me in arm wrestling bout, I will give you the figurines for the party. And you see, and then he gestures back of his stall, he has this like plaque hanging there that says arm wrestling champion of Amaranth. He's like, I've won the contest for like 5 years in a row, and it's getting a bit boring at this point. You look like you are a worthy, capable group who has seen a duel, a bout in your time, and that not only the notoriety of just getting figures in this party, but then maybe the notoriety of getting to beat such strapping foreign travelers and adventurers such as yourself. Well, that's appealing. But specifically, he's like, but specifically you, and points at Z, because you're the one who annoyed him by lying to him.
And if they lose, can we still just pay money?
Yeah. Of course. I'm still a businessman after all. Come on.
Okay. And then I'll look at Z. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Cool. And then I'll put my hand on your shoulder and be like, well, I hope that the stars are in alignment for you, and I'm going to cast guidance on you.
Is that the D4?
Yeah, the D4 to an ability check. Only for one, though. So if the arm wrestling bout goes multiple rolls, it'll only be a roll of your choice will allow you to have.
Would you...
Oh, man.
You see, I don't know if you can tell, my health isn't great. Would you allow me to just drink a health tonic before we begin? It's my regular medicine, you understand.
I also do think you're aware of where we are and how rife magic is in this place. I may have been born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Fair enough. I'll move my hand away from my bandolier then.
Because you also notice in the back, like through a window in his house behind his stall, you catch sight of what looks like some old adventuring gear on the wall, like some weapons, some packs. So clearly, also he looks a bit older, so you get the sense in his time, maybe he was somewhat of an adventurer himself.
I point
Probably
that out,
had a
like,
healing potion a time or two.
Were you an adventurer yourself?
Oh, well, I mean, just the odd monster, the odd favor, save the occasional town, and good times. Good times. And like
That'd be more
forgets
time, I'd
you're
be
there
interested
for
in
like
hearing
a
tales.
second. Oh, of course, but I mean the party's tonight, so I'm assuming you guys gotta get going. But anyways, are we wrestling or not? And he like moves some figurines off one of the tables and puts like his elbow down and whoops, his arm out. I dropped my pen.
You can tell this isn't in Dungeon Select canon because he called it arm wrestling. and not
Exactly.
wrestle arms.
Exactly. We're in a different universe. This is
Different
called
universe.
a different.
This is not
It's
canon.
legally distinct from wrestle arms.
All right. So
Yeah, I'm gonna remove the bandolier just because glass can be quite fragile. And
Smart.
then just roll up my sleeve.
all right.
And
Roll me a strength check.
just straight strength.
Straight strength. And you have a D4 you can use once.
A 10. Wait, that's a 9.
Are you going to use your D4 or no?
I did.
Okay.
That's worse than I thought.
So
I
it
thought you
starts,
didn't
and
need
he immediately looks like he's about to just destroy you, but then looks like he doesn't want it to end that fast, so he hesitates right before your arm's like hovering above the table. He's gonna give you one more shot, so one more roll.
Yeah.
Strength check. You don't get your D4 this time.
Thomas, please bless this. Please.
Okay, that's a total of 10.
Okay. 14. So you try, and you like gain like a hair an inch, and it gives him, and he kind of just looks at you and is like, okay, and then just like gently but still very clearly and firmly, like it's not that difficult, just boom, and like plates your arm, and he's like, ah, victory is mine. And a few of the people had stopped to watch and like do a little applause. He's like, oh, that felt good, that was fun. All right. Yeah, you can have the
Yeah, you are
statues.
truly a formidable arm wrestler.
Thank you. Just work on just
Definitely not my contest.
just a bit more like curls, maybe try some like upward rows in a lunge. You'll be there in no time. Get those biceps filled out nicely,
Can you demonstrate?
Oh yeah, and he's
Pull
that
out
guy.
the same notebook from earlier.
He immediately goes and like uses one of his heavier, larger figurines like it's a dumbbell and shows you various exercises that you could do to work on your arms.
I make the motion of writing down everything that he's saying, but obviously it just you can't write in this notebook, so nothing appears on the page.
All right. So 50 figurines of the Fey frogs. I will have those ready to go. I'll bring them to Summer Glen myself tonight. You don't need to carry them. You're all good. I'll have 50 of them there by the party this evening.
We don't need to.
Well, no, your friend just paid.
Oh, what? I thought you had to win.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
No, I just wanted to
Yeah.
beat you. I just wanted.
okay. Oh,
That's fine then.
Yeah,
Great,
I
Okay,
just.
what's that?
This
Thank
wasn't
you.
about you beating me. This was about me reliving my glory days.
Oh, well.
well, anytime you want to relive those glory days, come and find me.
Awesome. All right.
Before we go, I have
Are
questions
you-
I wish to ask, actually.
Sure, by all means.
How much time does it take you to make one of these?
Oh, well, it depends, the size, the difficulty of the creature, anywhere from, I could, like, do a quick one in, like, an hour or so to one of my really elaborate ones can take days. Finer detail work, and, luckily I have quite a few of these frogs already. So today was market day, so I had quite a lot of stock prepared. So I only need to make, like, 2 or 3 more of these frogs to have your order ready to go, and I should be able to do that by this evening.
And do you only make these carvings of animals?
Typically, yes. I mean, once I had a custom order and I made 12 figurines, one for each of the zodiac signs, and that was a fun one, and that took me a while. But usually, yeah, just your run-of-the-mill creatures, either material plane or Feywild.
Are humanoid beings possible for this?
Yeah, they're just not really requested very often.
If you have them of the
I would
Zodiac, you have one of Canunios?
What exactly is that name again? Sorry, what did you say?
Or Canunion? You know, the horned god of the wild?
You must be speaking of a different Zodiac. I don't know if maybe... I know there's different ones for different planes. A lot of people don't think there's just like the one they grew up with and that's it. Here, he's like, I still have the list from that order, and hands you a paper that has a list of the Feywild Zodiac signs, at least as this customer requested and believed in.
Take it. I love Zodiac stuff, so it'd be cool to have a collection of like all like the different areas, like so.
If he doesn't want it, it's yours. I only have the one copy. It
Well,
says
I mean-
left over from their order.
We can share it. I can also copy it in my notebook because it actually works. So
All right.
Yeah,
For
how
those-
do you have a broken notebook?
I have no idea what you're talking about. This notebook works perfectly fine.
Interesting. Okay.
Hurriedly tucks it away before any more questions are asked.
No more questions.
I was
No more questions.
I was simply going to ask if you could make a small humanoid figure based on a drawn image.
Yes, it wouldn't be ready by tonight. I have to focus on the frogs, but I could make you one for maybe tomorrow or a day or two later if you're gonna stick around.
We could
You would have to
do
pay for
or I
that
could
one
return.
though.
Yes,
Ye-
I'd be willing to come and bring the coin.
You would have to. Okay, yeah, I was like, you have to pay for that one, but you know, that one I just add
Okay.
two crowns, 2 Fey crowns.
Oh, I can get that easy.
I will.
I mean, what?
I will work on bringing that very like within minutes.
All right, if you see me at the party tonight and you have it, then go ahead and toss them my way. Then I need to go get started on these other frogs, actually.
See
But
you
I will.
tonight.
Yes,
Very well.
of course. Heads inside.
Yes, indeed.
And your list of the Feywild Zodiac signs, it is literally just like the regular human ass, like ours, like Aries, Taurus, but everyone has a new name and a new representative creature. So instead of Aries, you have a satyr. Instead of Taurus, you have a minotaur. Instead of Gemini, it's a chimera. Instead of Cancer, it is a kraken. Instead of Leo, it is a D&D creature called a roving mauler, which Christy will know what that is. And else, it's literally a lion head with just fucking lion arms just spouting
Is it
out all
Capricorn?
over the place. No, that was Leo.
Okay, that was
Lions
Leo.
on
Okay, I was gonna
lions.
say.
Because of the lion face. Yeah.
Yeah,
Instead
I
of
was gonna say.
Instead of Virgo, it's a Sphinx. Instead of Libra, it's a D&D creature called a Kuatl, which is, think like Dragonair from Pokemon, but with wings. It's like a winged serpent-y dragon-y thing. Instead of Scorpio, it's a Basilisk. Instead of Sagittarius, is a unicorn.
Nice.
Instead of Capricorn, it is a Kelpie, which is like a Scottish folklore monster, like water horse that kills people.
Oh, I love it.
Instead of Aquarius, it is a Phoenix. And instead of a Pisces, it's a siren, like a mermaid.
Oh, hell
What kills
yeah!
people.
My zodiac sign is a siren.
Mine too.
Fuck yeah.
What was Libra again?
Nice.
Libra was the Kuatl, that winged serpent D&D creature.
Nice.
between Aries and Taurus.
Your, like,
I got.
So yours was
I
the
lost.
Minotaur
I lost.
and
yeah, between a Minotaur and a
Satyr?
Satyr. Yeah,
Yeah.
So it went Satyr, Minotaur. What was the third one?
Chimera.
Chimera.
Because the logic there, Gemini is twins, Chimera is like 2 animals mashed together.
Gotcha.
So, anyways, yeah. If you want to know the inspiration later, feel free to pick my brain. But yeah, you now have a list of what are the acknowledged zodiac signs, at least in this part of the Feywild. So you've been
Love
there.
it.
So your wooden figurines are paid for and dealt with, which I realized look at the one shot in case like the DM who wrote this is later. I did it wrong. I did it on purpose. You are supposed to beat him in a test of strength, but I liked it better my way. So instead I did it where he wanted you to lose and he was fine to just show off and be cool for once. But in case anyone's like, I have this one shot and that's not how it works, don't come at me. I did it intentionally. Okay. So
DM call has been made.
Yeah.
The last stall,
Take it.
the last stall that caught your eye, if you would like to go there next, was the Blissful Florist. Or you can do other things in the town.
Should we look at the other place?
Right. So
Yeah, maybe we can get something for free from there as well.
Oh
And
yeah, that would be good.
speaking of,
You could fail at something else and
yeah, right.
we'd get it for free.
I fail at a lot of things.
I know.
Speaking
I
of
know.
satyrs, this one is run by a satyr. This
Oh,
shop.
hell yeah.
After he said that though, I'm gonna go pat him on the shoulder, like really, like just like pat. There.
So, Blissful Florist is run by a satyr by the name of Scout. Satyr is orange, brown, and white patched fur on the part of him that is goat-like. His eyes are her eyes are green, and she wears simple outfits adorned with small enamel accessories because what she sells are sold as enamel flowers, which are shown on the stream right now, like an idea. So it's like there's silver, very thin silver, almost like silver wire bordering all the petals, and then poured enamel inside filling. So it's like glass, but fancier glass. So they're purely
They're
decorative.
very pretty.
Yeah. And there's all sorts of colors and assortments of them out for display. They are 4 Fey crowns a piece, according to the sign.
I was actually, while they were gonna go do that, I was gonna go off and look at the job board. I figured they have that last place handled.
Okay. The job board. Oh, where's my notebook? Because I added that. That's not in here. The job board options. So you have one posted by Scout, the one at this last stall you're at, looking for someone to clean his workshop. It's a bit of a mess. You have one from a local farmer who is missing some chickens and needs help rounding up all his chickens. And there is a posting from a bookstore called the Book Nook, needing some help with inventory and to find a missing book order. So there's 3 options on there right now.
All right. I'm looking at them pretty closely, but I'm gonna wait until they're at least have a little bit of time to do what they're doing first before I actually go anywhere.
All right, so those at the stall. And Scout sees you and says, "Oh, hello. Welcome to the Blissful Florist. Can I help you? Can I interest you today in an enamel flower? They make lovely gifts."
That is actually why we're here. We have been sent by Yana to look for party favors for the party tonight.
That makes sense. She always does love her shiny things. Okay. Well, yeah, 4 Fey crowns a piece. You'll need about 50 because she's made some orders before for the party, but I had a hunch that she might do it this year, and I made some extra special ones just for her. And there's like a shelf with a blanket over it, and she pulls off the blanket, and there's ones that look like they're just clearly the most elaborate. They have rather like the ones in front all have pretty basic colors, but the elaborate ones have like unique hues and shades, like pastel shades, iridescent shades, some like shimmer, almost like compared to like solid color dice versus like glittery resin dice kind of thing. Like they almost look like unfortunately, because they were a very special, like handcrafted, I can't really lower the price per se for Fey crowns, but I would be willing to trade for an item equivalent in value.
What kind of thing would be equivalent in value?
Well, I mean, I've always just envied anyone with talents in the arts, and it's something that I can't really make myself. And my dad always told me growing up, things of the highest value are the things you can't produce yourself, which makes sense because if I could do it, I'd just do it, you know? So, I have had some people trade in the past for like some works of art for flowers, like art for art in their words.
Interesting.
But it could be anything. It doesn't have to be visual. It could be, you know, could be lots of things. Just whatever you deem as art.
I'm going to turn around to the other 2. I don't think my limericks are going to cut it this time, guys.
I mean, the only thing I've ever crafted is my earring, which is a bat skull. I think it looks nice, but I don't know if other people think it's like art necessarily.
It's lovely. It's not quite my taste, but it is very nice.
Okay.
How do you feel about puzzles? Yes, puzzles. They can be a work of art in and of themselves.
Are they pretty puzzles? Oh,
Oh,
also
I think it's
looking at my notes, by the way. I guess you also saw a fourth job posting looking for from Cal and May asking for just like a chronic one saying any extra flowers always appreciated, or like extra special flowers for their crowns that they weave, and they pay like a crown of flower.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyways, back to because I forgot to say that earlier. I didn't want to forget.
Thank you.
Very hesitantly going to pull the puzzle box out of my backpack.
Okay. Takes it. Describe what the puzzle box looks like, please.
I had not thought that far ahead.
That's fine. Okay. I'm basically
I'm gonna
thinking
say maybe-
a square version of the Happy Fun Ball from Critical Role in my head. Okay.
That is a reference I do not understand, but yeah.
Great.
I mean, we could say it's like
Great.
a.
It's the Happy Fun Ball's like a clockwork. It's like a sphere, but it's like the pieces are constantly moving. There's like gears and metalwork, and it's like a puzzle sphere instead of a puzzle box.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. That sounds even more elaborate than what I had in mind. So yeah.
All right. Wow. Looks at it. Does she have a stat block in here? I don't think she does. Because I was gonna maybe see you do an intelligence check to see if she can solve it.
Trying to make up an intelligence stat.
I am a little hesitant about giving this away.
Let's do it. Just gonna roll an intelligence check. No. She rolls single digits. She ain't solving shit. Okay. She fiddles with it for a bit, gets nowhere, and is like, I don't get it. I'm sorry. Gives it back. And it's like, it's very, very interesting, but I don't really see what I do with it. It honestly looks like it would just frustrate me, to be honest, to have that around, not know like how to do it all the time.
Yeah, I have to say I agree. What about our traveling troubadour? Do you think he has anything artistic we could use?
Have you ever heard of a shawm?
No, that's what's that?
It is an instrument.
Yeah, one of our party is a bit of a musician. We could get him to play you one.
Oh, absolutely. That sounds great.
So you agreed if he plays you a piece of music, you'll
I mean, I
flowers.
have to hear the music first, and the flowers are already made. They're right there. It's just whether I give them to you or not.
That's true.
Well, is it one of you who has this instrument? Who is someone gonna try?
I'm gonna poke my head out the door and yell for okay. Be like, hey, you're needed. We need you to play
But
some
remember
music.
that I didn't tell anyone I was going anywhere, and I'm gonna hurry over to you guys.
Yeah. I heard you.
Yes,
I heard you have a musical talent, and you could maybe play me a song.
Oh, but he doesn't
yes,
play
actually.
for just anyone.
He's not. He's playing for the flowers. Keep up.
Yes. Music for oh, these are very lovely. Yes. Yes, of course. I can play some music here, of course.
Well, let's go.
So take out the shawm, just kind of
Performance check.
and
Can I
performance check. Yeah.
Can I cast guidance?
before the roll?
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
You can cast guidance for sure, Christy and Johnny. What were you gonna say?
Can I help by playing some accompaniment using prestidigitation to make like sounds of like percussion instruments?
Does prestidigitation make noise?
Yeah.
Then yeah, sure.
You create it. Yeah. You can create faint musical notes. Is
Oh,
one
hell
of the
yeah.
examples of things it can create.
Then hell yeah, go for it. So you can roll with advantage and add a d4. How?
I succeeded at something.
Awesome. Yay!
Hopefully
Now
not.
let's see if I succeed at something.
So you get to roll 2 d20s and pick the better outcome.
Okay, it's not bad. That's not bad. 16.
Is that? Do you want to
And
add
you can add it.
a d4
Yeah,
on
sorry.
top of that?
That is with the D4.
That is with the d4. Okay. 16 is the exact DC you needed according to this. So, The whole time you're playing, Scout just looks enthralled, mostly at the tone of this instrument, having never seen it before, and also almost like the Caraxen effect earlier with the loop pedal, the prestidigitation, adding this extra layer, but her not seeing what that's coming from makes it extra, like, fascinating. It's like, wow, that was very interesting. I've never heard anything like that before. Thank you. Well, yeah, I'll bring these flowers over tonight. They're actually, would you mind, since it's just the song, would you mind maybe taking them? I still have a few orders to make. I don't know if I can afford the travel time, but they're not very heavy. You know, they're only yay big.
Yeah, of course. We'll take them. We have to take the cake anyway.
Wraps them up in a little, like, bundle and just hands it to you. Goes, they're a bit fragile, so just be careful. But I have wrapped them. I've wrapped some blankets in there so that they should be pretty protected.
I will take them before Z can take them.
Alright, so you have...
That's probably a good thing.
So you have the enamel flowers, and you have wooden figures being sent there. Would you like to do anything else in the town? Do you still want to get the flower crowns as well, or how you feeling?
How pressed are we for time?
Yeah.
The only thing after this is the bakery. But again, it's very hard to tell because time is just in a very odd way in the Feywild right now. You think you probably have time? Like, you definitely, if you wanted to try and, like, earn money for them, you could only maybe do one thing. You are not, they didn't have the monetary reward posted, so whatever one you choose, you better hope it's enough.
Well, the
Yeah,
last one
I'll tell the others
sounds
about the
good.
board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if we just
Yeah.
collect 125 flowers for them, then that's all they need.
That's true.
Or if we can find or maybe create a flower that they've never seen before.
That's worth like a whole lot.
Yeah.
We could. I just know there's a lot of flowers around, so it would be pretty easy
True.
just to collect a bunch. But we could do like one like final like our
The-
really good flower.
The job
Yeah, I agree.
board in question recommended a field which they like to get their flowers from, but the directions were not very well written. So it's not like it's like a start. They gave you like a general gist, but you might have to still do a little bit of searching to find the specific field with the flowers that they requested.
Should we go in that direction? I'm sure we can figure it out.
All right.
How hard could it be?
As you leave the edges, so you go south. The field specifically mentioned is south of the town, like that map you looked at. So once you cross that like pond that's kind of in the middle of the town on your map, and you see there's like on either side of it, there's like bridges you can cross, and you start getting to the edges of the town towards those trees. Everyone can roll your choice of a nature or a survival check to see who can find the field in question.
I think I'm better at survival.
Uh,
I don't know.
Dirty
Better at eight.
21.
Okay, 21 from Z.
Dirty 20.
All right, dirty 20.
15.
15.
16.
All right, every single one of you be like, all right, the directions were vague, but then as you get closer, you realize, oh, there's a reason they were vague. You start to crest a hill, and then there's just this explosion of color as soon as you get across, because there's just a field. Think like the poppy scene from Wizard of Oz, but rather than just one color, like all the colors. Color everywhere.
Cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Or if you're colorblind, it's like the Children of the Corn.
All right, so now I'd say roll everybody. You need 125 flowers.
All right, so now we're working to gather
Oh.
flowers,
Yeah.
right?
You're trying to pick
Or
them.
any particularly unique flowers.
Roll me a investigation check because you're going through the field to look for any special flowers.
I do the same thing.
Do like a nature
I
check.
would
That's a
actually-
natural 20.
Nature check will work as well. Oh, okay, natural 20. You find at the very back, and that's why maybe it's never been spotted before, because most people, like, it's a bit of walking, and it's hot. By now, it's like maybe you're getting pretty sweaty, but just off to the side, the very back of where this field ends, and a bit hidden in shade, so the color didn't immediately pop out. That's why no one's picked them. You find these, they're like, like, does anyone know the plant? I think they're called, like, weeping hearts or bleeding hearts. It's like a vine that literally makes little, almost heart-like flowers fall from it. You find, like, a very large, like, someone cast, like, druid magic to enlarge it and make it bigger. Like, a few plants of that that have somehow flourished in the shade. So, again, your guess is maybe someone has been magically helping these plants. But you did not see them in any of the flower crowns they were carving. And they are a range of colors. You know what? Every heart happens to be a different configuration of stripes, and they all are different pride flags in flower form, in bleeding heart flower form.
Oh, nice.
That's
clever.
Can I
surprise twist.
can I call Prosper over?
Yeah.
Like, Prosper, do you know any way to, like, preserve and harvest these?
Yeah.
You're good with plants, right?
Kind of. My thing's more stars, but I do have like a little bit of like nature stuff just attached to it, so I can try. I don't think I have any spells that would do anything, but can I just?
Well,
I don't know.
if you can help me, I can try and harvest them.
Ooh, okay, yeah, let's do that. I'll like kind of just give you some of my druid knowledge and just assist you that way.
All right, if you're gonna try and harvest them, nature check with advantage because you're being helped by Prosper.
Oh, and guidance gun.
No.
The double whammy.
Knock it in there.
I only get to roll the guidance once, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1d4.
First roll was a natural 19.
Oh,
So yeah, you're fine. You harvest.
And the second one was a natural 18, and I'll save the guidance.
Say.
And I have a +6, so that would be what, 25 total?
Yep. You get 9. You're able to harvest 9 of these flowers, 1 of each of the visible, like stripe patterns, aka pride flags.
And I make sure to do it in a way that it's not gonna like kill the flower. The flower will be able to regrow.
Yeah. Like you're not taking the stem, or you're literally just plucking the flower at its thing. Dare and Aganth, are you collecting any other flowers while they're doing this? Are you doing anything specific?
Yeah. Dare is kind of crouched near the ground, just slashing up bunches of flowers with like one of her daggers, just like slicing through it.
Each of you
Actually,
roll... Oh, go ahead.
I was thinking that we could have a little bit of help in gathering the flowers, and I wanted to cast a spell, actually.
Go for
it.
I'm going to cast Unseen, make a few little magical gestures here and just kind of conjure up a servant to help us pick
What
these
level
flowers.
spell is that? Is that a cantrip or a level spell?
Level 1 spell.
Alrighty.
Hey, magic type.
As you cast your spell,
you summon a bunch of flower servants.
As you cast your spell, all of a sudden, Dare just looks so much more attractive than she ever has to you. All of a sudden, it's like when you turn around and you're like, hey, this person I've been friends with my whole life, damn. All of a sudden, it's like, how did I not notice just how incredible and, charismatic and just how, like, stunning they are. And you are charmed. Like, you have under the charmed status effect for Dare for 10 minutes.
Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting for Agan. That is interesting.
Do with that what you will. But your spell casts. Your unseen servant is picking flowers. And can you and Dare
over there.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
I see Dare over there is chopping flowers, right? Or just like I guess.
Hopefully not chopping the flowers. That's not gonna go very well.
Well, not literally chopping.
Yeah.
Well, then for now, just kind of subtly, I'm just gonna send my unseen servant specifically to go help her out. Just over there. No clue why. Just like I feel like maybe this would be a good idea.
Cool.
Like pauses and she sees the unseen servant like just flowers moving and she's like, what the shit?
Dare and Aganth, can you each roll just a d20 and tell me what you roll?
Okay.
No modifiers, just the number.
9.
Okay.
14.
Okay. So Dare, you pick 18 flowers, and Aganth, your unseen servant, picks 28.
All right, I'll write this down.
And while it's done, you see the other two are finished with their getting the bleeding hearts flowers, the bleeding pride hearts. And yeah, what do you do?
Should be
That's my
good
first
enough. So
Mm.
I hope.
Ooh, those are nice.
They're very pretty.
All right. Then you guys head back to the stall to coronations. Cal and May are there, and as you approach, Cal looks up from the crown he was just finishing and just eyes widen and is like, "Where did you get those?" when he sees the bleeding heart flowers like you're holding.
Now that information is going to cost you a lot more than the flower crowns.
Roll a persuasion. Wait. Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
That's a 15, I think. Yeah, 15.
Okay. He's just like, "Sure, whatever. I have never seen anything like those before. Do you know we would be the envy of the Feywild if we could start if we could be the ones to market these. These are stunning." And he's just like not even looking at you, just like staring at the flowers in your hands.
You said I have 9 of them, right?
Yeah, between you and Prosperous, like one of you's holding 5, one of you's holding 4. You did it together.
Then I tell you what, Cal, we will give you 8 if you provide your nicest flower crowns
Done.
for the party.
Absolutely done. Yep, yeah. And May hasn't seen the flowers yet. May's like, "I mean, babe, like that's. Are you sure? Like we just discussed last time I did this, you got really mad." And then turns around and sees the flowers and is like, "Yeah, nope, good, let's go." And so they write up like a receipt basically, and say that the nicest of the crowns, like 50 crowns, and lists like what colors and like what plants are going to be in each. And they like the wooden figurines, they're just going to bring them. You guys don't have to transport them. You're only transporting the enamel flowers. They will be at the party at the requested time. And
Nice.
which of the 8 flowers are you giving? Like, out of curiosity, which of the stripe configurations are you going to keep?
I'm gonna have to look up what they all are now.
Look in if you have the stream open. I said 9. I'm going off the emotes Anthony wrote in the Twitch chat because each one's a different like pride flag.
And if you like scan over it, you can see which one.
Yeah, let's see
each
which one
is.
it is.
I know which one's fitting of Aganth, but Aganth himself wouldn't know. So
I
I'm
know
gonna
which
keep the
one
last
suits
one.
Gary, but if she doesn't know,
So you're keeping the one that looks like the asexual pride flag. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So all the rest go to them. And you have successfully completed your mission to get party favors and above and beyond because you only needed one of the 3. But y'all wanted to go big or go
figured,
home.
I think.
All right.
go home, dude.
Last but not least, you heard the gingerbread cottage with where the baker lives. You just need to get that cake.
Mhm.
Good
Yep.
to go.
We're off.
There was a thing before we head that way.
Oh yeah, of course.
Aganth was going to go over to Dare and like, you were able to procure some of the coins earlier somehow, correct?
Yes, I was. Why?
Do you mind if I ask a favor, perhaps? I
Go
mean, you
for
are
it.
extremely capable and talented and all, and you've proven
I
it.
am.
I just wish to ask if you could go obtain some more, please. We didn't get any from doing this task for them. We did what we needed to do, yes, but I really wish to procure the services of that the Whimsies merchant whose name I forgot.
Yeah, of course. How many do you need?
He never told me.
You needed 2.
2.
Oh, easy. I'm gonna pickpocket someone for 2.
All right. Sleight of hand check, please.
Not even a problem. 17 plus 9.
Okay.
So 26.
Roll a d6. Don't roll a
6.
1. I was like, don't roll a 1 and you're good. All right, you managed to pickpocket 6 Fey crowns.
I will hand 2.
Thank you. You have my.
You're welcome.
You have all of my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem, man.
And Agan's gonna like he's gonna go walk over to Whimsy's, but like he just kind of like looks back at Dare for just like a moment, and then keep going.
Enthralled.
He has
Alright.
no idea why he's so like.
Of course not.
fascinated
No, you don't
by
know.
her right now.
So you go back to Whimsy's, Lex, I believe was his name. Hold up. Yeah, Lex. Lex is there, working away, making the last few Fey frogs that you needed. And he's like, "Oh, you're back. Did you acquire the crowns? You still want that commission we spoke of?"
Yes, I very much desire this.
Perfect. Can I see the image?
Of course. And Agan's going to go into his backpack and pull like a little rolled up, kind of tattered parchment out with a charcoal drawing of a rather squat elderly man on it, and put it down on wherever surface in front of him.
Yep.
This person.
Oh, he looks like a cheerful fellow. Is this a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, well.
Yes, quite.
All right. I need to keep the image while I'm working on it, and I have to finish this frog first. Can I keep it and bring this back to you at the party tonight?
Absolutely.
Great. I'll take good care of it. Don't you worry.
I believe you.
All right.
And I'll put over the two fake coins.
Great. All right. So with your business wrapped in amaranth, just because it's already been 3 hours and 20 minutes, let's go. I'm just gonna slightly beeline you guys here. You're gonna make your way to the cottage, the last of your tasks you were given by Yana. So like, you know where there was those trees south of the map of the town with the flower field and stuff. And there were trees beyond that field, and that's a direction you're gonna go to the cottage. Go back to where it becomes forested and the field ends, and you walk probably just about 30 minutes. They're not too far outside of town. You know you're getting close, not because there is a path or anything leading, but you start to smell chocolate, marshmallows, toasted coconut, just smells of just very sweet, very bakery heavy things, and you just kind of follow your nose. When you get there and you see the cottage, it is made of gingerbread. Very beautiful, very stunning, think like, let's go with like Gothic architecture, like Romanesque neo-Gothic architecture, but in gingerbread, because why not? And it's in
architecture gingerbread.
Yeah, it's in the middle of a clearing in the woods. The shutters on the windows are made of graham crackers. All the windows are shut. And there is some smoke coming out of a chimney. It's nice and chill. Although you realize, when you get there, like you think there's maybe some dark chocolate parts to the house. Maybe something, as you get closer, you realize it is not dark chocolate at all. But there are some shadowy figures who seem to be attached to the outside of the house and are nibbling away at the gingerbread. And the closer you get, the more kind of sinister looking and more just ravenous these creatures look. You find one singular, not two. One shadow fae nomming on the house. And there's a picture on the stream. It's not a very great picture because it's like black creatures on a black background, which was a great choice. But they look like this. There's only one of them, not two. But they're just these like shadowy, like feral looking humanoid but animalistic creatures with glowing yellow eyes. And the one that you see just looks like intent on eating. Like it is Augustus Gloop in Wonka's Chocolate Factory right now. It wants this gingerbread house so bad, and it doesn't seem to notice you're there or care for it. But yeah, that is what you see. The clearing itself with the house is a 40-foot diameter gingerbread cottage in the center, and there are 50-foot tall mushrooms as well as trees around the edge, like kind of cutting off this clearing. It's dimly lit because a lot of the light is being like caught by the canopy. So, if you don't have dark vision, it might be a bit dim. I think everyone here has dark vision. Is there anyone who doesn't? Okay, cool. You're fine. And now that you get closer, on top of the smells, you also hear some muffled cries for help coming from inside the house. because clearly the people in there feel trapped by the shadow creature gnawing on the house, and they're afraid to come out and chase it away.
Hearing that, I would immediately like to spring to action with what is quickly becoming my favorite cantrip.
All right.
I would like to use Prestidigitation to make the gingerbread house taste absolutely fucking terrible.
Ooh.
Because you can
Gross.
flavor any non-living object.
Interesting.
Gingerbread is not alive, as far as I'm aware.
Interesting. Hang on.
So
Unless
this
it's
is the
what's on
Feywild.
You're in
Shrek.
Okay. Well, here's so you do your spell. It seems to work because you see all of a sudden the creature and starts spitting out the gingerbread it was eating, but then it just starts going for the windows, and you can see it tearing away at the graham cracker shutters, not trying to eat it anymore, but it can still smell all the baked goods inside the house. And it's like, okay, well, now I don't want to eat the house. Now I just want in. And you hear the screams get a little bit louder and a little bit more desperate, because now rather than just this thing outside, it's like breaking in the windows and trying to like get in there.
I'm gonna slash at it with my rapier and dagger. I think is my other.
So
my
you're
other
gonna
weapon.
so you want to attack it. Okay,
Short sword.
then we're
Yeah.
rolling initiative if you
Okay,
want
cool.
to attack it. And I'll
I'm
say
attacking it.
you get one surprise round, but just you.
Haha, suckers.
All right, initiative.
22.
Oh, god damn it.
More than that.
I rolled a fucking natural one for this creature, dude. Let's go in last.
Oh, so
I
I'm
also rolled a
not going
natural
last
one.
for one.
Oh boy. Well, then we'll see what the
Oh.
modifiers are.
Oh, mine's a -1, so I have a 0 in this.
Okay. Well then.
Oh my gosh. What
You're going last then, Prosper.
Whoops.
You have
Okay,
forfeited your right to fight.
Anyone 20
Damn it.
plus.
25.
25?
Jesus.
Rogues,
My
man.
initiative
Um,
is +6. I forgot.
Anyone 15 to 20? Nope. Anyone 10 to 15?
I got an 11.
11? Okay. Aganth, what did you get?
3.
3? Okay.
Oh no.
So
I rolled
So
a
many
2.
low initiatives.
that was in here. I thought I would go last, and I get to go third. Okay. So then, Dare, you're going first. So you get
Yes.
one attack action as your surprise round,
Yeah.
so you want to do, and then you'll have like a turn with movement.
Okay, cool.
So well, actually, it's more like, yeah. Well, I guess there has to be some movement then with it too. But anyway, yeah, because you were, how big did I say the clearing was? Hold up. I said it was,
It was
40,
a size.
40-foot diameter near at the edge, and the cottage mill 20 feet. So you have more than 20 feet of movement. You're fine. You're not like a small creature or anything. So yeah, you can get to it in one turn. And you're doing
Okay, cool.
a rapier attack, you said?
Yeah, I have like dual wielding.
Oh, okay.
So,
Then
I have basically a rapier in one hand and a short sword in the other.
all right, go for it.
Okay. Right. Rapier attack roll is a 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Is it 17? Yeah.
That hits.
And then the other one is a 24
Yeah, both
for the
hit.
short sword.
Both hit.
Okay. Nice. 1d8 for the rapier, so 8 for that one.
Okay.
And then
What type of damage?
it's slashing.
Okay, 8 points of slashing.
Piercing.
Okay, 8 points of piercing damage for the first hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's 6 points of piercing damage for the short sword.
Okay. It seems to like hiss and snarl at you when you hit it, so you feel like you're doing damage. It does not appreciate
cool.
that. And now you can have your actual turn. Because that was your like surprise attack, because it was just fury. You basically ran up to it and just went right in its back as it was fiercely trying to get in this window. So now it's turned around and is looking at you. Because now it's like, oh shit, someone's here.
Yeah, dude. There's only one of them, isn't there?
There's only one. This is the one Shadow
Aw.
Fire.
God damn it. No sneak attack. I'm gonna do exactly the same thing.
Oh, you would have got sneak attack on that first one.
Would I? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know
fuck.
you were there. So roll
Out of my
sneak attack.
surprise.
Roll sneak attack for the last one.
Okay, cool. Wait. 3d6. Ooh, okay. So 1, 3, plus 6. So 9.
9 damage. Hot damn. Okay. This might be a quick encounter. Okay. Next.
Next attack. So the rapier is a sick. Quick mass. 19 to hit.
To hit, that hits.
Yeah. And a dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits.
Sick. 9 piercing damage from rapier.
Okay.
And 8 piercing damage, from the short sword.
Okay. Okay. Damn, dude. What the fuck?
That is it.
So you
Gross.
ripped into this thing. It is pissed off. Z, it is your turn. You are 20 feet from the creature.
20 feet. Okay, then I'm going to back up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Let me remind myself of my movement speed.
Depending on how far you back up, you might obscure your own vision because you're backing up then into where it's more densely forested. Like the 20 feet is you've come into the edge of that clearing. So right now your view's unobstructed. Let me know how far you back up and I'll decide if you...
Just far enough that I don't have obstructed vision.
I would say at max 5 feet before, like maybe even hit this.
Then I will back up 5 feet and then I'm going to cast a spell.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Mel's Acid Arrow, which is a 2nd level spell.
That's second level. Okay. That's cocked. Interesting. That's a roll to hit spell, I'm assuming. So
It is a roll to hit
Go
spell,
ahead and
yeah.
roll to hit while I tell you what else also happens with your spell.
I do not hit.
You don't know that. It is a pretty low AC.
I don't hit.
Is it single digits?
It's a natural 1.
Oh, no, you're fine.
So I don't hit.
So your arrow goes wide, and as it goes wide, its color changes. The arrow goes from that acidy green color, I would assume it is, because acid arrow, to a more less corporeal, like purpley blue, and also seems to go somewhat translucent. You're not sure what that means, but
Okay.
it seems like the arrow changed as you casted it.
On a miss, the target still takes half damage.
Okay.
Do I still just roll acid damage?
Just roll whatever damage. I'll tell you what happens.
Okay. That's 4 plus 4, so that's 8 damage.
All right. It takes 8 points of psychic damage.
Oh.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do?
No, I'll stay where I am.
All right. It is the Shadow Phase turn. Considering this rogue just took it to like fucking under half health in a turn, it is gonna just turn around and it is pissed and use its multi-attack action where it first move is called Copy Darkness. Dare, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. Charisma saving throw. Ooh, 21.
Fuck you. Okay. You make the save. Does it say what happens if you fail the save? Okay. So it's Copy Darkness spell. You get the sense that you feel something trying to like kind of like, you know how they describe in ACOTAR, Reese and Farah, the whole dark tendrils in the mind palace, how they communicate. You feel if it's possible, you feel these like shadowy claws almost like scraping the inside of your mind, like trying to get in, but your mental shields hold. It doesn't get in and it doesn't seem to access your mind or harm you in any way. But while it's doing that, it also then tries to take a swipe at you with its claws, because it gets to multi-attack. That's cocked. That's not gonna work. Does a 13 hit?
No.
Nah. Alright. So, it misses, and just with your dexterous rogueness, you just kind of do like the bob and weave like a boxer.
Yeah, dude.
As it tries, because it's also still half attached on the house right now, so it's just doing kind of like a wide. Now it's pissed. It didn't hit you. It is going to use its nimble escape and disengage as a bonus action. and it is going to instead, thinking you're scary, you're too big of a threat, it is now going to dart into the clearing where the... No, it's not going to do that. Instead, it's going to see... I'm going to roll a dice, decide who it's going for. It's going for Prosper, because you're shiny looking on the edge of the clearing, and it just sees someone who looks like an easier target, and it's going to come darting for you, and it is going to get up in your melee. It cannot attack you yet, though. It's just like gets right up in front of you at the end of its turn. And you do not get an attack opportunity because it disengaged as a bonus action there. That's its turn. Agath, it is your turn. And you are also, that means you're probably very close to this creature because you were just standing with Prosper. And then
Right.
Z is like back up from you guys.
Okay, so I'm definitely standing next to Prosper, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, this thing is definitely bad. I just want to try to deal with this quick as we can. So I'm going to pull up my battle axe and just start swinging at this thing.
Go for it. Make an attack.
Just take 2 quick swings. The first one's definitely a miss because that's single digits.
Okay.
Second attack. Ooh, okay. So that would be going to my... Oh, come on, Dan. That would be 20.
Yep. Okay. Your first attack, it's like, because its body is still shadow, like, their damage hits it. Like, you saw a dare, like, stab into it. So it's clearly corporeal, but it still appears almost to drift in and out of the shadow exists. So your first swing goes a bit wide just because you're not used to gauging, like, where this creature's body is in space. But your second, then you bring the axe back for another blow and it lands. Roll damage.
Okay, that will be not a lot. Okay, 3 damage. It's still up, of course, right?
Yeah. But it's looking pretty bad. Like, it's not bleeding or anything, it's shadowy, but it's almost like its form is getting less and less of that flickery shadow. It's getting more and more solid, but which you feel is a good thing, because that means it's getting too weak to, like, really be its, like, as nimble, shadowy self. Like, it's... And it also looks like it's getting more and more angry. It's more, like, hissing. The eyes are glowing and angry or yellow. Like, it does not look good. Looks rough.
All right. I am gonna hiss back at it and then action surge.
Oh boy! All right. Action surge. So 2 more
I don't want
attacks
this thing
then.
to hurt anyone in the group.
2 more attacks with your action surge.
Oh, that is not a hit. Again, low.
Okay. I mean, feel free to ask, because you never know. You don't know what this creature's AC is. It could be really easy to hit.
Okay, the first one was a 7. The
No.
second was an 11.
Okay, they both miss.
Yeah.
So you get excited because you hit it, and then in your kind of, like, renewed vigor, your action surge, your swings are a little high, a little quick, and it's also now knows kind of what to expect more from your axe movement. So now it's kind of doing what Dare was doing earlier, and, like, weaving while it's starting to reach out for Prosper. Prosper, it's your turn.
I actually had a bonus action.
Is an action surge your bonus action? Like, to use action surge and then
Is
you
it?
do?
I thought
No, it's just free to use.
Oh, never mind. Go. I'm so sorry. What is your bonus action? I haven't played a fighter for a while. I forgot.
Okay, so both those swings all missed. I'm frustrated as heck. I drop the axe and I'm going to use Lizard Folk's Hungry.
Hungry what?
Hungry Jaws is a Lizard Folk trait.
Okay. Pulling up your character sheet real quick. Because I'm so intrigued. Features, traits, racial traits. Hungry Jaws. Yeah, you can make a bite attack as a bonus action. Nice. All right, make your bite attack.
Please work. I'm using a different d20 this time.
All of the attacks.
Swing, bite.
That's probably a hit. That's probably a hit. That's 19.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and that's 6 damage.
All right. Prosper, your turn. This thing's looking a bit shaky on its feet now. Looking on the ropes.
It's like right up in my face.
Yeah, it's in your melee, yeah.
Cool. Okay. I'm gonna use my Circle of the Stars ability to cast Starry Form on myself. So instead of doing a wild shape, I start to glow with ethereal light, and then like the constellation of an archer appears on me. But because he's right up close, I'm not gonna throw like
A star.
a starry arrow, basically. But I am casting bright light from like within 10 feet around me, and then dim light
Okay.
for an additional 10 feet, just in case he doesn't like that. But what I'm going to cast is actually Thunder Wave.
Okay. That's a first level spell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wild magic.
So, you are casting Thunder Wave as if it was a second level spell now. But you're only expending a first level spell slot.
Love that. Okay. So it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Nope. 9?
Amazing. No. Okay. I'm just reading. So I think I get to do 3d8.
Yeah, I think you gain an extra d8 because of the up level.
Oh, that's really good. 15.
That hits.
15 damage. Oh, I didn't roll.
Oh, yeah, what I mean, no, it's a saving throw. Yeah, you don't need to roll to hit. Duh.
Okay,
I knew that. I knew that.
Cool.
I'm so good, guys. All right. You do 15 points of damage.
And push him away.
Well,
10
you're pushing away a corpse because as the
Yay!
thunder
Oh.
as the thunder just rolls through his body and you take on this starry form, the thunder exudes from the stars. You see it kind of like arc throughout his body. If he had a skeleton, it would light up like a cartoon, but he does not. And you go to push him away, but his body is limp and he just falls back and the body's still on the ground with the occasional spark just like zapping out from it. And you're good. You have beat the Shadow Fae.
But like a big boom sounded, and I'll be like, "Oops, sorry guys."
At the big boom, you just hear from inside the house, "What was that?" Well, Dare hears because Dare's still at the house.
I'm gonna. It's gone. You can come out now. We killed it.
Are you sure? Very scared voice from inside the house.
Absolutely positive.
Okay. As the door opens and 3 people come out. First, you see a muscular, rosy-skinned fae with long brown hair with a streak of white in it, going all the way to her lower back. This one is wearing an apron and like a little chef baker's hat, so you assume this is Marzipan, the baker in question, and followed by her 2 assistants, Tweel, and what was the other one's name? Fondant. Tweel is a lithe, dark-skinned fae with vitiligo. Which is, for anyone who doesn't know, that's the skin condition where like the pigment, the melanin in your skin is not consistent, so you have like darker and lighter patches. I think I'm describing that correctly. And she has curly dark brown hair and amber eyes. And then Fondant is a pale, short fae with unevenly chopped pink and gray hair. And they all come out and just go, "Oh my gosh, oh, that was so scary." And they're kind of like, oh, like shaking a little bit and shivering. And Marzipan looks at Dare and was like, Did you do that? What was the boom?"
I mean, that was her. That was all her.
They look over at this. Are you still stars? How long does the star form last?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Could drop it, but I'm kind of feeling it, so I just leave it on.
They just look, and they see this and just go, "Wow." And they look like enthralled. And then you just hear Fondant be like, "That's so fucking cool," under their breath. Dare hears.
Absolutely
The rest of you
agree.
don't hear. I go, "God, that's never happened before." And then Marzipan is like, "What do you think of it? I'm shocked it hasn't, considering the Shadow Fae's penchant for sweets." And Tweel's like, "We really should maybe prepare some defenses next time. We should We should figure this out if this is going to be a recurring
Oh.
problem.
You could make your house out of something that isn't gingerbread.
And they just give you this look like, but why though? Like, that idea just.
If you make your house out of something other than gingerbread, it means you have more gingerbread to eat.
That's the point. Well,
You're like,
can we offer you come in at least have maybe a snack or something for helping us for this favor. Thank you for saving
Yeah, I'll
us.
take a bite of window.
I mean, I guess we have fresh graham crackers inside, but if you really want the shutter, I mean, I guess you can. We can just put a new one up.
I do have an important question out of character. What is a graham cracker?
Do you know?
You said it before. I do not know what this
You
thing
know,
is.
you know the whole like American concept of a s'more, and there's those crackers with like chocolate and marshmallow in between, and you make the other cracker and you make it a sandwich. So graham crackers, they're like a sweet instead of a salty or a savory cracker. They have like sugar and sweetness to them, and they're like a darker yellow color, pretty crunchy. They're frequently ground up. They are what are in the crust of cheesecake. It's just graham cracker crumbs and melted butter, typically.
Unless you're in the UK, in which case it's digestive biscuits.
Yeah, so they're the North American version of a digestive, basically.
Basically.
Yeah.
I am understanding now. Thank you.
So they invite you inside, and as you get inside, you see like a 6-tiered, stunning, elaborate, with like the most beautiful sugar flower work you'd ever seen cake just sitting at the back. And you have a hunch what this cake is for.
I can see why Yana was so insistent that we get a cake from you.
Yeah, Yana. Oh, you're here for you're Yana's. Yes, this is for Midsummer. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well, perfect timing. The flour, the sugar works just set actually.
Oh, that's useful.
Did she give you the transport thing for it?
Yeah.
She said she'd be providing.
Give the bag.
Oh, great. And they take the little bag and they do a thing where they put it over top and start to go over the smallest tier and keep like angling it and working around till eventually the whole cake just seems to disappear as they move this bag down and around the cake. In like a reverse Mary Poppins situation.
Cool trick.
Well, I mean, trying to pick it up
Magic
and
is
put the widest part in, like, it's a narrow bag, so we can't really start at the bottom. We have to start at the top, you know?
Makes sense.
Should have made it more stretchy.
I know, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. This is what provided. And well, here, you've probably been very busy running around all day. Would you like a quick meal before you go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and they do a light.
Not to go on with it.
They do a light, like, not any cooked food, but like meats, cheeses, breads, and fruit, and just like some light, like nice charcuterie tray, nibble on, and some sweets that are out. And
I'm happy to see meat.
I will say this will count as a short rest if you would like it to be.
Yay!
Can I ask them
Yay!
if they know how to make a Fey Pacino?
You can ask, and they're like, oh, I mean, no, that's kind of a proprietary recipe, but why we want to make one? Half the reason you go to get one is the atmosphere at the cafe, right? Like,
I'll give
I'm
you
just
that.
playing.
yeah, true. Well, anyways, and as your short rest is an hour, so you're there for an hour eating lunch, and you see time is finally starting to, it's weird, it's like all of a sudden, time's, like the sun did a time lapse, and like, or the light seems to have done that, suggesting it's party time now, and they're like, oh, you should get going, here, and one of them, we'll say Tweel, like summons, like waves her hand, and a little, like, portal appears, and through it you can see Summer Glen. And it's like, that should make travel back easier.
That's very helpful.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Portals are great.
The least we can do, again, thank you for saving, I mean, not only our house, but us. Like, who knows what that thing would have done if it got in here. They're not known
Eaten
to
it
eat.
all.
They're not known to eat people, but they could have eaten the cake, and then the festival tonight would have been ruined. It would have been
no.
terrible.
Yana would have been furious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, send Yana our best and Vestra and everyone. Have a fun time at the party.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So you head through the portal.
I
You return to the party, all your things in tow. As you get there, you see there's like an arched entryway, a floral arched entryway set up, and there's like a long tables on either side of it. One of them seems to be someone like checking people in, like the guest list, the bouncers kind of thing. The other table has the party favors lined up that have been dropped off. So there's like 1/3 of it is just the Fey Frog wooden figurines set up. The middle just has flower crowns laid out. And they've taken inspiration from the bleeding hearts that you've given. So the color patterns, and a lot of the designs seem to remind you heavily of those. Then there's an empty spot left for the enamel flowers for you to put out. When you get there, the tables.
Oh yeah, we have those.
Yeah. The tables are all set now, with this very, like, Starry Night inspired aesthetic, it seems. So, like, lots of dark blues with some gold and silver, like the night sky. The lanterns are all lit up, and it almost looks like a starry, the aesthetics of, like, a modern-day Starry Night, Great Gatsby-themed wedding mixed with the lantern scene from Tangled is, like, the aesthetic of this glen right now.
That's a good aesthetic.
Yeah.
That is a good aesthetic.
Yeah.
Anything that's like Tangled is a good aesthetic.
Exactly. The guests are pouring in. Vestra is there at the front, and Vestra sees you and runs up to you. He's like, "Oh, you're back! Oh, thank gosh. Well, I mean, some of the party favors are here, but we're still missing the cake. And I just how'd it go? Do you have everything? Is she coming?
I have the cake in this bag, and the party favors are in my backpack.
Okay,
and Yana is coming, I think.
Oh, thank God. The guest list this year has just been a hot mess, let me tell you. I'm glad that oversight was remedied. Thank you. You can put the flowers there. They snap their fingers, and a sprite comes and takes the bag from you, and then a few sprites go and like take it and like start setting up the cake by like upending it, and the cake slowly kind of just like comes out and sits on the table all nice. You also see there's another table on the back, like on the opposite end of the dance floor that's set up. That is just like the banquet table full of food, and it's like half savory, half sweets set up on it. And yeah, there's a stage set up as well for Karaxin, who is there tuning his guitar, ready to perform with the music stand with the song that you recovered for him. And
With anybody?
is he with anybody?
Yeah.
No. You do not see anyone with him per se.
Actually, I think his boyfriend could probably do better. He's pretty self-involved, so.
I absolutely agree.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Despite your matchmaking.
Maybe there was a good person inside, but I think it's all right.
Yeah.
Buried pretty deep.
And as
It's
you
just
guys
probably
get in
fun.
there and finish talking to Vestra, Lady Yana and Lady Phyla show up behind you. Vestra is, of course, incredibly like excited to see them. Falls all over them immediately, kind of like immediately forgetting you're there. Even though they're appreciative of your help, and just apologies to Yana. So sorry. Don't know how it could have happened. So glad you're here. Hope everything's to your liking, etc. She looks like she's over it. She's not in the least bit mad. She's excited. Says the place looks great, and Phyla looks very excited. They're all everyone's very dressed up. Vestra has like got a like very, very nice looking cut suit, but with like sequin suit on. Looks dope. They're in like evening wear. And as they get there,
Just us.
yeah, Karaxin sees their arrival and begins to play. He's saving his like big song for like later in the night. Is it just like beginning like this sounds more like a guitar version, just to keep with the Tangled aesthetic. That instrumental song that's playing during the montage before, where they're like exploring the city and like dancing and doing stuff. It's like a guitar version of that. So as the party kicks off, the various Fae gathered begin to mingle and dance and enjoy the refreshments. Vestra looks to you all with appreciation and a hint of nerves before Lady Yana and Lady Phyla lead them to the dance floor. As you guys begin to mingle with the other guests, a shadow creeps over the party, dimming the multicolored lanterns. As you look to the entrance to Summer Glen, you see a tall fae with a cloak of leaves approach, their appearance cycling between the seasons as they walk. Guess my invitation was lost in the mail, he says, scowling. And you see Vestra just go white, look into Rastak, you weren't invited. And Rastak just looks at him, eyebrow raised, really creepy grin, just goes, what a shame. And just like walks in, think Maleficent, Sleeping Beauty, beginning of the movie with no invitation. The room goes silent. You get the sense that everyone knows who this is. And he is here to crash the party. As he comes in, he's like, now I wonder what possible reason I couldn't have been invited. I mean, I was such a great, gracious guest last time. I mean, beyond guest, I believe I helped you organize this event for years, did I not? Looks at Vestra, and Vestra looks like they're about to just like shit their pants. they do not know what to do. They look at you, they look at Yana, they look at Phyla. Karaxin starts trying to play again to like keep the vibe going, and Rastak is just like, I wasn't finished, and reaches a hand out, and the guitar strings snap, and the guitar stops playing, and Karaxin is like, panic. Rastak comes in and goes, so not only am I not invited, but you have material plane rebel instead of me, and looks at the four of you. What?
I just turned around just going,
Grapple us? I don't think so.
All right, we're not a part of this. There's no need to attack us.
Who said anything about attacking? I'm just stating the obvious.
The obvious. What, that no one wants you here?
I mean, you know what they say. Just projecting much, you know. As he walks by the favor table, picks up one of the like enamel flowers, goes, what trinkets are these? Is this really this is really the best you can do, Vestra? Really? And takes one and just like tosses it, and you see it shatter on the ground behind him. Looks perusing the table, just looking full of disdain.
Those flowers, that was rude.
I mean, rude would be not inviting one of the #1 party planners to the biggest party of the year when they built the reputation of this event. Wouldn't you agree?
You weren't invited. You're kind of the worst.
I think that was still quite rude of what you did, yes. The
And
throwing. That was not necessary.
I pull out my abacus, and every time he says something insulting, just tick off one more bead.
Alright, at the moment, hold up, I need to find a certain thing. Where is it? Is this it? There it is. Okay. You see the cloak that they are wearing go from a spring look, because they're changing with the seasons, it goes to a more wintry, cold, icy appearance on the cloak. And it's like, oh, well, fine, you want to see rude? And goes up to the cake and just runs his finger through the top tier of the icing and like licks it. And it's like, okay, I have to admit, that's pretty good. That's actually, yeah, they did good. Licking more icing. And Vestra just looks at you guys as like, do, and like with a like, do something? Like, look, because he's just paralyzed. Or they are just paralyzed. They do not know what to do.
I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery.
Alright, remind me what level that spell is?
That's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip. Okay, then yeah, you can just cast it normally.
A best cantrip.
The best cantrip. What, alongside Prestidigitation?
I do think Vicious Mockery is better. It's so funny.
Yeah. Let me see. If that cloak goes as rotten as your mood, I think you're gonna stink out the rest of the party, I'm not gonna lie.
So that was vicious mockery.
Yeah. It is a
was
wisdom
like-
save.
It's a wisdom save. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me check what the winter effects are. Okay. I have advantage. Yeah, he does not look bothered in the slightest and takes
That's
no
fine.
damage. And it's like, honey, you wish you could afford a cloak half as good as this, judging by those garments.
I would just need to string together leaves, so.
Can I
Astrid
can I
would be
walk?
like,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just like, can we just invite him in? Like,
I mean, I'm here. I'm in it now. It's a bit
I
late
was
for that.
talking to Vestra.
Yeah, well, Cat seems to have got their tongue now, doesn't it? What do you got to say there, old friend? Looks at Vestra. And Vestra is like, I mean, there was just a bit of a scene last year.
What, you mean like this one?
And Vestra just gives you a look like, not helping.
Or-
And
Gonna do
Can I
yeah,
can I try and see how Lydiana is feeling about this, maybe with an insight check? Because I'm wondering if this is her ex that gave her the bag.
Yeah, roll me an insight check.
It was a 12 plus 4, so 16.
There is nothing but pure disdain on her face for this individual, but it also just looks so much like kind of superiority. Like, I can't, but like, I'm just better than you, to the point that you get the sense that Yana would never date this person. Also, you got raging lesbian vibes back at her cottage earlier.
Yeah. This is fair. Can I walk up next to this visitor and grab a handful of cake, just yell "food fight" and then smush it in their face?
You absolutely can. Roll an attack.
Do it.
Oh no.
So am I using the same stats as an unarmed strike for this?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I have a thing for that, so I need to remind myself of what it is. Probably not going to be very good, given that that was a natural 8.
You go for the face, and he just so casually, but with this like almost arch face speed, just like, and the cake goes over the shoulder and lands on the ground behind, and is like, nice try. But then you see a few sprites start throwing cake because they think that sounds fun, and then they see that no one else is kind of like doing it, and they stop. And then Rastak goes over to a table, like one of the set for the dinner later, is like, oh, what a lovely table setting. Oh, Vestra, you've outdone yourself. As he does so, his cloak becomes more autumnal instead of wintry, and then does the thing where he goes to yank the tablecloth, does like things, but it works perfectly, and all the setting just stay exactly where they are. It doesn't yank the tablecloth. He's like, well, that didn't work, and then pulls a Grinch, and then just goes and like knocks it all off anyway, and it's like, fuck this.
Like, wow.
Yeah. Applaud, and also prestidigitate a round of applause as well.
It's
But like when someone drops a pint in the pub and everyone goes, hey!
Way.
Yeah.
Hey. At this point, I'm gonna step forward and just be like, "You bring ill tidings and feelings of stench and decay.
Ooh.
Just get out of here."
He looks at you and goes, if you want me to leave, Scaled One, you're gonna have to make me.
Oh my god.
Also, by the way, Johnny, you can have DM inspiration for the food fight attempt. I enjoyed that. And Christy, you still have a DM inspiration to use if you'd like. So and Rastek, as he says that to Aganth, just crosses his arms and like leans against one of the mushrooms like on the side, and gives you what you gonna do about it? gesture.
What are you even trying to achieve here?
Oh, I thought it was obvious. I don't get to be invited to the party, then no one gets to enjoy the party. And then kicks over another table that was next to him as he does that.
At this point, I'm gonna start
Hey,
casting a spell unless someone says not.
I'm gonna grab his arm.
Okay.
You know that song you played for the crafts person earlier?
Of course.
Could you play again?
I don't understand why, but certainly. And I'm gonna pull out my shaman, try to recreate that song.
Okay, roll a performance check.
I'm very confused about why I'm doing it, but I'm gonna do it.
This is gonna be either really useful or really bad, and I don't know how this is gonna end up yet. And then Dare is gonna move up to Prosper, and kind of be like, "Will you dance with me?"
I thought you were. So whose arm were you grabbing before? I'm confused.
I grabbed Agates when he was gonna cast a spell.
Oh, that's okay. See, I thought you grabbed Rastak's arm, and I was like, I don't know what's happening. And then you like play a song, like all of a sudden it's like I'm just gonna dance with the Betty, and I was like,
No,
all right.
no, I'm gonna go
No,
dance with Prosper and like fall over.
Okay.
To see, like with like a hand gesture
And
to kind of join it.
I
Okay.
rolled a 15 on my performance.
Okay. So music's okay. You know, it's not like the it's not the biggest bop you've ever heard, nor is it like a masterpiece of symphony, but it's not bad. Like easy listening. It's danceable for sure.
Yeah,
Please
dance.
dancing. I'm gonna turn to Z and be like, cast mending on the bard's guitar. Get him to start playing his song.
I will run up and do exactly that.
All right, Karaxin, the guitar fixes, the strings knit themselves back together. Karaxin then hurriedly starts trying to play in to be like, this is awkward as fuck, get rid of the silence, and just trying to get the party vibe going. And
Hey, the new one! Quick!
The new one, play the new one.
The new one!
okay, he plays his new song, his new masterpiece, which is just supposed to be like a celebration of life, like just total like pagan festival vibe in the best way. And he's gonna roll a performance check.
Please don't suck.
I rolled a 5. I don't know what to tell you. So it looked like there was a beginning.
Inspiration.
I was gonna say, can I give him my DM inspiration?
I will let the two of you. You can choose to both give him like the one advantage, because I've never heard of that. Like, I like the idea, but that's pretty big. It's like you want to influence Myros. I'm like, I'll let you, but you both have to give up your DM advantage to do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yay!
I'll knock that off.
Come
Better.
on, this plan work.
Better.
Dance.
Better. It's a 13 instead of a 10. But
That helps.
Rastak looks like it's the whole like the toe starts to tap, but then he catches himself and the stubbornness wins out of no, fuck them, I will not have a good time, and it stops, and he is just like, oh, I have so many. Oh, what do I do the thing? Hold on.
I'm just ignoring him at this point. I haven't looked over in his direction, and I'm just like dancing with Prosper and like trying to egg on other people.
Yeah.
Before you do the thing,
Yeah,
can I ask Rastak to dance?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Like, we should get everyone
Yeah.
to do like this.
Do a actually here first we do that while the music was playing. Just what you need. His cloak changes to the spring look again, so like the music brought on the change in the cloak. And I will say you can make a charisma check for me, Johnny, to see if
Just
he will
a
dance
straight
with you.
charisma?
Straight charisma. Will he dance with you?
Are you a charismatic boy?
No, I am not. That's an 11.
He looks at you and is like, I'm sorry, but you're not really my type. And looks over at Vestra and is like, the right offer, maybe. So now you're getting that maybe there was also some, it wasn't just the, I used to plan this party and I was left out. Maybe there's some personal beef here, personal drama.
Oh, Vestra, why don't you come and dance?
Yeah, come on, we're all dancing, everyone.
We're all dancing, everyone dancing.
Vestra comes up to the dance floor and tries to just like dance with you, but it's the most awkward because they're just so like they've lost total control of this event, and it was like they are so invested on doing this by themselves, making this the best Midsummer, and it's going to shit, and they can't just get over that. So the dancing is pretty pathetic, and
Can I bump the each other, kind of like a parent trap situation?
What, Vestra and Rastek?
Yeah.
As you do so, I don't want to do that.
Oh, come on.
I wanted to go to bed.
All right, Vestra is gonna be like, all right, enough of this. I can't look at this pathetic display any longer, and cast darkness on the dance floor.
God damn it.
If the rolls were better, I really wanted to give that to y'all, but the dice don't want to. I'm so sorry. So yeah, magical darkness starts spreading from the center of the dance floor outward, filling a 15-foot sphere, and it is pitch black. Around the dance floor, people can still see. Basically, it's like, I'm hiding all your cringe-ass dancing from the world. Rastak is like, I am giving someone, anyone, one more chance to convince me and salvage this pathetic evening and make this party anything other than a shit show.
Well, I think maybe we should turn the lights back on, and I'm gonna cast daylight where he just cast darkness.
Fair.
Ooh.
That would combat it. And then Rastak looks at you and goes, oh, interesting. All right, I have an idea. I will. Challenge you, points at Prosper. Magic duel. Outdo my magic. I will allow this party to continue. If you can't outdo my feats or displays, however, I'm trashing this entire place.
Okay.
All right. He's like, everybody, clear, make way, shoo, and starts like shooing everyone off the dance floor.
To my friends before this happens, but in reality, if I fuck up, you guys just kill him or like hit him. I don't know, do something, please.
Dad's just gonna nod at you and then reluctantly kind of leave you to
Can I
do whatever is about to happen.
Can I slip something to Prosper on the way past?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to slip Prosper an elixir of boldness,
That.
which after you consume it, you get to roll a d4 and add it to every attack roll and saving throw you make for the next minute.
That's pretty rad.
Amazing. Okay, I will take that. So D4 to attack and saving rolls?
Yeah. Every attack and saving roll for 1 minute.
All right. So as you clear the floor and you slip her that elixir, or slip them, I think Prosper's pronouns were them, that elixir, Rastak will like kind of roll up his sleeves and be like, let's start out small. The cloak goes back to fall. And just casts minor illusion. But in the minor illusion, basically it settles over the party and it changes the decor to what he would have done if he'd planned the party. So the place settings change, the linens, the colors of the lanterns, and it takes on a much more like his seasonal changing cloak, it becomes like there's a seasonal like of the year theme, because the Summer Glen's a circle, so one quadrant of the circle is like spring themed, but then there's like a very seamless transition to summer to fall to winter. And then and he just looks at Prosper and is like, your move. And then Lavestra, and you have to admit, this is so much more inventive than your little decor here, okay?
Whispers to Vestra. She's like, I like your version better.
Vestra gives you a very thankful look.
It's like, oh yes, because the seasons aren't a thing that we see all of the time.
Ooh! Get inspiration for that. I realized I totally forgot. There's a picture of Rostak I totally forgot to put up. So it's on the stream now, but my bad.
Okay.
In the cartoony style of the art in this thing. But yeah, there you go. Picture. Think like young Severus Snape with longer hair.
Yeah.
Alright. So looks at Prosper, waiting for your move.
Like that. I'm going to cast Moonbeam.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna read what it does first.
It hurts people, so be careful where you cast it.
Yeah. We're kind of in an area that's just us, and it's a little bit cleared around.
Yeah, the dance floor is empty, but for you two, and you're on edges of the dance floor. So, like, the middle of the dance floor is empty, so you can make the moonbeam kind of hit the center of the dance floor if you want.
Cool. I'll be like, I actually don't mind what you did with the place. I just think maybe we could have some lighting that's a bit more fun for dancing. But you have to be strong enough to dance in it, you know? And I'll cast Moonbeam. So when they enter for the first time on their turn or start their turn there, they are engulfed in ghostly flames. You have to make a con save, and it'll be 2d10 radiant damage. But it looks really sparkly and pretty, so.
Yep. He looks, he's like, well, I admit, the aesthetics of the spell, very nice. Points for decoration. It kind of hinders a party when you make the dance floor a literal health hazard. And, like, grabs a piece of meat off the banquet table and, like, flicks it into the moonbeam, and you see the ghostly flame engulf, like, a kebab that he threw in there from the table. And it's like,
really just for you.
Yeah, it's like, well, round one to me,
Sounds
it looks like.
Sounds like he's afraid to dance in the moonlight.
Yeah.
Everybody's dancing in the moonlight.
And then it's like, all right, round two. Lose this round, and that is it, hon. And he casts Hypnotic Pattern. Oh, wait. First, hold up. Where's my D8? When you cast...
It's always...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When you cast
it's
your spell...
The DM says, oh, wait.
Yeah. When you cast
About the Wild
Moonlight...
Surge.
Oh, okay. Well, when you cast Moonlight, it was a bonus action instead of an action. Woohoo. No, for this moment, that doesn't really matter. But now he casts Hypnotic Pattern before... Oh, same... Okay, well, same number. Well, he also got it as a bonus action. Hypnotic Pattern is basically just, like, a fancier on steroids, like, illusion kind of thing from what I read. Let me pull up my spell real quick. Oh my gosh. I had it, and then I closed the book. Like a genius. There we go. You create a twisting pattern of colors that weaves through the air inside a 30-foot cube within range. Each creature in the area who sees the pattern, so he makes it engulf the dance floor. So since I cleared it, it's just Prosper. So turns the dance floor, like, your beam of moonlight's nice all, instead just makes it nightclub. The Hypnotic Pattern, it's like he's invented strobe lights and LED lights and, like, rave aesthetics, but in the Feywild through magic instead of through electricity. And I need a wisdom saving throw from Prosper.
Remember your D4?
Oh, God. Bad. Oh,
Uh-oh.
just absolutely terrible. A wisdom saving throw. Oh, but I do have really good wisdom, so that's good.
You do, as a druid, yes.
So it's only 11, because I rolled a 2, but...
Alright, 11?
Yeah.
What's his spell DC? I really feel like that ain't gonna be it.
Probably not.
I feel like it's probably around a 17.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
They don't have. I have to do the math myself. It's like 8 plus your relevant modifier plus proficiency.
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, there's no way you don't make it. Sorry. You fail. So you are so enthralled. Your speed is 0, so you cannot move. You are fixed to the spot on the dance floor. You are incapacitated, so you can do nothing but stare at these pretty lights. And you're just like in your head, I cannot top this. This is stunning. What am I gonna do? And just mouth open, you're just watching the pretty lights.
Can I tell that she's under some kind of magical effect?
Make an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
Can I as well?
Yeah, sure.
Can I as well?
Arcana.
Everyone can go for it.
Everyone can. Yeah.
15.
Oh, come on.
Dare you?
I got a 6.
You can tell there is
7.
some shenanigans, magical shenanigans going on here, in terms of what's
Okay.
happening to Prosper.
I want to run over and like tackle her.
Okay, roll an attack. No, roll a grapple because you're like grappling her. How are you attacking her? Like
I'm like going to like tackle her. So
tackle her
that
to the
she would,
ground,
it's,
like rugby tackle.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Then yeah, roll me grapples or what? Just like contested strength checks.
I think grapple's athletics, isn't it?
My athletics is very bad. It would be very easy for you.
Yeah.
Climbing, jumping.
You know what? Oh wait, her speed is 0 and she's incapacitated. It's an auto win. You're fine. You're fine.
Oh, cool.
So
I'm
yeah,
gonna roll
you
the
just
17.
tackle her right to the ground, and Rostek's like, "Well, intriguing. Does it really?
Does that knock her out? the effect? Or is she
Sure,
still
but she didn't respond to the magic. Like, so he still Rostek was like, cute. Doesn't change the fact that I still win. So, if you don't mind, he walks over back to the cake he's already run a finger through and grabs a big old handful. And he's like, to take inspiration from your friend there earlier, and just whips the cake but like the whole top tier of the cake at Vestra.
I try and interpose in between it and try and eat the cake out of the air.
Sure. What's
Use
your
inspiration?
what's
for that if you-
what's
if
your
I was gonna
AC?
say-
please.
What's your AC?
What's my? I believe it's currently 15.
Yeah, no, he misses. But you get jumping in the way, throws him off, and he misses. And instead of hitting Vestra, he hits Lady Yana instead, who just does like, and looks at her immaculate dress. Some crystals fall off and fall to the floor.
Oh.
And she looks so mad. And like the face going red and then purple. And Philo's next to her being like, happy place, dear, happy place, calming words. We've talked about it, breathe in. And just trying to like keep her from losing it right now.
Get angry, Lady Yana. Do it.
Do it.
Me again? Like if I was to cast something now.
You can try, go for it.
Can I call lightning?
Yes, where do you call it?
Well,
Well, on that bitch. Do it.
basically directly above, because it's like 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius. So position as much, so it's kind of just like above Stick.
Okay, so you want it to crackle above him, but not like physically injure him.
It will. It positions, and then I can choose a point and have it like hit
all right.
a certain creature.
Yeah. What's
And I
the
just maintain-
what's the save? What's the save he makes for that?
Dex save.
A dex save.
15.
Okay. Nope. That is a 9. So he takes full damage.
So
Yes!
3 d10.
Prosper is my hero.
This is for you.
Oh yeah.
I rolled 3 5s. pretty good.
Nice.
Woo!
So 15 damage.
Okay. And it's lightning damage, I would presume.
Yeah.
Do I have
Also,
this?
the wild magic.
Oh yeah. And
Oh
whatnot.
shit! Yeah. Hold on. Where is my D8?
Imagine if you got it as a
More
bonus
damage.
action again.
You did.
Oh my god. Really?
Yeah. So,
Bonus action
so
call
if you would
lightning.
like,
I
I
think
will
this
let
table is
you.
broken.
Yeah, if you like, I will let you cast another spell simultaneously, as opposed because we're not in like initiative, but like action bonus action, so you can cast another one if you want.
Because the way it works is that I just maintain concentration, and each turn I can just zap them again. So can I just do that?
Sure. So I'll let you zap him twice with it.
Yeah.
Nice.
And after that, I would like everyone to roll initiative because he goes,
Okay.
"All right,
Roll initiative, yeah.
18 points of lightning damage.
18. Okay."
Is that max damage?
No, it would be 30 would be max. I wish.
All
though.
lightning
He's like-
words. Heck.
He's like,
Yeah.
"All I wanted to do was stop this party from happening. I didn't come here to crack some skulls, but now it looks like that's happening." And we're going.
We are very combative.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Look, that cake is really good, and the moment that you just start disrespecting it, that's an issue.
All right.
We have given you more chances than you deserve.
We
Initiative.
tried to get you to dance with us, sir. So.
Initiative 20 plus. Anyway,
I got a
22.
22.
22. Okay, the rogue's gonna have the higher dex. So.
I mean,
I do.
yeah, no, mine's only a +2. You definitely have a higher dex.
Yeah, I do.
There's a natural 20 to get a 22.
I got 20.
Oh, you got a natural 20?
Oh, then you
A
automatically
total of
do it before
22.
me.
Yeah, you're automatically going first.
Yeah, you go
in my rules.
before me.
I put nat 20s at top of initiative because like it's a nat 20. Like, come on.
20. Nice.
Okay. Prosper and against, what did you get?
I got dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay.
Would you believe that I rolled a nat 1 again? for
Wow.
another initiative of 0?
I mean, I rolled a nat 20 and Johnny rolled a nat 20, so it makes sense. It has a balance somewhere, right? And you just
Yeah.
got to double call lightning, so.
I know. I think that I'm glad that happened because now I'm just kind of like, wow, I'm tired.
Yeah, all right.
Like, well,
I am so tired now. Damn.
All
that
right.
was a lot. Oh boy.
Okay.
You're tired. You're washed
so
up. You're
Dare-
expired.
Or no. Z, you get to go first
Ooh.
in initiative order.
How far away is
Um,
bad
we'll
guy?
say you're all just in a crowd around the dance floor. You're all only like probably like 10, 20 feet max. Like, you're all, everyone can get to him movement wise this turn if they want to. Like, it's not.
Okay. I'm gonna first level cast Ray of Sickness.
Okay. When you cast it,
Throw up the.
the spell takes effect like it was cast one level higher. So what does that do
Oh,
to Ray
so
of
it
Sickness?
It just increases the damage
Okay.
if I do damage.
Is it a saving throw on his part?
No, I believe it's a ranged spell
Oh,
attack.
then yeah, roll to hit.
But I'm also going to use my alchemist feat to, if I'm reading it correctly, give myself a one-time +3 bonus to the attack.
Sure.
Ooh, neat.
Come on. That's a natural 20.
yes.
Roll. So whatever you roll on your damage dice, double it.
Okay, so that would be 3d8 poison, so that makes it 4d8 poison.
No. You roll the 3d8, but every number,
Oh,
like if
yeah,
you rolled
3d8,
2, 3,
yeah.
2, 3, 4, it becomes more like a 4, 6, 8. Like, you're doubling the number on the dice. Y'all are like, we're done with this obnoxious dude's shit, and we just want this to end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shut up, party.
We
So that
tried,
was
we
a-
tried the peaceful strat. It did not work. So now we gotta fight some bitches.
There are options for peaceful strats with him, and you almost had it. It was just the way... There was, like, some specific things I was looking for, and none of them happened, so...
Well, it's not our fault that he hates to dance.
That's true.
We're amazing
Not our fault.
dancers.
We almost had it when he was in his happy mood, when he was spring, but not quite.
Yeah, you get advantage on checks when he's in
yeah.
spring mode.
I
Or sorry,
so
he's
that's it.
more amenable.
Oh,
is the-
That's a 13, which would double to 26, and then he needs to make. They need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, Rastak is he/him pronouns. I think.
That's right. Rastak needs to make a. He needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
So what was
taking?
It was 26 damage first of all.
Yeah, so I rolled 13, doubled to 26.
And it's what
Poison
type?
damage.
Poison. Okay. That's
That's true.
unfortunate. He's immune to poison. That's so unfortunate.
Oh no.
Does that mean he's
makes
also immune to the poisoned condition? Or is he
Yes.
only immune to poison damage?
He is immune to the poisoned condition as well. So it hits him, absorbs, and he looks at you and he's like, how fitting that you only have party tricks to try and beat me.
Oh, I'm about to throw hands. I hate
Alright.
him so much.
Then
I am
for a bonus act. Oh wait, no.
Hit him.
I need to check one thing.
Go for it.
One of my racial abilities lets me cast Misty Step as a bonus action. Is it still considered using casting it as a spell? So I wouldn't be able to do it this turn.
If it's a racial ability, I don't know what supersedes, because I know the rules one spell, one cantrip, but that's when you're just
'cause I
casting
know,
them traditionally.
I know if I was playing the full Eldrin race, you can just use it as a bonus action, but for the variant, it's listed as casting Misty Steps. I don't know if it's considered that way or not.
Because of the wording. You know what? I'm just gonna say, since I feel bad that you had a crit and he was immune to the damage, so I'm gonna let you
crit
do
for
it.
0 damage.
Because that sucks.
Okay, then I'm gonna bonus action Fey Step directly behind him.
Alright. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Alright, it is his turn next. Just seeing all the weapons on Dare, and now he's confident because he showed up Prosper magically in his mind. He showed up, your magic just did nothing. He's not concerned. Between Lizard Man and Sword Lady for biggest threats to him, and Sword Lady's right there. So he's gonna do let's just do some Fey missiles, because that sounds like fun. God, only when I can. Oh wait, first at the start of the round I have to roll for his cloak. Hold up. Oh, never mind. I rolled the summer cloak, which you haven't seen yet. He gets fireball when he gets to summer.
Oh.
He mad, dude. Okay. You want to end this. He wants to end this. Let me check the radius on fireball real quick. Thing is, he doesn't really want to kill.
The radius on fireball is 60 feet.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, fireball big.
Yeah.
Like it's either 40 or
No,
60.
20 foot radius sphere, which makes it
so only
40.
20.
But it makes it 40. It's 20 foot radius, which is 40 fully across. And the Glen, you're in the middle of it on the dance floor.
Oh wait.
That was under. He's gonna position. He's gonna position the fireball so it completely incinerates the food. It's like set at the very back, so it hit behind the food table. So all the food is gone now. Food is charred, but then the edges of it are still gonna come and just singe Dare and Prosper, because Dare tackled you both are together. So I need you both to roll me a shave.
Does my Fey Step activate the wild magic? And did you remember to roll wild magic for his spell?
I'm rolling his right now. The Fey Step of yours did not, because it's a racial ability, so I'm just not doing that. His wild magic, or how the Feywild magic affects him. Okay, he also, you see a surge of energy go through him as he casts that spell, but you don't know what effect it has had.
It better not be higher.
It's not.
Oh, thank God.
So I need deck saves.
Surge.
I need deck saves from you two.
Okay. Do I still get to add my a D4 from the tonic?
Yep.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's every attack roll and saving throw.
So 16.
Okay.
Dex save.
Yeah.
24.
Okay.
I love playing rogue.
And then is
1,
that
2, 3,
evasion?
4. Probably.
I could use uncanny dodge, but
Here's
I'm
the
not
thing.
gonna.
It doesn't have listed. Actually, nope, never mind. There's a thing I can tell. Okay, so that means. Remind me, are warlocks charisma-based casters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, it's 8 plus. Yeah. Okay. Dare makes the save. Prosper does not.
No.
Uh-oh. Dice down. Hold on.
Dice
It wanted to
down.
go on a journey to the Feywild.
Okay, so Prosper, you take 6, 12, 16, 17, 19, 22, 26.
Wish I could
You
just
take
switch
28.
roles
20.
and just
You
use
take
28.
You take
Save, like, push
28
Prosper out
d6
the way.
worth of damage.
You take 28 points of fire damage.
Holy shit!
And Dare rolls out of the way. I'm assuming if you're going to use your evasion, or you can take half of that.
Man, I'm gonna move.
I'm assuming fall lightning probably is not.
You have to make a concentration check for me. So roll a d20. And what do you add?
Constitution modifier?
I think so.
Constitution.
Yeah.
Alright, I got a 19.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, because
'Cause
it's
it's
equal. It's
half the
half the
damage
spell
taken.
damage. Yeah, which a half of 26 would be 13. So you're fine. You're fine.
Ooh.
Nice.
Your lightning is still there. So he's feeling pretty good about that. That just happened. He like chuckles. And I don't think he has bonus actions that I want to do. Nope. And he's gonna stand right there. Oh no, we're in the wrong season for that. Okay, he's gonna stand right there. That's his turn. So Dare, it's your turn.
I'm racing over to that motherfucker,
Do it.
and I'm gonna draw my rapier and my short sword. Hit. And I'm gonna 2-weapon attack with both of them.
Do it.
Are we playing flanking rules?
Yeah, so you get sneak attack because
I'm on the other
Z's
side.
Yeah.
behind him, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Plus it's been 4.5 hours and I don't want to keep you guys here for a million years.
21 to hit with my rapier,
That hits.
and then 24 to hit with my short
Yeah,
sword.
also hits. Do
So
your
that
damage.
is 1d8 plus 3, which is 9
Okay.
for the rapier.
Okay.
And then that was cocked. 6 for the short sword.
Okay.
And then my sneak attack is 12.
Okay.
3 4s.
Okay.
And no, I'm done. I'm not going to do anything else.
Okay. He does not look happy about that. Aganth, it is your turn.
All right. I had a spell in mind, but I don't. With that summer cloak, I don't think it's a good idea. I'm just gonna do the only most straightforward thing I can do. I'm gonna run up there next to Dare and get my axe up and be ready to start swinging.
Do it.
Yeah. Man,
And you do
I was
have
gonna let him live until he attacked the food.
you do
the
have your
fuck?
action surge back because you short rested at the
Yes.
baker's house. Just a reminder.
Exactly. I have action surge. I did the short rest up. I have action surge and hungry jaws again.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna run up. How dare you ruin the food?
I love that that's the line. We're all like, you fuck with people, you would be a bitch, you'd be a something, but you fucked with the food.
He
Sir.
fucked with the food. Now it's over. Like the cake was pretty
17 to
close.
hit.
17 just hits.
Okay, so that first swing hits, and second swing, nat 1.
Nope.
So that will be okay. 1d8. Oh come on!
Uh-oh.
Why are my pink dice not being nice to me? 3 damage.
Okay.
And bonus action, bite Hungry Jaws.
All right. Attack roll, baby.
He's gonna take away the food. He's gonna be my food.
Also, I'm dumb, just for VOD purposes, and someone pointed out earlier, I have now found the part where it says his save on here, instead of trying to calculate it myself. I'm just blind and missed what his save was before.
Was it a 17?
No, it was 16. So,
Oh, I was so close.
but then how much fireball damage? What do you remember what you rolled, Christy, for your save? Should you
16 exactly.
Yeah, so you should have made it. Then, you know what? Give yourself the health back that you healed. We'll say he just singed your clothes with the fireball. He just destroyed the food table, and he ruined your outfit a wee bit, but you're fine.
I know that you dealt me 28, so
Yeah, so just heal yourself for that much, because I did not do the DC right. But he still fucked up the food and your clothes. Mad.
okay.
I'm a murder.
I'm just gonna end my turn with my shield up and ready if I.
All right. And Prosper, it is your turn.
Hit him with lightning again, because why not?
Do it. Do it. So does he save? Does he make a save? Because the spell's continuous, because it's just like concentration, but...
Yeah, no, he has to make the save again.
Okay.
So it's a dex save.
That's the thing he's not good at. But he rolled an 18, natural 18, so it's a dirty 20.
Rude. Well, I only rolled 9, which is terrible, so he takes
Half of
5.
that. Yep.
Cool beans. Love that.
Better than nothing.
Yeah. I might just use my bonus action then to do my starry form.
Okay.
Again.
Ooh.
Looking good.
I actually can pick between 3 different ones, but I think I am just gonna do
The archer again?
archer again. Yeah. Because has anyone been like hurt?
No, because it was just you, and then I realized I did the DC wrong, so... Because
I'll do it.
you get the sense he's very focused on you, because while he's pissed at everyone here, they're still, like, his kind people he grew up with. He knows you guys are the new people who he sees as, like, maybe replaced him, maybe not. So right now it's like he's very focused on you, and he's like, you're humans or non-Feywild creatures. He doesn't give a fuck about you guys. He's a bit elitist in that way. Like, Fey I protect. Y'all, he's like, I don't give a fuck. Because he's
Like
a bitch.
so many of the Fae.
In that case, then you should be.
I should be
Yes,
fine.
he's fine. All right, we're back to top of initiative. It is Z's turn.
I'm gonna try and grapple him.
Do
Is that contested?
Yeah, it's
athletics.
it's or
Well-
it's either that or strength. I always forget we're doing that.
Well, I think athletics is a strength check anyway.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just athletics would have like proficiency
Unfriendly
involved.
host.
That's cocked. Decent roll as well. Oh, but that's a natural 20.
Damn it! I rolled a 19. All right,
What?
you just grapple. You just take him down to the ground. He is grappled. And he just lets out a very undignified noise as he falls to the ground.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna hold him there.
All right. Well, it's now his turn. He is going to cast Charm Person, and he's going to look up at you grappled and be like, why do you want to do that? We really should be fighting on the same side. You're one of us after all. And try and charm you. Let me check what level that is first. I think it's level 1. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, level 1. Okay.
This is where it gets upcast.
Can you imagine?
Oh man.
On my D8, I rolled a 2, which is the creature targeted by the
Okay.
spell has disadvantage on the spell's saving throw. So you have to roll your save with
well,
disadvantage.
As an Eldrin,
Also,
I had advantage on being charmed on saves against
So
being
it's a
charmed
straight
anyway.
roll. So it's a straight roll
Yeah.
then for you. So roll me a charisma save.
Don't
Also,
fuck
did
it
the
up.
Or you were saying?
I was just asking if the cloak changed.
Oh, wait. Good call. Thank you. No, it's still summer.
Okay.
Well, I got a 6.
You got a 6. You
Oh.
don't have
Fuck it up.
So
Told you not to do that.
you are now charmed And you heard what he said, and you're like, yeah, we should be working together, dude. Like, we're on the same side. We both have Fey ancestry. What am I doing here? And he also would like you to drop the grapple. So he's gonna try and then just get up after charming you.
If I'm charmed, can I resist at all, or is it just
At the
I
end
do
of
what he
your
says?
turn, you make a saving throw, but right now you're done. Right now you believe, so
Alright.
you would let him go.
Okay, I'll let him go.
All right, he stands up and
He's
he's kind of
fine.
brushes himself off there, and is like, well, that was a bit undignified, wasn't it?
At least I
What's
still
the
get to try and
worst
kill him.
wild magic you could have rolled?
I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's he doesn't have many bonus actions. Is the thing you're lucky about. As far as unless some of these spells are bonus actions, and I just don't know off the top of my head. But I don't, so that's a me problem. I don't see any of them being that way though. So that's his turn. His turn was getting out of the grapple via charm and now gaining a new ally temporarily. All right, Dare, your turn.
Weapon attack.
Go for it.
Are there still people flanking?
Not really, because it was Z, and then they went down to the ground together, and he stood up, and Z is still kind of like kneeling on the ground right now.
Is Againth like ready to attack with his axe?
Oh yeah, well, Agath is in melee with him still, so yeah, that would give you
Okay,
sneak attack. I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna rotate so that I'm flanking.
Yeah.
Wee.
Flanking,
Ooh,
yep,
that's a
advantage, I
21.
think.
Yeah, it does.
That's a what? Sorry, to hit.
21 to hit with my
That definitely
rapier,
hits.
and a 25 to hit with my short sword.
Both hit. Yep.
8 from the rapier.
Okay.
8 from the short sword.
Okay.
And then wee. 6.
How much? Sorry.
11.
Okay.
Wee.
He is
So, like,
starting.
goes all the way over
He is
the- I don't
starting
have a dice
to look
check.
roughed up. You're starting to see some blood coming seeping through the clothes a little bit, including his fancy cloak. Doesn't look happy about it.
I'm gonna bonus action flip him off.
I like it.
That's my roll.
Againth, your turn.
Okay, so saw Dare move around, got my axe up. We said you could leave. You didn't. And axe.
Nice.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Ooh,
Bonk.
that's a 22.
Yeah, that
Oh,
hits.
that was without advantage.
That hits.
Because we're flanking, so it's advantage.
Yeah.
Rolling to see if I get.
You roll
We'll
the other
see
one
if
to
I get a
see if you
crit.
get a yeah, exactly.
No crit,
No crit, darn.
just 22. And for the second swing, I have to be a 20 to get a crit. I was thinking about different weapon rules. Okay, so yeah, that was even higher. So that's it.
Okay. Then roll for damage.
All right. All right. First one is 3 because I like to roll 1,
All right.
and the second one, okay, better, is 8.
Was 8, did you say?
Yeah, the second one was 8 damage.
Okay.
The first one was 3.
Got it. Got it.
And I don't really know what he might do next. So
No.
while I have this flanking opportunity, action surge.
Go for it. Kill this bitch.
Please be good. The first one's 22,
Yeah.
and the second hit
So many
Is
swings.
The second one was 12, did you say?
20.
Oh, 20. Yeah,
not
yeah.
not nat.
Yeah. Dirty 20.
Not a nat 20.
Both hit.
Okay, so the first hit is 4 damage,
Okay.
and the second is 6 damage.
Okay. Prosper,
Let 'em
your
have it.
move.
So make a dex save as I call lightning again.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a 14.
Oh, my spell save is 15. Yes.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
14 damage.
Okay.
And then I'll use the bonus action of my starry form to throw like an arrow at him.
Mm-hmm.
So cool.
And it's Starry Aragon.
18 to hit.
That hits.
And 7 damage weight plus my wisdom modifier, which is another 7, so 14 again. Haha.
Nice. He is looking really rough now. He's shaking on his feet. There's blood just starting to appear everywhere. It's rough.
Only you'd wanted to dance, bud.
And his eyes are just getting wild. It is Z, your move.
Unmuting first would help.
Yes.
So, from the wording of the spell, do I view, even though I'm considering him an ally at the moment, am I considering everyone else an enemy? Like, am I required to attack anyone? Or...
I wouldn't necessarily. Let me just read. Let me double check. I'm also checking. I'm just checking whether the save comes at the end or the beginning of your turn. I'm pretty sure most things it's always the end of your turn. Just let me check.
Or when you take damage.
Or when you take damage. Charm person. You attempt if you make does. Oh no, so it's until the spell ends or until your companions do anything harmful to it. So you don't get to make a save for it. You're just charmed until someone hits you or Rastek loses concentration. Actually, he has to roll concentration now for all that damage he took. So both times he took 14 damage. So he has to make then a spell save of 7, but he could fuck it up.
Is it 10 or half?
Oh, it's
the
10
damage,
or
whichever
half. You're
one
right.
Yeah.
So in that case,
Yeah.
it's 10. Well, okay. He's fine. He makes it. So he's still maintaining the charm person. All he said was, "We're on the same side. We should be working together." So that's your instructions were to work together with him, but he is looking very, very threatened and on last legs.
Is it an action or a bonus action to drink a potion?
Bonus action to drink it yourself.
Okay. Then I'm going to bonus action drink a potion of my elixir of boldness.
Okay.
And then as my action, I'm going to cast Aid.
Okay. What does that
Which
do?
is a second level spell if you wanted to roll
Yes,
wild
I
magic.
do. Ooh. This one doesn't matter because it's not a spell attack. It's just a spell. But if this was a spell attack, there would have been an effect.
Yeah. It lets me choose up to 3 creatures within range, and each target's hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 5. So I'm going to choose the 3 that are right in front of me. So him, Againth, and Dare. And I'm like,
I'll allow it.
Maybe we should hear him out. Maybe we
I'll
should
allow
end
it.
this here.
You fucking what? No.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. He is going to be like, just look at you and be like, do you see what they have done to me? This goes beyond social slight now. And I have to roll for his cloak. Hold up. He does not have a fireball anymore. Oh no. Hold on. Where's the D12? His cloak is now autumnal. Yikes. Okay. And he is going to... He's just getting mad now.
Did you roll a save against Charmed at the end of your roll?
There is no...
I do.
I reread the spell. It's only when the spell ends or you take damage. It's not
Okay.
roll it.
So if I'm reading it correctly, we were already in combat with him, so I should have had advantage on the saving throw to begin with. and then disadvantage from wild magic, and then advantage from being
But
Fey.
the thing about D&D, no matter how
Which is
many
very
things,
confusing.
no, the thing to make it simpler is no matter how many of them stack, if you have
Mhm.
one of both, they'll always cancel each other out. Even if it's like I have 3 advantage and 2 disadvantage, it's like because that just gets absurd. It's general D, and I like that rule. Like obviously some rules in D&D you can bend, but I like that one. I'm just checking one spell before I decide. I'm choosing between 2 things. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and he's gonna cast Eldritch Blast at
Eldritch Blast.
Why does he have to have cool abilities?
Yeah, he's gonna cast it at Eganth because you just laid into him with his axe and you're right there.
Understandable. Does he
yeah.
have disadvantage for it being a range attack?
Oh, wait. Yes. Yes, he does. This is true. But he has nothing else that's damaging, and he's gonna do it, even though he's at disadvantage, because he's feeling very threatened. He's feeling unless he needs to start hurting, even though he has disadvantage, he's gonna do it. So the first Eldritch Blast, that is a 12 to hit.
Nah.
Alright, the second, because he says he gets 2 beams.
Yeah.
You're so lucky, the disadvantage. I rolled a natural 20 on one of the dice. But the second one is a 23 to hit.
That definitely does it.
Alright, so that Eldritch Blast hits ya. Oh, gosh. That rolled off the table. God, Laura, roll on the fucking table. Okay. It is this plus that. Okay. You take 7 points of force damage from the one Eldritch Blast. That does hit.
Alright, and I got 5 HP earlier from aid.
Yeah, so you only take like 2 then. That extra HP gone, but coming in useful. And
Also, that was max HP as well. It's not like temporary hit points.
Yeah. So it can be healed, basically. That 5.
Okay.
And actually, wait. Can you do that? Yeah, he can. Eldritch Blast is a cantrip. I was like, would he drop the concentration casting a magic? But it's fine, because Eldritch Blast is a cantrip, not a spell. We're good. So that's his turn.
Isn't it only you can maintain concentration and cast other spells as long as they're not concentration spells?
Yeah. So I was just double checking. But we're good. He again, and like you said, so he started that being like, this has gone beyond social yelling at you, and he looks again at Z being like, basically intensifying the charm with what he's like, aid me or join them, and looks at you and says, please, brother.
No, fuck that.
And that's his turn. Next is Dare.
Bullshit, dude. Okay, I'm doing what I always do.
Kill him.
That's exactly what I always do. I always kill him.
I always kill.
24 to hit with my rapier.
That hits, absolutely.
And 24 to hit with my short sword.
Yeah.
Sick. B. 10 piercing from the rapier.
Okay.
Arced. 4 from the short sword. And then 4, 8, 10 from.
Okay. And
Sneak attack.
yeah. Okay. Wait, I got the sneak attack. I got the short sword. What was the rapier damage?
10.
10. Okay. Cool. Looking angry. Anything else?
No.
All right. Next it is Eganth's turn. I'm gonna say, Caraxin starts playing like battle music, seeing that this guy's on the ropes. I'm gonna help you out. You all get a D6 bardic inspiration dice. Because Caraxin is like making this epic for you.
What a G.
I forgot I had DM inspiration. I could have rolled again on the saving throw to be charmed.
But too late now.
So first, he would have to make concentration checks from Dare's attacks.
Oh,
right?
yes, thank you.
Any possible chance to throw off the charm.
No. Natural 17, natural 14, plus his modifiers. No. He does not.
Where's
The
that?
charm is still in effect, but thank you for reminding me.
Okay. In that case, yeah, me swing axe.
Go for it.
Are we still flanking?
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
all just kind of in a clumpy thing. The two of you, Dare and Agath, you're just kind of always something like you're doing this thing around him. You're always making sure to keep the other
Circle him.
flanking side. Yeah.
All right. So first one, I don't think it's a hit. 15.
15
wait,
does not
I
hit.
have Bardic Inspiration.
You do have a
Wait, I have
bardic.
Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah, which is a d6. So you can roll a d6 and add it to the thing.
Please be good.
Which I
okay,
just felt like
that's really
adding.
awesome. 20.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, that's one hit. And then second swing. Nat 20.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So
Murder him.
do the first hit damage and then roll the second one, and we'll do the doubling of the dice for the crit.
Okay, so
Kill
the
him,
first hit
kill him.
is cocked because it landed on my other dice. Okay, the first hit is 7 damage,
7. Okay.
and the second hit. Let's go.
Is what was
I
how much?
rolled
sorry?
an.
Oh,
I
never
rolled
mind.
an. I rolled an 8 on the d8.
Okay, so that's 16 plus whatever the modifier is that gets added to you.
2, so I would.
2.
Max
18.
damage.
So 20. All right. He is,
That'd be 18, not 20.
but then plus 2 because you rolled an 8. Oh, 18. I can math, guys. Okay.
Yes, Laura.
He is swaying on his feet. It's like sheer force of will is keeping him up at this point.
Oh my god,
Oh, they
dude,
won't
It's kinda
take a
like,
hit.
no.
And like now he tries to just like say threats at you, but like instead it's just like a growl and like some blood drips out from his mouth.
I'm gonna just tell him, please just give up.
Let me check something.
And that's it.
Nope. He can't give up, dude. He can't do it. All right, Prosper, your go.
Concentration check because he took a lot of damage.
Yes. The highest damage you took 18. But then half of that
Yeah,
would
so
still
it's
be nice.
still
So it's 10. It's still 10 for that he used to make.
Oh yeah, it's still 10.
Yeah. 16 and a natural 20. It's fine.
Dude.
Nice roll.
Alright,
Nice
can
rolls.
you
Again,
maybe-
I never roll like this when I'm a player. Like this is the apparently I should just DM because me as a player does not get to roll dice nice. It's just nope.
Make a dex save again, please.
Yeah.
Come on, Prosper. You can like.
Lloyd,
Oh, that's not very
That's
good. That's not very good. That's a 5.
Ooh, alright, bud.
I jinxed it
So,
talking about the rolls, dude.
15.
15 points of damage.
And
Oh.
then
Pew.
I will shoot another cosmic arrow.
Do it.
Ooh.
What type of damage is the cosmic arrow, by the way?
Radiant.
Okay.
Trying to do math. I think that's a 21.
That hits.
Cool.
Druids get such cool abilities.
Damage plus 7. I think.
All
Wait,
right.
I might be lying about that 1 sec.
Doesn't matter. How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Um,
Finally.
So the lightning kind of strikes down and makes like an even cooler strobe effect than the one that he tried to do with his.
Because by the way,
shitty
rave lights
light.
were going off for half of this.
Yeah, so I just make mine like super like pretty and sparkly and just like more like true to the aesthetic kind of.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of like there's like a spark of light that goes across the Archer constellation and I just shoot a magical arrow and it just kind of where do I want it to hit him? Right in the mouth because he was
Love it.
being so rude and he
Love it.
doesn't get to say any more shit about this awesome party. So
All
There's
right.
now even more awesome because we could kill him.
Yep.
now die, please.
All right. Well, that happens exactly as you said. It hits, and just the, like, clutching at his mouth and his throat falls to his knees, looks at all of you, gives a very pained look at Vestra, and then just kind of, like, collapses to the ground. And there's this awkward silence for a second, and Caraxen stopped playing the battle music. And Caraxen starts playing a more mournful, like, song, like funeral dirge, as some sprites come to start dragging the body away. And Vestra is like, well, can't say that was anything we had planned or hoped for. While he may have been rude and obnoxious and aggressive, Rastak was still... Where's the thing? There it is. He was always one who lived for the theatrics. And if he was going to go, at least it was in a method as theatrical as befitting his person. Am I right? And the crowd kind of nods. There's that somber air for a moment, and like, well, and Vestra claps, and then all of a sudden, like, a bunch of Fae in unison, all, like, hands come up, and you just see, like, magical energy from their fingers, and, like, the cake fixes itself. Phyla prestidigitates the cake and the ruining of the dress, of Yana's dress off. The dance floor, like, clears, your spells dissipate. The singeing ash, like, crumbles off the food table as food magically refills. The one thing that does was the shattered enamel flower he threw stays shattered on the floor. But then Vestra's like, it's still Midsummer, after all. And you know what? We're probably well rid of him. To be honest, let's really show him what kind of party we can throw, am I right? Caraxen, take it away.
Right.
Can I steal his cloak?
They're dragging the body away right now. The
Yeah,
cloak...
Can I catch up to them and take the cloak off him?
Yeah, you can take the cloak. The cloak looks like dead leaves now. The cloak is not looking seasonal or magical at all anymore. Now it's just kind of a very deadened looking leafy cloak with blood on it. But
I guess I will not put it on Vestra then.
no, he would.
No.
They would not enjoy that.
No.
And while you're kind of all a bit like, we just killed a man, and we're about to party, but you're just like, well, winning the Feywild? Question mark? And you just go with it. Tell me how you would like to spend this party as the night goes on, and Caraxen begins his masterpiece that he was saving for a special moment. Didn't think this would be it. What are your all final actions in this party?
Dad goes over to Prospero and is like, are you okay? Did you get hurt?
Like, I had this, like, moment
This
where,
near-death experience.
where the stars, like, opened up in front of me, and I saw a vision of the future where I took a lot of damage and nearly died. And then I didn't, so I think I'm on the right path, like, fate-wise. So, pretty cool.
That still sounds kind of traumatic.
You know, that shit just kind of happens to me, like, all the time, so I'm used to it.
Hey everybody, find you players who can fix your own DM mistakes with in-character bullshit. I love it.
Do you wanna dance, like, properly this time?
I'd love to. That'd be really
Okay.
fun. Honestly, I think what you tried to do was really, like, awesome, and people just suck and they didn't want to dance, so...
I know,
love
right?
them.
That's like, why would you not pick up that energy? It's so easy.
Yeah, it could have had a whole different outcome, but, you know... Oh well.
Fuck these people.
So you guys are dancing. Aganth and Zyril, what do you want to do in this party now that it's kicking off?
I think I
Sure,
would
what do you got
use whatever spell slots and whatever elixirs I have left to heal anyone who was hurt during the battle first. Then I'd just like to spend the rest of the party taking as many drinks and food items and making weird combinations as possible using my alchemist
love
supplies and
it.
just handing them out to people as experiments to
I
find
love
out
it.
what doesn't work.
Love it. And there's lots of people up for experimental drugs at this party, so you find many willing
yeah.
participants. Against, what are you
probably
doing?
Excellent.
Other than trying one of those experiments. Agath doesn't really understand parties that well, so he just tries to do. He sees what everyone else is doing and just tries a little bit of everything, a little bit of sort of dancing, a little bit of just eating things, just trying to understand and get along with things. But he definitely wants to go talk to. Darn it, I'm terrible with names.
The fox
I
guy
can't
who's
remember his
making
name, but
the. Oh, the wait, music guy, the bard.
Well, I definitely want to go see about the carving, but also
Yeah,
I want to talk. He would definitely want to talk to the bard and
okay.
just.
But right before you talk to the bard, you drink one of those experimental things from Zero. Can you roll it? Can you roll a d10 for me?
Roll a d10.
Oh.
No, Against, not you, Zero.
I can roll d10. Okay.
Because he's the one drinking it.
Yeah.
Let's do this nice, pretty pink one. They've only done well for me so far tonight.
Nice. Ah,
Did you say 4?
4.
Oh no.
Oh no.
As soon as you drink it, vocally, you feel like there's like something in your throat, like it's tickly, almost feathery. You go to tell Zero that like you think that's not one of his better concoctions, and the only sound that comes out is a cluck like a chicken. And for the next hour, you can only cluck or croon like a chicken, but you can also speak to chickens if you find any. And this lasts for 1 hour, unless removed by some magical means.
If you need chickens, I will cluck at chickens, but failing that.
And as soon as you do that, that's when Lex, our fox carver, finds you in the crowd and comes over and is like, oh, sir, this is... I finished your commission, and hands you a picture-perfect likeness in carving form of your friend and hands you back your drawing that you gave him. Did you actually, like, try and say anything and Clux came out, or did you just refrain because you knew, like, what was about to happen?
Very much tried to say, yes, this is wonderful. You've done great work. Thank you, my gratitude. As
soon as he hears a bit of the cluck, he's like, oh, you drank the punch, didn't you? Yeah, I told them to stop doing that. Oh, you gotta watch it. The people love to spike things at these parties, man. And did you still want to attempt to talk to Karaxin? The bard?
No, not this day.
I mean, you can an hour if you wait an hour, but like, all right.
Well,
yeah, I would do it afterwards. Yeah.
All right.
I was gonna say, what's the chance that one of the drinks I made ended up being an alchemical elixir?
Roll a D100 for me.
It's a 0, 0, and a 9. So that's a 9.
All right, no, you did not succeed in making.
Damn, if it had been a potion of transformation, that would have been cool.
Yep, you did not. You just made some weird things, and any that have illicit magical effects, you figure were from the Fey ingredients to begin with. All right, so as you're all enjoying yourself, Vestra gathers you all over at one point and says, look, I know that was definitely not what you anticipated when I invited you here for a party. And I'm sure you're probably very confused, but without going into all the messy history and details, I just want to say thank you for everything. And I wasn't getting you standing invite, not just to Midsummer, but Feywild, my place, Amaranth, you name it. You're welcome anytime. And he touches you all and gives you a blessing of the Fey. Which would only really matter if we were going to keep playing with these characters. But just in case, if you want to know what that is.
Of course.
It is, you would have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Your wisdom or charisma, your choice, increases by 2, up to a maximum of 22.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that advantage on saves against being charmed, that's such a useful thing to have.
The stat upgrade's probably more helpful.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then you all party the night away, and that is where we wrap our adventure. It went a bit long, because D&D, that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, hope you guys had fun.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was so much
That was
fun.
so
That was
much fun. I
fantastic.
love that.
I definitely did
Also-
some things that were not the way it was written, but that's the point of D&D. It's do
Yeah.
what is fun for you and what gives you a good adventure time.
Serotonin. What gives you serotonin?
Well, see, I knew that. Like, I knew that it would be longer than planned because the thing says should be 2 to 3 hours. So I planned for 4, but I should have just clearly planned for 5. But yeah, everyone in the chat that's been here, thanks for watching. To the players, again, thank you not just for being here, but being willing to both try it with a new DM and on stream live on our channel. Anyone, if you haven't already, consider dropping a follow for Dungeon Select. We have our weekly campaign that Belle and I are players in tomorrow. We're only on episode 4. I was supposed to say, is it 3 or is it 4? It's 4. We've just
Last week was
started a
3,
new
this
one,
week is
so
4.
it's still pretty early on, and we do put all the VODs to YouTube, so if you want to catch up, this one will also be going to YouTube, thanks to the lovely Belle, who puts all our VODs up for us. One more time before we go, if anyone has any other D&D or tabletop RPG projects or things you want to shout out, please do. Like I said, not everyone here is a content creator or someone who's like more than just like a player, but some of us are. So maybe Belle, then Christy, if you guys want to shout anything out in particular, go right ahead.
I don't really have anything in particular.
Just follow Dungeon
I'll be back
Select,
to
guys.
I'll be back to streaming like week after like 3rd week of this month.
Woo.
Because I'll be back at uni. But other than that, not really anything.
Oh. My alerts are still on, so nothing appeared, but I just heard my follow alert go off. Whoopsies. Other things that I didn't think to turn off before doing this, because this isn't my channel, but the OBS is still linked to my channel. I'm
Lessons
such
for
a
next time.
professional, guys. Christy, where can people... Oh, wait, also, Belle, what are your social media handles if you would like people to follow you?
For Twitter, it's at Belle_Mist, I think. And then for Instagram, it's at Mist_Belle.
There you go. Christy, what other projects do you want to shout out? Where can people find you?
So, like I mentioned at the beginning, I'm part of the Play Dicely cast, and our 11th episode will be next Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Play Dicely Twitch, so you can come check that out. And we have a new show that I host, so kind of poorly, but we're getting there, which is our like talkback show after each of the episodes, but it'll be coming out the following Saturday, so it'll be staggered. So the first one is now up on the Dicely YouTube. You can come check that out. It's really fun. If you've caught up on the campaign so far, I have a lot of questions, so it's just me harassing the rest of my castmates.
Love it. And social
that's
handles.
What they're there for.
Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter at cbkclow and on Instagram at christyclow. And
Nice.
also, Laura, amazing job, first time DMing.
Yes.
That's so
Absolutely,
Thank
that was
you.
amazing.
So well done.
My biggest worry was I realized the way I'd done things and set up the whole Caraxen bit with the boyfriend. It's supposed to be a like, oh, if you talk to locals at the cafe, they'll tell you they heard about the rumored breakup, and then his insight check is supposed to assure you like, no, I know my boyfriend didn't steal it. Like, we had a breakup, but like it wasn't a thing. But I totally reversed the order, and then like I rolled the currency thing for the ching, which was like, oh, it was an important possession, which played right into that narrative. And then like so many things were playing into it, and I was like, I don't know how I work my way around this, but we figured it out. We figured it out how to find the pages in the end, so it's all good.
Yeah, it never goes exactly as planned.
No.
Oh, never. Absolutely not. It
No.
wouldn't be D&D if it went right, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say there, I can't say it because I was like, Belle's gonna play this again off stream with
Oh, yeah.
another group, so I can't say too many things. But the reference also, there was intentionally, if you had done the chicken job, it was a reference to the Play Dicely episode 1 where y'all had to go catch those chickens, and there was gonna be that, and you were gonna find that one dude who had a chicken was like, finders keepers, it's my chicken now, like you can't have it. You were gonna find that guy.
Like, literally when you said chickens, I was like, no way, another one with chickens? That's weird.
And then
Crazy.
because I hid a reference from both Dungeon Select and from Play Dicely somewhere in there for reasons like there might have been a gnome in that bookshop, Belle, if you'd gone to the book nook. So yeah. Her favorite gnome. But yeah, glad it went well. I'm excited. Who knows? I don't have the time at the moment to DM anything resembling a full campaign, but I have a handful of one-shots I have access to, and then who knows? Maybe one day down the line. I wanted to try it, and it was fun. So yeah, all those links we mentioned, like people's socials, we'll put hopefully in the description. If you're watching this on YouTube, they'll be in the description below. And if you're watching on Twitch right now, check out our panels for our regular Dungeon Select info, also the Level Select Discord. Again, most of us, that's how we know each other, the community we're a part of. Awesome community on Twitch. We have a whole kind of D&D section of the Discord. Lots of other D&D nerds in there. And Hal and Johnny, thanks so much for joining. And all of you guys, great work on your characters too. I enjoyed reading about the characters you made, and I hope you could use them again, because some of them have really, like, they're not like super long, but they have really fun backstories. So I hope you guys get to use them again for another adventure.
I would love to do more with Agan, and hopefully get his voice right eventually.
Oh, I didn't bother with much voice acting because A, my throat's sore, B, I can't really do a lot, so there was very minimal voice acting on my end. That's not what I do.
Yeah. And this is like the first happy backstory character I've ever made, so that was an experience.
You never got to try your key!
No, I didn't. It'll come up eventually, I'm sure.
Yep. Alright. It's been over 5 hours. I'm gonna let y'all, especially those of you in the UK, it's late. I will let you go.
Oh yeah, it's 10 to 1.
Yeah, thank you so much for staying awake. I appreciate you. I can't really go. I was like, we'll go raid or host. I was like, no, you can't, because you don't actually have access to the Dungeon Select channel. This isn't your channel. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Maybe
we'll just wrap up. I'll see y'all later. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye,
and hopefully
everyone.
we see those of you in the chat tomorrow for Dungeon Select.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.